Section 8 of Shakespeare's Ovid, being Arthur Golding's translation of the Metamorphoses by Arthur Golding. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 7 begun. The seventh book of Ovid's Metamorphoses. And now in ship of Pagasa the Mynes cut the seas, and leading under endless night, his age in great disease of scarcity was finely seen. And Boreas' sons had chased away the maiden-faced fowls that did his victuals waste. And after suffering many things in noble Jason's band, in muddy Phasis' gushing stream at last they went aland. There, while they, going to the king, demand the golden fleece brought thither certain years before by Phrixus out of Greece, and of their dreadful labours wait an answer to receive, Aeetus' daughter in her heart doth mighty flames conceive. And after struggling very long, when reason could not win the upper hand of rage, she thus did in herself begin. In vain, Medea, dost thou strive. Some god, whate'er he is, against thee bends his force. For what a wondrous thing is this! Is anything like this which men do term by name of love? For why should I my father's hests esteem so hard above all measure? Sure, in very deed, they are too hard and sore. Why fear I lest yon stranger, whom I never saw before, should perish? What should be the cause of this my fear so great? Unhappy wench, and if thou canst, suppress this uncouth heat that burneth in thy tender breast. And if so be I could, a happy turn it were, and more at ease than be I should. But now an uncouth malady perforce against my will doth ail me. Love persuades me one, another thing my skill. The best I see and like, the worst I follow headlong still. Why, being of the royal blood so fondly, dost thou rave upon a stranger thus to dote, desiring for to have an husband of another world? At home thou mightest find a lover, meet for thine estate, on whom to set thy mind, and yet it is but even a chance if he shall live or no. God grant him for to live. I may without offence pray so, although I loved him not. For what hath Jason trespassed me? Who would not pity Jason's youth, unless they cruel be? What creature is there but his birth and prowess might him move? And setting all the rest aside, who would not be in love with Jason's goodly personage? My heart assuredly is touched therewith, but if that I provide not remedy, with burning breath of blasting bulls needs singed must he be. Of seeds that he himself must sow, a harvest shall he see of armed men in battle ray upon the ground upgrow, against the which it hooveth him his manhood for to show. And as a prey he must be set against the dragon fell. If I these things let come to pass, I may confess right well that of a tiger I was bred, and that within my breast a heart more hard than any steel or stony rock doth rest. Why rather do I not his death with wrathful eyes behold, and joy with others, seeing him to utter peril sold? Why do I not enforce the bulls against him? Why, I say, exhort I not the cruel men which shall in battle ray arise against him from the ground? And that same dragon too, within whose eyes came never sleep. God shield I so should do, but prayer smallly boots, except I put to helping hand. And shall I like a caitiff then betray my father's land? Shall I a stranger save, whom we nor none of ours doth know, that he by me preserved may without me homeward row, and take another to his wife, and leave me wretched wight to torments? If I wist that he could work me such a spite, or could in any other's love than only mine delight, the churl should die for me. But sure he beareth not the face like one that would do so. His birth, his courage, and his grace do put me clearly out of doubt he will not me deceive, no, nor forget the great good turns he shall by me receive. Yet shall he to me first his faith for more assurance plight, and solemnly he shall be sworn to keep the covenant right. Why fear'st thou now without a cause? Step to it out of hand. and do not any longer time thus lingering fondly stand. For aye shall Jason think himself beholding unto thee, and shall thee marry solemnly. Yea, honoured shalt thou be of all the mothers great and small throughout the towns of Greece, for saving of their sons that come to fetch the golden fleece. And shall I then leave brother, sister, father, kith and kin, and household gods, and native soil, and all that is therein, and sail I know not whither with a stranger? Yea, why not? My father surely cruel is, my country rude, God wot, my brother yet a very babe, my sister, I dare say, content it is with all her heart that I should go away. The greatest God is in myself. The things I do forsake are trifles in comparison of those that I shall take. For saving of the Grecish ship renowned shall I be. A better place I shall enjoy, with cities rich and free, whose fame doth flourish fresh even here, and people that excel in civil life and all good arts, and whom I would not sell for all the goods within the world, Duke Aeson's noble son, whom, had I to my lawful fear assuredly once won, most happy, yea, and blessed of God I might myself account, and with my head above the stars to heaven I should surmount. But men report that certain rocks, I know not what, do meet amid the waves, and monstrously again asunder fleet, and how Charybdis, utter foe to ships that pass thereby, now soppeth in, now speweth out the sea incessantly, and ravening Scylla, being hemmed with cruel dogs about amidst the gulf of Sicily, doth make a barking out. What skilleth that, as long as I enjoy the thing I love, and hang about my Jason's neck, it shall no whit me move to sail the dangerous seas? As long as him I may embrace, I cannot surely be afraid in any kind of case. Or, if I chance to be afraid, my fear shall only tend but for my husband. Call'st thou him thy husband? Dost pretend gay titles to thy foul offence, Medea? Nay, not so, but rather look about how great a lewdness thou dost go, and shun the mischief while thou mayst. She had no sooner said these words, but right and godliness and shamefastness were stayed before her eyes, and frantic love did fly away dismayed. She went me to an altar that was dedicate of old to Perse's daughter Hecate, of whom the witches hold as of their goddess, standing in a thick and secret wood so close it could not well be spied. And now the raging mood of furious love was well allayed and clearly put to flight, when, spying Aeson's son, the flame that seemed quenched quite did kindle out of hand again. Her cheeks began to glow, and flushing over all her face the scarlet blood did flow, and even as when a little spark that was in ashes hid, uncovered with the whisking winds, is from the ashes rid, eftsoons it taketh nourishment, and kindleth in such wise that to his former strength again and flaming it doth rise, even so her quailed love, which late ye would have thought had quite been vanished out of mind, as soon as Jason came in sight, did kindle to his former force in viewing of the grace with which he did advance himself, then coming there in place. And, as it chanced, far more fair and beautiful of face she thought him then than ever erst. But sure it doth behoove her judgment should be borne withal, because she was in love. She gaped and gazed in his face with fixed staring eyne, as though she never had him seen before that instant time. So far she was beside herself, she thought it should not be the face of any worldly wight the which she then did see. She was not able for her life to turn her eyes away. But when he took her by the hand, and speaking gan to pray her softly for to succour him, and promised faithfully to take her to his wedded wife, she, falling by and by a weeping, said, Sir, what I do I see apparently. Not want of knowledge of the truth, but love shall me deceive. You shall be saved by my means, and now I must receive a faithful promise at your hand for saving of your life. He made a solemn vow, and swear to take her to his wife by triple Hecate's holy rites, and by what other power soever else had residence within that secret bower, and by the sire of him that should his father-in-law become, who all things doth behold, and as he hoped to overcome the dreadful dangers which he had soon after to assay. Duke Jason, being credited, received of her straightway enchanted herbs, and having learned the usage of the same, departed thence with merry heart, and to his lodging came. Next morn had chased the streaming stars, and folk by heaps did flock to Mars's sacred field, and there stood thronging in a shock to see the strange pastimes. The king, most stately to behold, with ivory mace above them all did sit in throne of gold. Anon the brazen-hooved bulls from stony nostrils cast out flakes of fire. Their scalding breath the growing grass did blast. And look, what noise a chimney full of burning fuel makes, or flint in softening in the kell, when first the fire it takes, by sprinkling water thereupon. Such noise their boiling breasts turmoiling with the fiery flames enclosed in their chests, such noise their scorched throat-bowls make. Yet stoutly Jason went to meet them. They their dreadful eyes against him grimly bent, and eke their horns with iron tipped, and strake the dust about in stamping with their cloven clees, and with their bellowing out set all the field upon a smoke. The minions, seeing that, were past their wits with sudden fear, but Jason feeled not so much as any breath of theirs, such strength hath sorcery. Their dangling dewlaps with his hand he coyed unfearfully, and putting yokes upon their necks, he forced them to draw the heavy burthen of the plough, which erst they never saw, and for to break the field, which erst had never felt the share. The men of Colchis, seeing this, like men amazed fare. The minions, with their shouting out, their mazedness augment, and unto Jason therewithal give more encouragement. Then in a soldier's cap of steel a viper's teeth he takes, and sows them in the new ploughed field. The ground then soaking makes the seed fore-steeped in poison strong, both supple, lithe, and soft, and of these teeth a right strange grain there grows anon aloft. For even as in the mother's womb an infant doth begin to take the lively shape of man, and form it is within to due proportion, piece by piece, in every limb, and when full ripe he is, he takes the use of air with other men, so when that of the viper's teeth the perfect shape of man within the bowels of the earth was formed, they began to rise together orderly upon the fruitful field, and, which a greater wonder is, immediately they wield their weapons, growing up with them, whom when the Greeks beheld, preparing for to push their pikes, which sharply headed were, in Jason's face, down went their heads, their hearts did faint for fear. And also she that made him safe began abashed to be, for when against one naked man so huge an army she beheld, of armed enemies bent, her colour did abate, and suddenly, both void of blood and lively heat, she sate. And lest the chanted weeds the which she had him given before should fail at need, a helping charm she whispered overmore, and practised other secret arts, the which she kept in store. He, casting straight a mighty stone amid his thickest foes, did void the battle from himself, and turns it unto those. These earth-bred brothers by and by did one another wound, and never ceased till that all lay dead upon the ground. The Greeks were glad, and in their arms did clasp their champion stout, and clinging to him earnestly embraced him about. And thou, O fond Medea, too, couldst well have found in heart the champion for to have embraced, but that withheld thou wart by shamefastness. And yet thou hadst embraced him, if dread of staining of thine honour had not stayed thee in that stead. But yet, as far forth as thou mayst, thou dost in heart rejoice, and secretly, although without expressing it in voice, dost thank thy charms, and eke the gods, as authors of the same. Now was remaining as the last conclusion of this game, by force of chanted herbs, to make the watchful dragon sleep, within whose eyes came never wink, who had in charge to keep the goodly tree upon the which the golden fleeces hung. With crested head and hooked paws and triple spurting tongue, right ugly was he to behold. When Jason had besprent him with the juice of certain herbs from Lethe river sent, and thrice had mumbled certain words which are of force to cast so sound a sleep on things that even as dead a time they last, which make the raging surges calm and flowing rivers stay, the dreadful dragon by and by, whose eyes before that day wist never erst what sleeping meant, did fall so fast asleep that Jason safely took the fleece of gold that he did keep. Of which his booty being proud, he led with him away the author of his good success, another fairer prey. And so, with conquest and a wife, he loosed from Colchos strand, and in Larissa haven safe did go again alond. The ancient men of Thessaly, together with their wives, to church with offerings gone for saving of their children's lives, great heaps of fuming frankincense were fried in the flame, and vowed bulls to sacrifice, with horns fair gilded came. But from this great solemnity Duke Aeson was away, now at death's door, and spent with years. Then Jason thus gan say, O wife, to whom I do confess I owe my life indeed, though all things thou to me hast given, and thy deserts exceed belief, yet, if enchantment can, for what so hard appears which strong enchantment cannot do, abate thou from my years, and add them to my father's life. As he these words did speak, the tears were standing in his eyes. His godly suit did break Medea's heart, who therewithal bethought her of her sire, in leaving whom she had expressed a far unlike desire. But yet, bewraying not her thought, she said, O husband, fie! What wickedness hath scaped your mouth? Suppose you then that I am able of your life the term where I will to bestow? Let Hecate never suffer that. Your suit, as well you know, against all right and reason is. But I will put in proof a greater gift than you require, and more for your behoof. I will assay your father's life by cunning to prolong, and not with your years for to make him young again and strong. So our three-formed goddess grant with present help to stand a furtherer of the great attempt the which I take in hand. Before the moon should circle-wise close both her horns in one, 3 nights were yet as then to come, as soon as that she shone most full of light, and did behold the earth with fulsome face, Medea with her hair not trussed so much as in a lace, but flaring on her shoulders twain, and barefoot, with her gown ungirded, gate her out of doors, and wandered up and down alone the dead time of the night. Both man and beast and bird were fast asleep. The serpents sly in trailing forward stirred so softly as you would have thought they still asleep had been. The moisting air was whist, no leaf you could have moving seen. The stars alonely fair and bright did in the welkin shine, to which she lifting up her hands did thrice herself incline, and thrice with water of the brook her hair besprinkled she. And gasping thrice she oped her mouth, and bowing down her knee upon the bare hard ground, she said, O trusty time of night, most faithful unto privities, O golden stars, whose light doth jointly with the moon succeed the beams that blaze by day, and thou, 3-headed Hecate, who knowest best the way to compass this our great attempt, and art our chiefest stay, ye charms and witchcrafts, and thou, earth, which both with herb and weed of mighty working furnishest the wizards at their need, ye airs and winds, ye elves, of hills, of brooks, of woods alone, of standing lakes, and of the night, approach ye Everechone, through help of whom, the crooked banks much wondering at the thing, I have compelled streams to run clean backward to their spring. By charms I make the calm seas rough, and make the rough seas plain, and cover all the sky with clouds, and chase them thence again. By charms I raise and lay the winds, and burst the viper's jaw, and from the bowels of the earth both stones and trees do draw. Whole woods and forests I remove, I make the mountains shake, and even the earth itself to groan and fearfully to quake. I call up dead men from their graves, and thee, O lightsome moon, I darken oft, though beaten brass abate thy peril soon. Our sorcery dims the morning fair, and darks the sun at noon. The flaming breath of fiery bulls ye quenched for my sake, and caused their unwieldy necks the bended yoke to take. Among the earth-bred brothers you a mortal war did set, and brought asleep the dragon fell, whose eyes were never shet. By means whereof, deceiving him that had the golden fleece in charge to keep, you sent it thence by Jason into Greece. Now have I need of herbs that can by virtue of their juice to flowering prime of lusty youth old withered age reduce. I am assured you will it grant, for not in vain have shone these twinkling stars, ne yet in vain this chariot all alone by draught of dragons hither comes. With that was for the sky a chariot softly glanced down, and stayed hard thereby. As soon as she had gotten up, and with her hand had coyed the dragon's reined necks, and with her bridle somewhat toyed, they mounted with her in the air, whence looking down she saw the pleasant temp of Thessaly, and made her dragons draw to places further from resort. And there she took the view what herbs on high Mount Pelion, and what on Ossa grew, and what on mountain Othrys, and on Pindus growing were, and what Olympus, greater than Mount Pindus far, did bear. Such herbs of them as liked her, she pulled up root and rind, or cropped them with a crooked knife. And many did she find upon the banks of Epidane, agreeing to her mind, and many at Amphrysus fords, and thou, Enipius, eke didst yield her many pretty weeds, of which she well did like. Peneus and Spercheius streams contributory were, and so were Bebus rushy banks, of such as growed there. About Anthedon, which against the isle Eubea stands, a certain kind of lively grass she gathered with her hands, the name whereof was scarcely known, or what the herb could do, until that Glaucus afterward was changed thereinto. 9 days with winged dragons drawn, 9 nights in chariot swift, she searching every field and frith from place to place did shift. She was no sooner home returned, but that the dragons fell, which lightly of her gathered herbs had taken but the smell, did cast their sloughs, and with their sloughs their rivelled age forego. She would none other house than heaven to hide her head as though, but kept her still without the doors, and as for man, was none that once might touch her. Altars 2 of turf she builded, one upon her left hand unto youth, another on the right to triple Hecate. Both the which, as soon as she had dight with vervin, and with other shrubs that on the fields do rise, not far from thence she digged 2 pits, and making sacrifice, did cut a couple of black rams' throats, and filled with their blood the open pits, on which she poured of warm milk, pure and good, a bowlful, and another bowl of honey clarified. And babbling to herself therewith, full bitterly she cried on Pluto and his ravished wife, the sovereign states of hell, and all the elves and gods that on or in the earth do dwell, to spare old Aeson's life a while, and not in haste deprive his limbs of that same aged soul which kept them yet alive. Whom when she had sufficiently with mumbling long besought, she bade that Aeson's feebled corse should out of doors be brought before the altars. Then with charms she cast him in so deep a slumber, that upon the herbs he lay for dead asleep. Which done, she willed Jason thence a great way off to go, and likewise all the ministers that served her as though, and not presume those secrets with unhallowed eyes to see. They did as she commanded them. When all were voided, she, with scattered hair about her ears, like one of Bacchus' froze, devoutly by and by about the burning altars goes, and dipping in the pits of blood a sort of clifted brands, upon the altars kindled them that were on both her hands, and thrice with brimstone, thrice with fire, and thrice with water pure, she purged Aeson's aged corse, that slept and slumbered sure. The medicine, seething all the while a wallop in a pan of brass, to spurt and leap aloft and gather froth began. There boiled she the roots, seeds, flowers, leaves, stalks, and juice together, which from the fields of Thessaly she late had gathered thither. She cast in also precious stones, fetched from the furthest east, and, which the ebbing ocean washed, fine gravel from the west. She put thereto the dew that fell upon a Monday night, and flesh and feathers of a witch, accursed, odious wight, which in the likeness of an owl abroad o' nights did fly, and infants in their cradles change, or suck them that they die. The singles also of a wolf, translator's note, a werewolf, which when he list could take the shape of man, and when he list the same again forsake. And from the river Cynethus, which is in Libby land, she had the fine sheer scaled films of water snails at hand, and of an endless livid heart the liver she had got, to which she added of a crow that then had lived not so little as 900 years, the head and bill also. Now when Medea had with these, and with 1,000 mo such other kind of nameless things bestead her purpose through, for lengthening of the old man's life, she took a withered bough, cut lately from an olive tree, and jumbling all together, did raise the bottom to the brim, and as she stirred hither and thither with the withered stick, behold, it waxed green. Anon the leaves came budding out, and suddenly were seen as many berries dangling down as well the bough could bear, and where the fire had from the pan the scumming cast, or where the scalding drops did fall, the ground did spring-like flourish there, and flowers with fodder fine and soft immediately arose. Which when Medea did behold, with naked knife she goes and cuts the old man's throat, and letting all his old blood go, supplies it with the boiled juice, the which when Aeson though had at his mouth or at his wound received in, his hair, as well of head as beard, from grey to coal-black turned were. His lean, pale, hoar, and withered corse grew fulsome, fair, and fresh. His furrowed wrinkles were fulfilled with young and lusty flesh. His limbs waxed frolic, vain, and lithe, at which he, wondering much, remembered that at 40 years he was the same or such. And as from dull unweildsome age to youth he backward drew, even so a lively youthful sprite did in his heart renew. The wonder of this monstrous act had Bacchus seen from high, and finding that to youthful years his nurses might thereby restored be, did at her hand receive it as a gift. And lest deceitful guile should cease, Medea found a shift to feign that Jason and herself were fallen at odds in wrath, and thereupon in humble wise to Peleus' court she goeth. Wherefore, because the king himself was feebled sore with age, his daughters entertained her, whom Medea, being sage, within a while, through false pretence of feigned friendship, brought to take her bait. For as she told what pleasures she had wrought for Jason, and among the rest, as greatest, sadly told how she had made his father young, that withered was and old, and tarried long upon that point, they hoped glad and fain that their old father might likewise his youthful years regain, and this they craving instantly did proffer for her pain what recompense she would desire. She held her peace a while, as though she doubted what to do, and with her subtle guile of counterfeited gravity more eager did them make. As soon as she had promised them to do it for their sake, for more assurance of my grant, yourselves, quoth she, shall see the oldest ram in all your flock a lamb, straight made to be by force of my confection strong. Immediately a ram, so old that no man thereabouts remembered him a lamb, was thither by his warped horns, which turned inward to his hollow temples, drawn, whose withered throat she slit in two, and when she clean had drained out that little blood that was, upon the fire with herbs of strength she set a pan of brass, and cast his carcass thereinto. The medicine did abate the largeness of his limbs, and seared his dossers from his pate, and with his horns abridged his years. Anon was plainly heard the bleating of a new-yeaned lamb from mid the kettlewood, and as they wondered for to hear the bleating, straight the lamb leapt out, and frisking ran to seek the udder of some dam. King Peleus' daughters were amazed, and when they did behold her promise come to such effect, they were 1,000-fold more earnest at her than before. Thrice Phoebus, having plucked the collars from his horses' necks, and Iber had them docked, and now in heaven the streaming stars the fourth night shined clear, when false Medea on the fire had hanged water sheer, with herbs that had no power at all. The king and all his guard, which had the charge that night about his person for to ward, were through her night spells and her charms in deadly sleep all cast, and Peleus' daughters, with the witch which egged them forward, passed into his chamber by the watch, and compassed in his bed. Then, "Wherefore stand ye doubting thus like fools?" Medea said. "On, draw your swords, and let ye out his old blood, that I may fill up his empty veins again with youthful blood straightway. Your father's life is in your hands. It lieth now in you to have him old and withered still, or young and lusty. Now if any nature in you be, and that ye do not feed a fruitless hope, your duty to your father do with speed. Expulse his age by sword, and let the filthy matter out." Through these persuasions, which of them soever went about to show herself most natural, became the first that wrought against all nature, and for fear she should be wicked thought, she executes the wickedness which most to shun she sought. Yet was not any one of them so bold that durst abide to look upon their father when she strake, but ride aside her eyes, and so their cruel hands, not marking where they hit, with faces turned another way, at all adventure smit. He, all bewildered in his blood, awaked with the smart, and maimed and mangled as he was, did give a sudden start, endeavouring to have risen up. But when he did behold himself among so many swords, he, lifting up his old pale warish arm, said, "Daughters mine, what do ye? Who hath put these wicked weapons in your hands, your father's throat to cut?" With that their hearts and hands did faint, and as he talked yet, Medea, breaking off his words, his windpipe quickly slit, and in the scalding liquor torn did drown him by and by. But had she not with winged worms straight mounted in the sky, she had not scaped punishment, but, stying up on high, she over shady Pelion flew, where Chiron erst did dwell, and over Othrys, and the grounds renowned for that befell to ancient Ceram, who such time as old Deucalion's flood upon the face of all the earth like one main water stood, by help of nymphs with feathered wings was in the air lift, and so escaped from the flood, undrowned by the shift. She left Aeolian Pitene upon her left hand, and the serpent that became a stone upon the Lesbian sand, and Ida woods, where Bacchus hid a bullock, as is said, in shape of stag, the which his son had thievishly conveyed, and where the sire of Corytus lies buried in the dust, the fields which Maris, when he first did into barking brust, afraid with strangeness of the noise, and eke Eurypyle's town, in which the wives of Cos had horns like oxen on their crown, such time as Hercules with his host departed from the isle, and Rhodes to Phoebus consecrate, and Iolais, where erewhile the Telchines with their noisome sight did everything bewitch, at which their heinous wickedness Jove, taking rightful pritch, did drown them in his brother's waves. Moreover, she did pass by Ceos and old Carthy walls, where Sir Archidamus did wonder how his daughter should be turned to a dove. The swanny Temp and Hyres' pool she viewed from above, the which a sudden swan did haunt. For Philly there, for love of Hyres' son, did at his bidding birds and lions tame, and being willed to break a bull, performed straight the same, till wrathful that his love so oft so straitly should amuse, when for his last reward he asked the bull, he did refuse to give it him. The boy, displeased, said, Well, thou wilt anon repent thou gave it not, and leapt down headlong from a stone. They all supposed he had been fallen, but being made a swan, with snowy feathers, in the air to flacker he began. His mother Hyre, knowing not he was preserved so, resolved into melting tears for pensiveness and woe, and made the pool that bears her name. Not far from hence doth stand the city Brauron, where sometime, by mounting from the land, with waving pinions, Ophi's imp, Dame Combe, did eschew her children, which with naked swords to slay her did pursue. Anon she ken Calaurie fields, which did sometime pertain to chaste Diana, where a king and eke his wife, both twain were turned to birds. Silene hill upon her right hand stood, in which Menaphron, like a beast of wild and savage mood, to force his mother did attempt. Far thence he spied where sad Cephissus mourned for his niece, whom Phoebus turned had to ugly shape of swelling seal, and Eumel's palace fair, lamenting for his son's mischance, with feuling in the air. At Corinth, with her winged snakes, at length she did arrive. Here men, so ancient fathers said, that were then alive, did breed of dewy mushrooms. But after that her teen with burning of her husband's bride by witchcraft wreaked had been, and that King Creon's palace she on blazing fire had seen, and in her own dear children's blood had bathed her wicked knife, not like a mother but a beast, bereaving them of life, lest Jason should have punished her, she took her winged snakes, and flying thence again, in haste to Pallas city makes, which saw the ancient Periphas, and righteous Phine too, together flying, and the niece of Polypemon, who was fastened to a pair of wings, as well as t'other two. Aegeus entertained her, wherein he was to blame, although he had no further gone, but stayed upon the same. He thought it not to be enough to use her as his guest, unless he took her to his wife. And now was Thesey pressed, unknown unto his father yet, who by his knightly force had set from robbers clear the balk that makes the straight divorce between the seas Ionian and Aegean. To have killed this worthy knight, Medea had a goblet ready filled with juice of flintwort venomous, the which she long ago had out of Scythia with her brought. The common bruit is that of the teeth of Cerberus this flintwort first did grow. There is a cave that gapeth wide with darksome entry low. There goes a way sloped down, by which, with triple chain new made of strong and sturdy adamant, the valiant Hercules drew the currish hellhound Cerberus, who, dragging arsward still, and writhing back his scowling eyes, because he had no skill to see the sun at open day, for very moody wrath 3 barkings yellowed out at once, and spit his slavering froth upon the greenish grass. This froth, as men suppose, took root, and thriving in the battling soil, in burgeons forth did shoot, to bane and mischief men withal, and for because the same did grow upon the bare hard flints, folk gave the foresaid name of flintwort thereunto. The king, by aching of his queen, did reach his son this bane, as if he had his enemy been. And Thesey, of this treason wrought, not knowing aught, had ta'en the goblet at his father's hand, which held his deadly bane, when suddenly, by the ivory hilts that were upon his sword, Aegeus knew he was his son, and rising from the board did strike the mischief from his mouth. Medea with a charm did cast a mist, and so scaped death, deserved for the harm intended. Now, albeit that Aegeus were right glad that in the saving of his son so happy chance he had, yet grieved it his heart full sore that such a wicked wight with treason wrought against his son should scape so clear and quite. Then fell he under kindling fire on altars everywhere, and glutted all the gods with gifts. The thick-necked oxen were, with garlands wreathed about their horns, knocked down for sacrifice. A day of more solemnity than this did never rise before on Athens by report. The ancients of the town made feasts, so did the meaner sort, and every common clown. And as the wine did sharp their wits, they sang this song: O knight of peerless prowess, Theseus, thy manhood and thy might through all the coast of Marathon with worthy honour sounds, for killing of the Cretish bull that wasted those same grounds. The folk of Cremyon think themselves beholden unto thee, for that without disquieting their fields may tilled be. By thee the land of Epidar hath seen the clubbish son of Vulcan dead. By thee likewise the country that doth run along Cephissus banks beheld the fell Procrustes slain. The dwelling place of Ceres, our Eleusis, glad and fain beheld the death of Cercyon. That orpid Sinus, who abused his strength in bending trees, and tying folk thereto, their limbs asunder for to tear, when loosened from the stops, the trees unto their proper place did trice their strained tops, was killed by thee. Thou made the way that leadeth to the town Alcathue in Boeotia clear, by putting Scyron down. To this same outlaw's scattered bones the land denied rest, and likewise did the sea refuse to harbour such a guest, till, after floating to and fro long while, as men do say, at length they hardened into stones, and at this present day the stones are called Scyron's cliffs. Now if we should account thy deeds together with thy years, thy deeds would far surmount thy years. For thee, most valiant prince, these public vows we keep, for thee with cheerful hearts we quaff these bowls of wine so deep. The palace also of the noise and shouting did resound, the which the people made for joy. There was not to be found in all the city any place of sadness. Natheless, so hard it is of perfect joy to find so great excess, but that some sorrow therewithal is meddled more or less. Aegeus had not in his son's recovery such delight, but that there followed in the neck a piece of fortune's spite. End of Section 8. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Section 9 of Shakespeare's Ovid, being Arthur Golding's translation of the Metamorphoses by Arthur Golding. Book 7 concluded. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. King Minos was preparing war, who, though he had great store of ships and soldiers, yet the wrath the which he had before conceived in his father's breast for murthering of his son Androgeus, made him far more strong and fiercer for to run to rightful battle to revenge the great displeasure done. Howbeit, he thought it best, ere he his warfare did begin, to find the means of foreign aid some friendship for to win. And thereupon, with flying fleet, where passage did permit, he went to visit all the isles that in those seas do sit. Anon the isles Astipoli and Anaphe, both twain, the first constrained for fear of war, the last in hope of gain, took part with him. Laomicone did also with him hold, so did the chalky Simile, and Siphne, which of old was very rich with veins of gold, and Scyros, full of bold and valiant men, and Seraphe the smooth, or rather fell, and Pari, which for marble stone doth bear away the bell, and Sithne, which a wicked wench called Arne did betray for money, who upon receipt thereof without delay was turned into a bird, which yet of gold is grippled still, and is as black as any coal, both feathers, feet, and bill. Acado is the name of her. But yet Oliary, and Didyme, and Andreike, and Tene, and Gyare, and Peppereth, where olive trees most plenteously do grow, and no wise would agree their help on Minos to bestow. Then Minos, turning left-hand wise, did sail to Inope, where reigned that time King Aeacus. This isle had called be of old by name of Inope, but Aeacus turned the name, and after of his mother's name Aegina called the same. The common folk ran out by heaps, desirous for to see a man of such renown as Minos brute it was to be. The king's 3 sons, Duke Telamon, Duke Peli, and the young Duke Phocas, went to meet with him. Old Aeacus also, clung with age, came after leisurely, and asked him the cause of his repair. The ruler of the 100 shires gan pause, and musing on the inward grief that nipped him at the heart, did shape him answer thus: O Prince, vouchsafe to take my part in this same godly war of mine. Assist me in the just revengement of my murthered son that sleepeth in the dust. I crave your comfort for his death. Aegina's son replied, Thy suit is vain, and of my realm perforce must be denied. For unto Athens is no land more sure than this allied. Such leagues between us are, which shall infringed from me abide. Away went Minos sad, and said, Full dearly shalt thou buy thy leagues. He thought it for to be a better policy to threaten war than war to make, and there to spend his store and strength, which in his other needs might much avail him more. As yet might from Enipeia walls the Cretish fleet be kenned, when thitherward with puffed sails and wind at will did tend a ship from Athens, which anon arriving at the strand, set seafall with ambassad from his countrymen a land. The king's 3 sons, though long it were since last they had him seen, yet knew they him, and after old acquaintance eft had been renewed by shaking hands, to court they did him straight convey. This prince, which did allure the eyes of all men by the way, as in whose stately person still remained to be seen the marks of beauty, which in flower of former years had been, went holding out an olive branch that grew in Attic land, and for the reverence of his age there went on either hand a nobleman of younger years, Sir Clytus on the right, and Beauties on the left, the sons of one that Pallas hight. When greeting first had passed between these nobles and the king, then Cephal, setting straight abroach the message he did bring, desired aid, and showed what leagues stood then in force between his country and the Aegianites, and also what had been decreed betwixt their ancestors, concluding in the end that under colour of this war which Minos did pretend to only Athens, he indeed the conquest did intend of all Achaia. When he thus, by help of learned skill, his country message furthered had, King Aeacus, leaning still his left hand on his sceptre, said, My lords, I would not have your state of Athens seem so strange as succour here to crave. I pray command. For be ye sure that what this isle can make is yours. Yea, all that e'er I have shall hazard for your sake. I want no strength. I have such store of soldiers that I may both vex my foes and also keep my realm in quiet stay. And now I think me blessed of God that time doth serve to show without excuse the great good will that I to Athens owe. God hold it, sir, quoth Cephalus. God make the number grow of people in this town of yours. It did me good elate when such a goodly sort of youth of all one age and rate did meet me in the street. But yet methinks that many miss, which at my former being here I have beheld ere this. At that the king did sigh, and thus with plaintful voice did say, A sad beginning afterward in better luck did stay. I would I plainly could the same before your faces lay. Howbeit, I will disorderly repeat it as I may. And lest I seem to weary you with overlong delay, the men that you so mindfully inquire for lie in ground, and naught of them save bones and dust remaineth to be found. But, as it happed, what loss thereby did unto me redound? A cruel plague through Juno's wrath, who dreadfully did hate this land, that of her husband's love did take the name elate, upon my people fell. As long as that the malady none other seemed than such as haunts man's nature usually, and of so great mortality the hurtful cause was hid, we strove by physic of the same the patient's foot to rid. The mischief overmastered art, yea, physic was to seek to do itself good. First, the air with foggy stinking reek did daily overdreep the earth, and close culm clouds did make the weather faint. And while the moon 4 times her light did take, and filled her empty horns therewith, and did as often slake, the warm south winds with deadly heat continually did blow, infected with the springs and ponds and streams that ebb and flow. And swarms of serpents crawled about the fields that lay untilled, which with their poison even the brooks and running waters filled. In sudden dropping down of dogs, of horses, sheep and kine, of birds and beasts, both wild and tame, as oxen, wolves, and swine, the mischief of this secret sore first outwardly appears. The wretched ploughman was amazed to see his sturdy steers amid the furrows sinking down ere half his work was done. Whole flocks of sheep did faintly bleat, and therewithal begun their fleeces for to fall away, and leave the naked skin, and all their bodies with the rot attainted were within. The lusty horse, that erst was fierce in field, renown to win, against his kind grew cowardly, and now, forgetting quite the ancient honour which he pressed so oft to get in fight, stood sighing sadly at the rack, as waiting for to yield his weary life without renown of combat in the field. The boar to chafe, the hind to run, the cruel bear to fall upon the herds of rother beasts, had now no lusts at all. A languishing was fallen on all. In ways, in woods, in plains, the filthy carrions lay, whose stink the air itself disdains. A wondrous thing to tell, not dogs, not ravening fowls, nor yet hoar-coated wolves would once attempt to taste of them a bit. Look where they fell, there rotted they, and with their favour bred more harm, and further still abroad the foul infection spread. With loss that touched yet more near, on husbandmen it crept, and ragingly within the walls of this great city stept. It took men first with swelting heat, that scalt their guts within, the signs whereof were steaming breath and fiery coloured skin. The tongue was harsh and swollen, the mouth, through drought of burning veins, lay gaping up to hail in breath, and as the patient strains to draw it in, he sucks therewith corrupted air beside. No bed, no clothes, though ne'er so thin the patients could abide, but laid their hardened stomachs flat against the bare cold ground, yet no abatement of the heat therein their bodies found, but had the earth, and as for leech, was none that help could height. The surgeons and physicians too were in the self-same plight. Their cureless cunning hurt themselves. The nearer any man approacheth his diseased friend, and doth the best he can to succour him most faithfully, the sooner did he catch his bane. All hope of health was gone, no easement nor dispatch of this disease, except in death and burial, did they find. Look whereunto that each man's mind and fancy was inclined, that followed he. He never passed what was for his behoof, for why? That naught could do them good was felt too much by proof. In every place, without respect of shame or honesty, at wells, at brooks, at ponds, at pits, by swarms they thronging lie, but sooner might they quench their life than staunch their thirst thereby. And therewithal so heavy and unwieldy they become, that wanting power to rise again, they died there. Yet some the self-same waters guzzled still without regard of fear, So weary of their loathsome beds the wretched people were, that out they leapt, or if to stand their feeble force denied, they wallowed down, and out of doors immediately them hied. It was a death to every man his own house to abide. And for they did not know the cause whereof the sickness came, the place, because they did it know, was blamed for the same. Ye should have seen some half for dead go plundering here and there by highways' sides, while that their legs were able them to bear. And some lie weeping on the ground, or rolling piteously their weary eyes, which afterwards should never see the sky, or stretching out their limbs to heaven that overhangs on high. Some here, some there, and yonder some, in whatsoever coast death finding them, enforced them to yield their fainting ghost. What heart had I, suppose you then, or ought I then to have? In faith, I might have loathed my life, and wished me in my grave, as other of my people were. I could not cast mine eye in any place, but that dead folk there strowed did I spy, even like as from a shaken twig when rotten apples drop, or massed from beeches, holms, or oaks, when poles do scare their top. Yon stately church, with greases long against our court you see, it is the shrine of Jupiter. What wight was he or she that on those altars burned not their frankincense in vain? How oft, yea, even with frankincense that partly did remain still unconsumed in their hands, did die both man and wife, as each of them with mutual care did pray for other's life. How often did the mother there, ensuing for her son, unheard upon the altar stone her prayer scarce begun? How often at the temple door, even while the priest did bid his beads, and pour pure wine between their horns, at sudden slid the oxen down without stroke given. Yea, once, when I had thought myself by offering sacrifice Jove's favour to have sought, for me, my realm, and these 3 imps, the ox with grievous groan upon the sudden sunk me down, and little blood or none did issue, scarce to stain the knife with which they slit his throat. The sickly innards eke had lost the signs whereby we note what things the gods for certainty would warn us of before, for even the very bowels were attainted with the sore. Before the holy temple doors, and, that the death might be the more despiteful, even before the altars did I see the stinking corses scattered. Some with halters stopped their wind, by death expulsing fear of death, and of a wilful mind did haste their end, which of itself was coming on apace. The bodies which the plague had slain were, O most wretched case, not carried forth to burial now. For why, such store there was, that scarce the gates were wide enough for coffins forth to pass. So either lothly on the ground unburied did they lie, or else without solemnity were burnt in bonfires high. No reverence or regard was had. Men fell together by the ears for firing. In the fire that was prepared for one, another stranger's corse was burnt, and lastly few or none were left to mourn. The silly souls of mothers, with their small and tender babes, and age with youth, as fortune would befall, went wandering ghastly up and down, unmourned for at all. In fine, so far outrageously this helpless murrain raves, there was not wood enough for fire, nor ground enough for graves. Astonied at the stourness of so stout a storm of ills, I said, O Father Jupiter, whose mighty power fulfills both heaven and earth, if flying fame report thee not amiss, in vouching that thou didst embrace in way of love ere this the river Aesop's daughter, fair Aegina even by name, and that to take me for thy son thou count it not a shame, restore thou me my folk again, or kill thou me likewise. He gave a sign, by sudden flash of lightning from the skies, and double peal of thunder cracks. I take this same, quoth I, And as I take it for a true and certain sign whereby thou dost confirm me for thy son, so also let it be a handsel of some happy luck thou mindest unto me. Hard by us, as it happed that time, there was an oaken tree with spreaded arms as bare of boughs as lightly one might see. This tree, as all the rest of oaks, was sacred unto Jove, and sprouted of an acorn which was fet from Dodon grove. Here marked we how the pretty ants, the gatherers up of grain, one following other all along in order of a train, great burthens to their little mouths did painfully sustain, and nimbly up the rugged bark their beaten path maintain. As wondering at the swarm I stood, I said, O father dear, as many people give thou me as ants are creeping here, and fill mine empty walls again. Anon the oak did quake, and unconstrained of any blast, his lofty branches shake, the which did yield a certain sound. With that, for dreadful fear, a shuddering through my body strake, and up stood stiff my hair. But yet I kissed reverently the ground, and eke the tree, howbeit I durst not be so bold of hope known to be. Yet hoped I, and in my heart did shroud my secret hope. Anon came night, and sleep upon my careful carcass grope. Methought I saw the selfsame oak, with all his boughs and twigs, and all the pismires creeping still upon his taunts and sprigs, which, trembling with a sudden braid, these harvest folk off threw, and shed them on the ground about, who on the sudden grew in bigness more and more, and from the earth themselves did lift, and stood upright against the tree, and therewithal did shift their meagreness and coal-black hue, and number of their feet, and clad their limbs with shape of man. Away my sleep did fleet, and when I woke, misliking of my dream, I made my moan, that in the gods I did perceive but slender help or none. But straight much trampling up and down, and shuffling I did hear, and, which to me that present time did very strange appear, of people talking in my house, methought I heard the rear. Now while I musing on the same, supposed it to have been some fancy of a foolish dream, which I had lately seen, behold, in comes Metamorphoses in haste, and thrusting ope my chamber door, said, Sir, a sight of things surmounting hope and credit shall you have. Come forth. Forth came I by and by, and even such men as for all the world there standing did I spy, as in my sleep I dreamed of, and knew them for the same. They coming to me greeted me, their sovereign lord, by name. And I, my vows to Jove performed, my city did divide among my new inhabiters, and gave them land beside, which by decease of such as were late owners of the same lay waste. And in remembrance of the race whereof they came, the name of Emmets I them gave. Their persons you have seen, their disposition is the same that erst in them hath been. They are a sparing kind of folk, on labour wholly set, a gatherer, and an hoarder up of such as they do get. These fellows, being like in years and courage of the mind, shall go a warfare, nigh as soon as the eastern wind, which brought you hither luckily, the eastern wind was it that brought them thither, turning, to the southern coast doth flit. With this and other such like talk they brought the day to end. The even in feasting, and the night in sleeping they did spend. The sun next morrow in the heaven with golden beams did burn, and still the eastern wind did blow and hold them from return. Sir Pallas' sons to Cephal came, for he their elder was, and he and they to Ecus' court together forth did pass. The king as yet was fast asleep. Duke Phocas at the gate did meet them, and received them according to their state. For Telamon and Peleus already forth were gone to muster soldiers for the wars. So Phocas all alone did lead them to an inner room, where goodly parlours were, and caused them to sit them down. As he was also there now sitting with them, he beheld a dart in Cephal's hand, with golden head, the stale whereof he well might understand was of some strange and unknown tree. When certain talk had passed a while of other matters there, I am, quoth he at last, a man that hath delight in woods, and loves to follow game, and yet I am not able sure by any means to aim what wood your javelin's tail is of. Of ash it cannot be, for then the colour should be brown, and if of cornel tree, it would be full of nubbed knots. I know not what it is, but sure mine eyes did never see a fairer dart than this. The one of those same brethren twain, replying to him, said, Nay, then, the special property will make you more dismayed than doth the beauty of this dart. It hitteth whatsoever he throws it at. The stroke thereof by chance is ruled never. For, having done his feat, it flies all bloody back again without the help of any hand. The prince was earnest then to know the truth of all, as whence so rich a present came, who gave it him, and whereupon the party gave the same. Duke Cephal answered its demand in all points, one except, the which, as known apparently, for shame he overleapt, his beauty namely, for the which he did receive the dart. And for the loss of his dear wife, right pensive at the heart, he thus began with weeping eyes. This dart, O goddess son, ye ill would think it, makes me yearn, and long shall make me done, if long the gods do give me life. This weapon hath undone my dear beloved wife and me. O, would to God this same had never unto me been given. There was a noble dame that Procris hight, but you perchance have oftener heard the name of great Orithyia, whose renown was bruited so by fame that blustering Boreas ravished her. To this Orithyia she was sister. If a body should compare in each degree the face and natures of them both, he could none other deem but Procris worthier of the twain of ravishment should seem. Her father and our mutual love did make us man and wife. Men said I had, and so I had indeed, a happy life. Howbeit God's will was otherwise, for had it pleased him of all this while, and even still, yet in pleasure should I swim. The second month that she and I by band of lawful bed had joined together been, as I my masking toils did spread to overthrow the horned stags, the early morning grey, then newly having chased night and gun to break the day, from Mount Hymettus' highest tops that freshly flourish espied me, and against my will conveyed me quite away. I trust the goddess will not be offended that I say the troth of her, although it would delight one to behold her ruddy cheeks, although of day and night the bound she hold, although on juice of ambrosie continually she feed, yet Procris was the only wight that I did love indeed. On Procris only was my heart, none other word had I but Procris only in my mouth. Still Procris did I cry. I opened what a holy thing was wedlock, and how late it was ago since she and I were coupled in that state, which band, and specially so soon, it were a shame to break. The goddess, being moved at the words that I did speak, said, Cease thy plaint, thou carle, and keep thy Procris still for me. But if my mind deceive me not, the time will shortly be that wish thou wilt thou had her not. And so, in anger, she to Procris sent me back again. In going homeward, as upon the goddess' sayings, with myself I musing was, I gan to dread bad measures, lest my wife had made some scape. Her youthful years, begarnished with beauty, grace, and shape, in manner made me to believe the deed already done. Again her manners did forbid mistrusting over soon. But I had been away. But even the same from whom I came a shrewd example gave, how lightly wives do run in blame. But we poor lovers are afraid of all things. Hereupon I thought to practice feats, which thing repented me anon, and shall repent me while I live. The purpose of my drifts was for to salt her honesty with great rewards and gifts. The morning, fooding this my fear, to further my device, my shape, which thing methought I felt had altered with a trice. By means whereof anon unknown to palace town I came, and entered so my house. The house was clearly void of blame, and showed signs of chastity in mourning ever since their master had been rapt away. 1,000 means wherewith to come to Procris speech I had devised, and scarce at last obtained I it. As soon as I mine eye upon her cast, my wits were ravished in such wise that nigh I had forgot the purposed trial of her troth. Right much ado got what I had to hold mine own, that I the truth bewrayed not. To keep myself from kissing her, full much ado I had, as reason was I should have done. She looked very sad, and yet as sadly as she looked, no wight alive can show a better countenance than did she. Her heart did inward glow in longing for her absent spouse. How beautiful a face, think you, Sir Phocas, was in her whom sorrows so did grace? What should I make report, how oft her chaste behaviour strave and overcame most constantly the great assaults I gave? Or tell how oft she shut me up with these same words, To one, where'er he is, I keep myself, and none but he alone shall sure enjoy the use of me. What creature, having his wits perfect, would not be content with such a proof as this of her most steadfast chastity? I could not be content, but still to purchase to myself more woe I further went. At last, by proffering endless wealth, and heaping gifts on gifts, in overlading her with words, I drave her to her shifts. Then cried I out, Thine evil heart myself I hardy take, where of a strange advouterer the countenance I did make. I am indeed thy husband. O unfaithful woman thou, even I myself can testify thy lewd behaviour now. She made none answer to my words, but being stricken dumb, and with the sorrow of her heart alonely overcome, forsaketh her entangling house, and naughty husband quite, and hating all the sort of men, by reason of the spite that I had wrought her, strayed abroad among the mountains high, and exercised Diana's feats. Then kindled by and by a fiercer fire within my bones than ever was before, when she had thus forsaken me, by whom I set such store. I prayed her she would pardon me, and did confess my fault, affirming that myself likewise, with such a great assault of riches, might right well have been enforced to yield to blame, the rather if performance had ensued of the same. When I had this submission made, and she sufficiently revenged her wronged chastity, she then immediately was reconciled, and afterward we lived many a year in joy, and never any jar between us did appear. Besides all this, as though her love had been too small a gift, she gave me eke a goodly ground, which was a foot so swift that when Diana gave him her, she said he should outgo all others. And with this same ground she gave this dart also, the which you see I hold in hand. Perchance she fain would know what fortune to the ground befell. I will unto you show a wondrous case. The strangeness of the matter will you move. The creaks of certain prophecies, surmounting far above the reach of ancient wits to read, the brook nymphs did expound. And mindless of her own dark doubts, Dame Primus, being found, was as a reckless prophetess thrown flat against the ground, for which presumptuous deed of theirs she took just punishment. To Thebes in Boeotia straight a cruel beast she sent, which wrought the bane of many a wight. The country folk did feed him with their cattle and themselves, until, as was agreed, that all we youthful gentlemen that dwelled thereabout, assembling, pitched our corded toils the champion fields throughout. But net ne toil was none so high that could his whiteness stop. He mounted over at his ease the highest of the top. Then every man let slip their grounds, but he them all outstripped, and even as nimbly as a bird in dalliance from them whipped. Then all the field desired me to let my lilacs go. The ground that Procris unto me did give was named so, who, struggling for to wrest his neck already from the band, did stretch his collar. Scarcely had we let him off of hand, but that where Lelaps was become we could not understand. The print remained of his feet upon the parched sand, but he was clearly out of sight. Was never dart, I trow, nor pellet from enforced sling, nor shaft from Cretish bow, that flew more swift than he did run. There was not far for thence, about the middle of the lawn, a rising ground, from whence a man might overlook the fields. I gate me to the nap of the same hill, and there beheld of this strange course the hap, in which the beast seems one while caught, and ere a man would think, doth quickly give the ground the slip, and from his biting shrink. And like a wily fox he runs not forth directly out, nor makes a windlass over all the champion fields about, but doubling and indenting still, avoids his enemy's lips, and turning short, as swift about as spinning wheel he whips to disappoint the snatch. The greyhound pursuing at an inch doth coat him, never losing ground, but likely still to pinch is at the sudden shifted off. Continually he snatches in vain, for nothing in his mouth save only air he latches. Then thought I for to try what help my dart at need could show, which as I charge it in my hand by level aim to throw, and set my fingers to the thongs, I, lifting from below mine eyes, did look right forth again, and straight amidst the field, a wondrous thing, 2 images of marble I beheld, of which ye would have thought the tone had fled on still apace, and that with open barking mouth the t'other did him chase. In faith, it was the will of God, at least if any gods had care of them, that in their pace there should be found none odds. Thus far, and then he held his peace. But tell us, ere we part, quoth Phocas, what offence or fault committed hath your dart? His dart's offence he thus declared: My lord, the ground of all my grief was joy. Those joys of mine remember first I shall. It doth me good even yet to think upon that blissful time, I mean the fresh and lusty years of pleasant youthful prime, when I, a happy man, enjoyed so fair and good a wife, and she with such a loving make did lead a happy life. The care was like of both of us, the mutual love all one. She would not to have lain with Jove, my presence have forgone. Ne was there any wight that could of me have won the love, no, though Dame Venus had herself descended from above. The glowing brands of love did burn in both our breasts alike. Such time as first with crazed beams the sun is wont to strike the tops of towers and mountains high, according to the wont of youthful men, in woody parks I went abroad to hunt. But neither horse nor hounds to make pursuit upon the scent, nor serving man, nor naughty toil, before or after went, for I was safe with this same dart. When weary waxed mine arm with striking deer, and that the day did make me somewhat warm, withdrawing for to cool myself, I sought among the shades for air that from the valley's cold came breathing in at glades. The more excessive was my heat, the more for air I sought. I waited for the gentle air. The air was that brought refreshing to my weary limbs, and well I bared in thought, Come, air, I wanted was to sing, come, ease the pain of me, within my bosom lodge thyself, most welcome unto me, and as thou heretofore art wont, abate my burning heat. By chance, such was my destiny, proceeding to repeat more words of dalliance like to these, I use it for to say, great pleasure do I take in thee, for thou from day to day dost both refresh and nourish me. Thou makest me delight in woods and solitary grounds. Now would to God I might receive continual at my mouth this pleasant breath of thine. Some man, I wot not who, did hear these doubtful words of mine, and, taking them amiss, supposed that this same name of air, the which I called so oft upon, had been some lady fair. He thought that I had loved some nymph, and thereupon straightway he runs me like a harebrained blab to Procris, to bewray this fault, as he surmised it. and there with lavish tongue reported all the wanton words that he had heard me sung. A thing of light belief is love. She, as I since have hard, for sudden sorrow swounded down, and when long afterward she came again unto herself, she said she was accursed and born to cruel destiny, and me she blamed worst for breaking faith, and fretting at a vain surmised shame, she dreaded that which nothing was. She feared a headless name. She wist not what to say or think. The wretch did greatly fear deceit, yet could she not believe the tales that talked were. Unless she saw her husband's fault apparent to her eye, she thought she would not him condemn of any villainy. Next day, as soon as morning light had driven the night away, I went abroad to hunt again, and speeding, as I lay upon the grass, I said, Come, air, and ease my painful heat. And on the sudden, as I spake, there seemed for to beat a certain sighing in mine ears, of what I could not guess. But ceasing not for that, I still proceeded natheless, and said, Oh, come, most pleasant air. With that I heard a sound of rustling softly in the leaves that lay upon the ground. And thinking it had been some beast, I threw my flying dart. It was my wife, who, being now sore wounded at the heart, cried out, Alas! As soon as I perceived by the shriek it was my faithful spouse, I ran me to the voiceward, like a madman that had lost his wits. There found I her, half dead, her scattered garments staining in the blood that she had bled, and, wretched creature as I am, yet drawing from the wound the gift that she herself had given. Then softly from the ground I lifted up that body of hers, of which I was more chair than of mine own, and from her breast her clothes in haste I tear, and binding up her cruel wound, I strived for to stay the blood, and prayed she would not thus, by passing so away, forsake me as a murderer. She, waxing weak at length, and drawing to her death apace, enforced all her strength to utter these few words at last. I pray thee humbly, by our bond of wedlock, by the gods as well above the sky as those to whom I now must pass, as ever I have thought deserved well by thee, and by the love which, having brought me to my death, doth even in death unfaded still remain, to nestle in thy bed and mine, let never air obtain. This said, she held her peace, and I perceived by the same, and told her also how she was beguiled in the name. But what availed telling then? She quothed, and with her blood her little strength did fade. Howbeit, as long as that she could see aught, she stared in my face, and gasping still on me, even in my mouth she breathed forth her wretched ghost. But she did seem with better cheer to die, for that her conscience was discharged quite, and clear of doubts. Now in conclusion, as Duke Cephal weeping told this tale to Phocas and the rest, whose eyes were also moist with tears, to hear the piteous jest, behold, King Aeacus, and with him his eldest sons, both twain, did enter in. And after them there followed in a train of well-appointed men of war new levied, which the king delivered unto Cephalus, to Athens town to bring. Finis Septimi Libri. End of section 9. This recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Section 10 of Shakespeare's Ovid, being Arthur Golding's translation of the Metamorphoses, by Arthur Golding. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 8, begun. The 8th book of Ovid's Metamorphoses. The day-star now beginning to disclose the morning bright, and for to cleanse the droopy sky from darkness of the night, the eastern wind went down, and flakes of foggy clouds gan show, and from the south a merry gale on Cephal's sails did blow. the which did hold so fresh and large, that he and all his men, before that he was looked for, arrived safe again in wished haven. In that while King Minos with his fleet did waste the coast of Megara. And first he thought it meet to make a trial of the force and courage of his men against the town Alcathue, where Ninus reigned then, among whose honourable hair, that was of colour grey, one scarlet hair did grow upon his crown, whereon the stay of all his kingdom did depend. 6 times did Phoebe fill her horns with borrowed light, and yet the war hung wavering still in fickle fortune's doubtful scales. And long with fleeting wings between them both flew victory. A turret of the king's stood hard adjoining to the wall, which being touched rings. For Phoebus, so men say, did lay his golden vial there, and so the stones the sound thereof did ever after bear. King Nisus' daughter oftentimes resorted to this wall, and strake it with a little stone to raise the sound withal in time of peace. And in the war she many a time and oft beheld the sturdy storms of Mars from that same place aloft. And by continuance of the siege the captain's names she knew, their arms, horse, armour, and array in every band and crew. But specially above the rest she noted Minos' face. She knew enough, and more than was enough, as stood the case. For were it that he hid his head in helm with feathered crest, to her opinion in his helm he stained all the rest. Or were it that he took in hand of steel his target bright, she thought in wielding of his shield he was a comely knight. Or were it that he raised his arm to throw the piercing dart, the lady did commend his force and manhood joined with art. Or drew he with his arrow nocked his bended bow in hand, she sware that so in all respects was Phoebus wont to stand. But when he showed his visage bare with helmet laid aside, and on a milk-white steed brave trapped, in purple robe did ride, she scarce was mistress of herself, her wits were almost straught. A happy dart she thought it was that he in fingers caught, and happy called she those reins that he in hand had wrought. And if she might have had her will, she could have found in heart among the enemies to have gone. She could have found in heart from down the higher turret there her body to have thrown, among the thickest of the tents of Knossos to have flown, or for to ope the brazen gates and let the enemy in, or whatsoever else she thought might Minos' favour win. And as she sate beholding still the king of Candy's tent, she said, I doubt me whether that I rather may lament, or of this woeful war be glad. It grieves me at the heart that thou, O Minos, unto me thy lover enemy art. But had not this same warfare been, I never had him known. Yet might he leave this cruel war, and take me as his own. A wife, a fear, a pledge for peace he might receive of me. O flower of beauty, O thou prince most peerless, if that she that bare thee in her womb were like in beauty unto thee, a right good cause had Jove on her enamoured for to be. O happy were I, if with wings I through the air might glide, and safely to King Minos' tent from the same turret slide. Then would I utter who I am, and how the fiery flame of Cupid burned in my breast, desiring him to name what dowry he would ask with me in loan of his love, save only of my father's realm no question he should move. For rather than by traitorous means my purpose should take place, a due desire of hoped love. Yet oftentimes such grace hath from the gentle conqueror proceeded erst, that they which took the foil have found the same their profit and their stay. Assuredly the war is just that Minos takes in hand, as in revengement of his son late murthered in this land. And as his quarrel seemeth just, even so it cannot fail, but rightful war against the wrong must, I believe, prevail. Now, if this city in the end must needs be taken, why should his own sword and not my love be means to win it by? It were yet better he should speed by gentle means, without the slaughter of his people, yea, and, as it may fall out, with spending of his own blood too. For sure I have a care, O Minos, lest some soldier wound thee ere he be aware. For who is he in all the world that hath so hard a heart, that wittingly against thy head would aim his cruel dart? I like well this device, and on this purpose will I stand, to yield myself, endowed with this city, to the hand of Minos, and in doing so to bring this war to end. But smallly it availeth me the matter to intend. The gates and issues of this town are kept with watch and ward, and of the keys continually my father hath the guard. My father only is the man of whom I stand in dread. My father only hindereth me of my desired speed. Would God that I were fatherless! Tush! Every wight may be a god, as in their own behalf, and if their hearts be free from fearfulness. For fortune works against the fond desire of such as through faint-heartedness attempt not to aspire. Some other feeling in her heart such flames of Cupid's fire already would have put in proof some practice to destroy what things soever of her love the furtherance might annoy. And why should any woman have a bolder heart than I? Through fire and sword I boldly durst adventure for to fly, and yet in this behalf at all there needs no sword nor fire. There needeth but my father's hair to accomplish my desire. That purple hair of his to me more precious were than gold. That purple hair of his would make me blessed 1,000-fold. That hair would compass my desire, and set my heart at rest. Night, chiefest nurse of thoughts to such as are with care oppressed, approached while she spake these words, and darkness did increase her boldness. At such time as folk are wont to find release of cares that all the day before were working in their heads, by sleep, which falleth first of all upon them in their beds, her father's chamber secretly she entered, where, alas, that ever maiden should so far the bounds of nature pass, she robbed her father of the hair upon the which the fate depended both of life and death, and of his royal state. And joying in her wicked prey, she bears it with her so, as if it were some lawful spoil acquired of the foe. And passing through a postern gate, she marched through the mid of all her enemies, and such a trust she had in that she did, until she came before the king, whom, troubled with the sight, she thus bespake. Enforced, O king, by love against all right, I, Scylla, Nisus' daughter, to present unto thee here my native soil, my household gods, and all that else is dear. For this my gift none other thing in recompense I crave than of thy person, which I love fruition for to have. And in assurance of my love receive thou here of me my father's purple hair, and think I give not unto thee a hair, but even my father's head. And as these words she spake, the cursed gift with wicked hand she proffered him to take. But Minos did abhor her gift, and troubled in his mind with strangeness of the heinous act, so sore against her kind, he answered, O thou slanderer of our age, the gods expel thee out of all this world of theirs, and let thee nowhere dwell. Let rest on neither sea nor land be granted unto thee. Assure thyself that as for me, I never will agree that candy Jove's own foster place, as long as I there reign, shall unto such a monstrous wight a harbour place remain. This said, he, like a righteous judge, among his vanquished foes set order under pain of death, which done, he willed those that served him to go aboard and anchors up to weigh. When Scylla saw the Candian fleet afloat to go away, and that the captain yielded not so good reward as she had for her lewdness looked for, and when in fine she see that no entreatance could prevail, then bursting out in ire, with stretched hands and scattered hair, as furious as the fire, she shramming cried out aloud, And whither dost thou fly, rejecting me, the only means that thou hast conquered by? O cankered churl, preferred before my native soil, preferred before my father, Whither fliest, O Carl, of heart most hard? Whose conquest, as it is my sin, so doth it well deserve reward of thee, for that my fault so well thy turn did serve. Doth neither thee the gift I gave, nor yet my faithful love, nor yet that all my hope on thee alonely rested, move? For whither shall I now resort, forsaken thus of thee? To Megara, the wretched soil of my nativity? Behold, it lieth vanquished and trodden under foot. But put the case it flourished still, yet could it nothing boot. I have foreclosed it to myself through treason, when I gave my father's head to thee, whereby my country folk I drave to hate me justly for my crime, and all the realms about my lewd example do abhor. Thus have I shet me out of all the world, that only Crete might take me in, which if thou like a churl deny, and cast me up without relief, the Lady Europe surely was not mother unto thee, but one of Afric's Sirts, where none but serpents fostered be. But even some cruel tiger, bred in Armen or in Ind, or else the Gulf Charybdis, raised with rage of southern wind, thou wert not got by Jove, nor yet thy mother was beguiled in shape of bull. Of this thy birth the tale is false compiled, but rather some unwieldy bull, even altogether wild, that never lowed after cow, was out of doubt thy sire. O Father Nisus, put thou me to penance for my hire. Rejoice thou in my punishment, thou town by me betrayed. I have deserved it, I confess, most justly to be paid with death. But let some one of them that through my lewdness smart destroy me. Why dost thou, that by my crime a gainer art, commit like crime thyself? Admit this wicked act of me, as to my land and fatherward indeed most heinous be, yet oughtest thou to take it as a friendship unto thee. But she was meet to be thy wife, that in a cow of tree could play the harlot with a bull, and in her womb could bear a bairn, in whom the shapes of man and beasts confounded were. How say'st thou, Carl? Compel not these my words thine ears to glow? Or do the winds that drive thy ships in vain my sayings blow? In faith, it is no wonder though thy wife Pasiphae preferred a bull to thee, for thou more cruel wert than he. Now woe is me! To make more haste it standeth me in hand. The water sounds with oars, and hails for me and for my land. In vain thou strivest, O thou churl, forgetful quite of my deserts, for even in spite of thee pursue thee still will I. Upon thy curbed keel will I take hold, and hanging so be drawn along the sea with thee wherever thou do go. She scarce had said these words, but that she leaped on the wave, and getting to the ships by force of strength that love her gave, upon the king of Candy's keel in spite of him she clave. Whom when her father spied, for now he hovered in the air, and being made a hobby hawk, did soar between a pair of nimble wings of iron mail, he soused down amain to seize upon her as she hung, and would have torn her fain with bowing beak. But she for fear did let the carrot go, and as she was about to fall, the lightsome air did so uphold her, that she could not touch the sea, as seemed though. Anon all feathers she became, and forth away did fly, transformed to a pretty bird that stieth to the sky. And for because like clipped hair her head doth bear a mark, the Greeks it cirrus call, and we do name the same a lark. As soon as Minos came a land in Crete, he by and by performed his vows to Jupiter, in causing for to die 100 bulls for sacrifice. And then he did adorn his palace with the enemy's spoils by conquest won beforn. The slander of his house increased, and now appeared more the mother's filthy whoredom by the monster that she bore of double shape, an ugly thing. This shameful infamy, this monster born him by his wife, he minds by policy to put away, and in a house with many nooks and crinks, from all men's sights and speech of folks to shet it up, he thinks. Immediately one Daedalus, renowned in that land for fine device and workmanship in building, went in hand to make it. He confounds his work with sudden stops and stays, and with the great uncertainty of sundry winding ways leads in and out, and to and fro, at divers doors astray. And as with trickling stream the brook meander seems to play in Phrygia, and with doubtful race runs counter to and fro, and meeting with himself doth look if all his stream or no come after, and retiring eft clean backward to his spring, and marching eft to open sea, as straight as any string, indented with reversed stream, even so of winding ways innumerable Daedalus within his work conveys. Yea, scarce himself could find the means to wind himself well out, so busy and so intricate the house was all about. Within this maze did Minos shet the monster that did bear the shape of man and bull. And when he twice had fed him there with blood of Attic princes' sons, that given for tribute were, the third time, at the 9th year's end, the lot did chance to light on Theseus, King Aegeus' son, who like a valiant knight did overcome the Minotaur, and by the policy of Minos' eldest daughter, who had taught him for to tie a clue of linen at the door to guide himself thereby, as busy as the turnings were, his way he out did find, which never man had done before. And straight he, having wind, with Minos' daughter sailed away to Dia, where, unkind and cruel creature that he was, he left her post alone upon the shore. Thus desolate, and making doleful moan, god Bacchus did both comfort her and take her to his bed. And with an everlasting star, the more her fame to spread, he took the chaplet from her head, and up to heaven it threw. The chaplet thurled through the air, and as it gliding flew, the precious stones were turned to stars, which blazed clear and bright, and took their place, continuing like a chaplet still to sight, and mid between the kneeler down and him that gripes the snake. Now in this while gan Daedalus a weariness to take of living like a banished man and prisoner such a time in Crete, and longed in his heart to see his native clime. But seas enclosed him as if he had in prison be. Then thought he, though both sea and land King Minos stop from me, I am assured he cannot stop the air and open sky. To make my passage that way then my cunning will I try. Although that Minos like a lord held all the world beside, yet doth the air from Minos' yoke for all men free abide. This said, to uncouth arts he bent the force of all his wits, to alter nature's course by craft. And orderly he knits a row of feathers one by one, beginning with a short, and overmatching still each quill with one of longer sort, that on the shoring of a hill a man would think them grow. Even so the country organ pipes of oaten reeds in row each higher than another rise. Then fastened he with flax the middle quills, and joined in the lowest sort with wax. And when he thus had finished them, a little he them bent in compass, that the very birds they full might represent. There stood me by him Icarus, his son, a pretty lad, who, knowing not that he in hands his own destruction had, with smiling mouth did one while blow the feathers to and fro, which in the air on wings of birds did flask not long ago, and with his thumbs another while he chafes the yellow wax, and lets his father's wondrous work with childish toys and knacks. As soon as that the work was done, the workman by and by did pase his body on the wings, and in the air on high hung wavering, and did teach his son how he should also fly. I warn thee, quoth he, Icarus, a middle race to keep, for if thou hold too low a gait, the dankness of the deep will overlade thy wings with wet, and if thou mount too high, the sun will singe them. Therefore see between them both thou fly. I bid thee not behold the star Bootes in the sky, nor look upon the bigger bear to make thy course thereby, nor yet on Orion's naked sword, but ever have an eye to keep the race that I do keep, and I will guide thee right. In giving counsel to his son to order well his flight, he fastened to his shoulders twain a pair of uncouth wings, and as he was in doing it, and warning him of things, his aged cheeks were wet, his hands did quake. In fine, he gave his son a kiss, the last that he alive should ever have. And then he, mounting up aloft, before him took his way, right fearful for his followers' sake, as is the bird, the day that first she tolleth from her nest among the branches high her tender young ones in the air, to teach them for to fly. So heartens he his little son to follow, teaching him a hurtful art. His own 2 wings he waveth very trim, and looketh backward still upon his sons. The fishermen then standing angling by the sea, and shepherds leaning then on sheep-hooks, and the ploughmen on the handles of their plough, beholding them amazed were, and thought that they that through the air could fly were gods. And now did on their left side stand the isles of Paros and of Deal, and Samos Juno's land, and on their right Lebynthus, and the fair Calydna fraught with store of honey, when the boy a frolic courage caught to fly at random. Wherefore, forsaking quite his guide, of fond desire to fly to heaven, above his bounds he stied, and there the nearness of the sun, which burned more hot aloft, did make the wax, with which his wings were glued, lithe and soft. As soon as that the wax was moult, his naked arms he shakes, and wanting wherewithal to wave, no help of air he takes, but calling on his father loud, he drowned in the wave. And by this chance of his, those seas his name for ever have. His wretched father, but there's then no father, cried in fear, O Icarus! O Icarus, where art thou? Tell me where, that I may find thee, Icarus. He saw the feathers swim upon the waves, and cursed his art that so had spited him. At last he took his body up, and laid it in a grave, and to the isle the name of him then buried in it gave. And as he of his wretched son the corse in ground did hide, the cackling partridge from a thick and leafy thorn him spied, and clapping with his wings, for joy aloud to call began. There was of that same kind of bird no more worth heath as than, in times forepast had none been seen. It was but late anew since he was made a bird, and that thou, Daedalus, mayst rue, for while the world doth last, thy shame shall thereupon ensue. For while thy sister, ignorant of that which after happed, did put him to thee, to be taught full 12 years old, and apt to take instruction, he did mark the middle bone that goes through fishes, and according to the pattern ta'en of those, he filed teeth upon a piece of iron one by one, and so devised first the saw, where erst was never none. Moreover, he 2 iron shanks so joined in one round head, that opening an indifferent space, the one point down shall tread, and t'other draw a circle round. The finding of these things the spiteful heart of Daedalus with such a malice stings, that headlong from the holy tower of Pallas down he threw his nephew, feigning him to fall by chance, which was not true. But Pallas, who doth favour wits, did stay him in his fall, and changing him into a bird, did clad him over all with feathers soft amid the air. The quickness of his wit, which erst was swift, did shed itself among his wings and feet, and as he partridge hight before, so hights he partridge still. Yet mounteth not this bird aloft, nor seems to have a will to build her nest in tops of trees among the boughs on high, but flecketh near the ground, and lays her eggs in hedges dry, and for because her former fall she aye in mind doth bear, she ever since all lofty things doth warely shun for fear. And now, for wearied Daedalus, alighted in the land wherein the which the burning hills of fiery Aetna stand, to save whose life King Crocalus did weapon take in hand, for which men thought him merciful. And now with high renown had Theseus ceased the woeful pay of tribute in the town of Athens. Temples decked were with garlands everywhere, and supplications made to Jove, and warlike palace were, and all the other gods, to whom more honour for to show, gifts, blood of beasts, and frankincense the people did bestow, as in performance of their vows. The right redoubted name of Theseus through the land of Greece was spread by flying fame, and now the folk that in the land of rich Achaia dwelt prayed him of succour in the harms and perils that they felt. Although the land of Calydon had then Meleager, yet was it fain in humble wise to Theseus to prefer a supplication for the aid of him. The cause wherefore they made such humble suit to him was this: there was a boar, the which Diana, for to wreak her wrath, conceived before, had thither as her servant sent, the country for to waste. For men report that Oine, when he had in storehouse placed the full increase of former year, to Ceres did assign the firstlings of his corn and fruits, to Bacchus of the vine, and unto Pallas olive oil. This honouring of the gods of grain and fruits, who put their help to toiling in the clods, ambitiously to all, even those that dwell in heaven, did climb. Diana's altars, as it happed, all only at that time, without reward of frankincense, were overskipped, they say. Even gods are subject unto wrath. He shall not scape away unpunished, though unworshipped he passed me with spite. He shall not make his vaunt he scaped me unrevenged quite, quoth Phoebe. And anon she sent a boar to Oine's ground, of such a hugeness as no bull could ever yet be found in Epir, but in Sicily are bulls much less than he. His eyes did glister blood and fire, right dreadful was to see his brawned neck, right dreadful was his hair, which grew as thick with pricking points as one of them could well by other stick. And like a front of armed pikes set close in battle ray, the sturdy bristles on his back stood staring up alway. The scalding foam with gnashing horse, which he did cast aside, upon his large and brawned shield did white as curds abide. Among the greatest Oliphants in all the land of Ind, a greater tush than had this boar ye shall not lightly find. Such lightning flashed from his chaps as seared up the grass. Now trampled he the spindling corn to ground where he did pass. Now ramping up their riped hope, he made the ploughmen weep, and chanked the kernel in the ear. In vain their floors they sweep, in vain their barns for harvest long the likely store they keep. The spreaded vines with clustered grapes to ground he rudely sent, and full of berries loaden boughs from olive trees he rent. On cattle also did he range. The shepherd nor his dog, nor yet the bulls could save the herds from outrage of this hog. The folk themselves were fain to fly, and yet they thought them not in safety when they had themselves within their city got, until their prince Meleager, and with their prince a knot of lords and lusty gentlemen of hand and courage stout, with chosen fellows for the nonce of all the lands about, inflamed were to win renown. The chief that thither came were both the twins of Tyndarus, of great renown and fame, Castor and Pollux, the one in all activity of manhood, strength, and force, the other for his cunning skill in handling of a horse, and Jason, he that first of all the galley did invent, and Theseus and Pirithous, between which two there went a happy league of amity, and two of Thestes' race, Flexippus and Toxius, and Lynce, the son of Aphaре, and Idas, swift of pace, and fierce Leucippus, and the brave Acastus with his dart, in handling of the which he had the perfect skill and art, and Cyne, who by birth a wench the shape of man had won, and Dryas, and Hippothus, and Phoenix eke, the son of old Amintor, and a pair of actors' imps, Eurytus and Ctitus, and Phile, who came from Elis. Telamon was also there that while, and so was also Peleus, the great Achilles' sire, and Pheret's son, Amytus, and Iole the Theban, who with fire helped Hercules the monstrous heads of Hydra off to sear. The lively lad Eurytion, and Erichthon, who did bear the prick and prize for footmanship, were present also there. and Lelex of Nerisham too, and Panope beside, and Hyle, and cruel Hippasus, and Nestor, who that tide was in the prime of lusty youth. Moreover, thither went 3 children of Hippocoon from old Amyclae sent. Translator's note, Enissimus, Alcon, and Exippus. And he that of Penelope the father-in-law became, Translator's note, Laertes, and eke the son of Parasus, and Cleus called by name. There was the son of Ampicus, of great forecasting wit. Translator's note, Mopsus, and Oicles' son, Translator's note, Amphiridus, who of his wife was unbetrayed yet. And from the city Tegia there came the paragon of Lycie forest, Atalante, a goodly lady, one of Shoine's daughters, then a maid. The garment she did wear a braided button fastened at her gorget. All her hair untrimmed, in one only knot was trussed. From her left side hanging on her shoulder was an ivory quiver deft, which, being full of arrows, made a clattering as she went. Her furniture was such as this. Her countenance and her grace was such as in a boy might well be called a wench's face, and in a wench be called a boy's. The Prince of Caledon no sooner cast his eye on her, but, being caught anon in love, he wished her to his wife. But under this desire god Cupid gave not his consent. The secret flames of fire he hailing inward still did say, O happy man is he whom this same lady shall vouchsafe her husband for to be. The shortness of the time, and shame, would give him leave to say no more. A work of greater weight did draw him then away. A wood thick grown with trees, which stood unfelled to that day, beginning from a plain, had thence a large prospect throughout the falling grounds that every way did muster round about. As soon as that the men came there, some pitched up the toils, some took the couples from the dogs, and some pursued the foils in places where the swine had tracked, desiring for to spy their own destruction. Now there was a hollow bottom by, to which the water-shots of rain from all the high grounds drew. Within the compass of this pond great store of osiers grew, and sallows lithe, and flackering flags, and moorish rushes eke, and lazy reeds on little shanks, and other baggage like. From hence the boar was roused out, and fiercely forth he flies among the thickest of his foes, like thunder from the skies, when clouds in meeting force the fire to burst by violence out. He bears the trees before him down, and all the wood about doth sound of crashing. All the youth with hideous noise and shout against him bend their boar-spear points with hand and courage stout. He rusheth forth among the dogs that held him at a bay, and now on this side, now on that, as any come his way, he grips their skins and splitteth them, and chaseth them away. Ecyon first of all the rout a dart at him did throw, which missed, and in a maple tree did give a little blow. The next, if he that threw the same had used lesser might, the back at which he aimed it was likely for to smite. It overflew him. Jason was the man that cast the dart. With that the son of Ampicus said, Translator's note, Mopsus, Phoebus, if with heart I have and still do worship thee, now grant me for to hit the thing that I do level at. Apollo grants him it, as much as lay in him to grant. He hit the swine indeed, but neither entered he the side, nor caused him to bleed, for why Diana, as the dart was flying, took away the head of it, and so the dart could headless bear no sway. But yet the moody beast thereby was set the more on fire, and chafing like the lightning swift, he uttereth forth his ire. The fire did sparkle from his eyes, and from his boiling breast he breathed flaming flakes of fire conceived in his chest. And look, with what a violent brunt a mighty bullet goes from engines bent against a wall, or bulwarks full of foes, with even such violence rushed the swine among the hunts amain, and overthrew Eupalamon and Pelagon both twain, that in the right wing placed were. Their fellows, stepping to and drawing them away, did save their lives with much ado. But as for poor Onesimus, Hippocoon's son, had not the luck to scape the deadly dint. He would a way have got, and trembling turned his back for fear. The swine him overtook, and cut his hamstrings, so that straight his going him forsook. And Nestor to have lost his life was like by fortune ere the siege of Troy, but that he took his wrist upon his spear, and leaping quickly up upon a tree that stood hard by, did safely from the place behold his foe whom he did fly. The boar then, whetting sharp his tusks against the oaken wood, to mischief did prepare himself with fierce and cruel mood, and trusting to his weapons, which he sharpened had anew, in great Orithya's thigh a wound with hooked groin he drew. The valiant brothers, those same twins of Tyndarus, not yet celestial signs, did both of them on goodly coursers sit, as white as snow, and each of them had shaking in his fist a lightsome dart, with head of steel, to throw it where he list. And for to wound the bristled boar they surely had not missed, but that he still recovered so the coverts of the wood, that neither horse could follow him, nor dart do any good. Still after followed Telamon, whom, taking to his feet, no heed at all for eagerness, a maple root did meet, which tripped up his heels, and flat against the ground him laid. And while his brother Peleus relieved him, the maid of Tegea took an arrow swift, and shot it from her bow. The arrow, lighting underneath the haver's ear below, and somewhat raising of the skin, did make the blood to show. The maid herself not gladder was to see that lucky blow than was the Prince Meleager. He was the first that saw, and first that showed to his mates the blood that she did draw, and said, "For this thy valiant act due honour shalt thou have." The men did blush, and cheering up each other, courage gave with shouting, and disorderly their darts by heaps they threw. The number of them hindered them, not suffering to ensue that any lighted on the mark at which they all did aim. Behold, and raged against his end, the hardy knight that came from Arcady rushed rashly with a poleaxe in his fist, and said, "You younglings learn of me what difference is betwixt a wench's weapons and a man's, and all of you give place to my redoubted force. For though Diana in this chase should with her own shield him defend, yet should this hand of mine even moger Dame Diana's heart, confound this orpid swine." Such boasting words as these through pride presumptuously he crakes, and straining out himself upon his tiptoes, straight he takes his poleaxe up with both his hands. But as this bragger meant to fetch his blow, the cruel beast his malice did prevent, and in his cods, the speeding place of death, his tushes puts, and rippeth up his paunch. Down falls Ancaeus, and his guts come tumbling out, besmeared with blood, and foiled all the plot. Pirithous, Ixion's son, at that abashed not, but, shaking in his valiant hand his hunting staff, did go still stoutly forward, face to face to encounter with his foe. To whom Duke Theseus cried afar, "O, dearer unto me than is myself, my soul, I say, stay! Lawful we at sea for valiant men to keep aloof. The over-hardy heart, in rash adventuring of himself, hath made Ancaeus smart." This said, he threw a weighty dart of cornel with a head of brass, which being levelled well was likely to have sped, but that a bough of chestnut tree, thick-leaved by the way, did latch it, and by means thereof the dint of it did stay. Another dart that Jason threw, by fortune missed the boar, and light between a mastiff's chaps, and through his guts did gore, and nailed him to the earth. The hand of Prince Meleager played hitty-missy. Of 2 darts his first did fly so far, and lighted in the ground. The next amid his back sticked fast, and while the boar did play the fiend, and turned round aghast, and grunting flang his foam about, together mixed with blood, the giver of the wound, the more to stir his enemy's mood, stepped in, and underneath the shield did thrust his boar-spear through. Then all the hunters shouting out demeaned joy enough, and glad was he that first might come to take him by the hand. About the ugly beast they all with gladness gazing stand, and wondering what a field of ground his carcass did possess. There durst not any be so bold to touch him. Ne'ertheless they every of them with his blood their hunting staves made red. Then stepped forth Meleager, and, treading on his head, said thus, O Lady Atalante, receive thou here my fee, and of my glory vouch thou safe partaker for to be. Immediately the ugly head with both the tushes brave, and eke the skin with bristles stir right grisly, he her gave. The lady, for the giver's sake, was in her heart as glad as for the gift. The rest repined that she such honour had. Through all the rout was murmuring, of whom, with roaring rear, and arms displayed that all the field might easily see and hear, the Thestes cried, Dame, come off, and lay us down this gear, and thou, a woman, offer not us men so great a shame, as we to toil, and thou to take the honour of our game. Ne let that fair smooth face of thine beguile thee, lest that he, that being doted in thy love, did give thee this our foe, be over far to rescue thee. And with that word they took the gift from her, and right of gift from him. He could not brook this wrong, but gnashing with his teeth for anger that did boil within, said fiercely, Learn ye you that other folks despoil of honour given? What difference is between your threats and deeds? And therewithal Plexippus' breast, who no such matter dreeds, with wicked weapon he did pierce. As Toxi doubting stood what way to take, desiring both to venge his brother's blood, and fearing to be murthered as his brother was before, Meleager, to dispatch all doubts of musing any more, did heat his sword for company and blood of him again, before Plexippus' blood was cold that did thereon remain. Althea, going toward church with presents for to yield due thanks and worship to the gods, because her son had killed the boar, beheld her brothers brought home dead, and by she beat her breast, and filled the town with shrieking piteously, and, shifting all her rich array, did put on mourning weed. But when she understood what man was doer of the deed, she left all mourning, and from tears to vengeance did proceed. There was a certain firebrand, which, when Orne's wife did lie in childbed of Meleager, she chanced to espy the destinies putting in the fire, and in the putting in she heard them spake these words, as they his fatal threed did spin, O lately born, like time we give to thee and to this brand. And when they had so spoken, they departed out of hand. Immediately the mother caught the blazing bough away, and quenched it. This bough she kept full charely many a day, and in the keeping of the same she kept her son alive. And now, intending of his life him clearly to deprive, she brought it forth, and causing all the coals and shivers to be laid by, she like a foe did kindle fire thereto. 4 times she was about to cast the firebrand in the flame, 4 times she pulled back her hand from doing of the same. As mother and as sister both she strove what way to go. The divers names drew diversely her stomach to and fro. Her face waxed often pale for fear of mischief to ensue, and often red about the eyes, through heat of ire she grew. One while her look resembled one that threatened cruelness, another while ye would have thought she minded piteousness. And though the cruel burning of her heart did dry her tears, yet burnt out some. And as a boat which tide contrary bears against the wind feels double force, and is compelled to yield to both, so Thestes' daughter, now unable for to wield her doubtful passions, diversely is carried off and on, and changeably she waxeth calm, and storms again anon. But better sister ginneth she than mother for to be, and to th' intent her brother's ghosts with blood to honour, she in meaning to be one way kind, doth work another way against kind. When the plaguy fire waxed strong, she thus did say, Let this same fire my bowels burn, and as in cursed hands the fatal wood she holding at the hellish altar stands, she said, Ye triple goddesses of wreak, ye hellhounds 3, behold ye all this furious fact and sacrifice of me. I wreak and do against all right, with death must death be paid, on mischief mischief must be heaped, on course must course be laid. Confounded let this wicked house with heaped sorrows be. Shall Oine joy his happy son in honour for to see, and Thesti mourn, bereft of his? Nay, better yet it were that each with other company in mourning you should bear. Ye brothers, ghosts and souls new dead, I wish no more but you to feel the solemn obsequies which I prepare as now, and that mine offering you accept, which dearly I have bought, the issue of my wretched womb. Alas, alas, what thought I for to do? O brothers, I beseech you, bear with me. I am his mother, so to do my hands unable be. His trespass, I confess, deserves the stopping of his breath, but yet I do not like that I be author of his death. And shall he then with life and limb, and honour too, scape free? And vaunting in his good success the king of Calydon be, and you, dear souls, lie raked up but in a little dust? I will not surely suffer it, but let the villain trust that he shall die, and draw with him to ruin and decay his kingdom, country, and his sire that doth upon him stay. Why, where is now the mother's heart and pity that should reign in parents, and the 10 months' pains that once I did sustain? O, would to God thou burned had a baby in this brand, and that I had not ta'en it out and quenched it with my hand, that all this while thou lived hast, my goodness is the cause, and now most justly unto death thine own desert thee draws. Receive the guerdon of thy deed, and render thou again thy twice given life, by bearing first, and secondarily when I caught this firebrand from the flame, or else come deal with me as with my brothers, and with them let me entomb it be. I would, and cannot. What then shall I stand to in this case? One while my brothers' corses seem to press before my face with lively image of their deaths, another while my mind doth yield to pity, and the name of mother doth me blind. Now woe is me! To let you have the upper hand is sin, but ne'ertheless the upper hand, O brothers, do you win, conditionally that when that I to comfort you withal have wrought this feat, myself to you resort in person shall. This said, she turned away her face, and with a trembling hand did cast the deathful brand amid the burning fire. The brand did either sigh, or seem to sigh in burning in the flame, which sorry and unwilling was to fasten on the same. Meleager, being absent, and not knowing aught at all, was burned with this flame, and felt his bowels to appall with secret fire. He bare out long the pain with courage stout, but yet it grieved him to die so cowardly, without the shedding of his blood. He thought Ancaeus for to be a happy man that died of wound. With sighing called he upon his aged father, and his sisters, and his brother, and lastly on his wife too, and by chance upon his mother. His pain increased with the fire, and fell therewith again, and at the self-same instant quite extinguished were both twain. And as the ashes soft and hoar by leisure overgrew the glowing coals, so leisurely his spirit from him drew. Then drooped stately Calydon, both young and old did mourn, the lords and commons did lament, and married wives with torn and tattered hair did cry alas. His father did bewray his hoary head and face with dust, and on the earth flat lay, lamenting that he lived had to see that woeful day. For now his mother's guilty hand had for that cursed crime done execution on herself by sword before her time. If God to me 100 mouths with sounding tongues should send, and reason able to conceive, and thereunto should lend me all the grace of eloquence that e'er the Muses had, I could not show the woe wherewith his sisters were bestead. Unmindful of their high estate, their naked breasts they smit until they made them black and blue, And while his body yet remained, they did cherish it, and cherish it again. They kissed his body, yea, they kissed the chist that did contain his corse. And after that the corse was burnt to ashes, they did press his ashes with their breasts, and down along they lay upon his tomb, and there embraced his name upon the stone, and filled the letters of the same with tears that from them gone. At length Diana, satisfied with slaughter brought upon the house of Oene, lifts them up with feathers every chun, save Gorgy and the daughter-in-law of noble Alcmene, and makes wings to stretch along their sides, and horned nebs to stand upon their mouths, and finally, she altering quite their fair and native shape, in shape of birds doth send them through the air. End of section 10. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Section 11 of Shakespeare's Ovid, being Arthur Golding's translation of the Metamorphoses by Arthur Golding. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 8 concluded. The noble Theseus, in this while, with others having done his part in killing of the boar, to Athensward begun to take his way. But Acheloi then, being swoln with rain, did stay him of his journey, and from passage him restrain. Of Athens, valiant knight, quoth he, come underneath my roof, and for to pass my raging stream, as yet attempt no proof. This brook is wont whole trees to bear, and hevelong stones to carry, with hideous roaring down his stream. I oft have seen him harry whole sheepcotes standing near his banks, with flocks of sheep therein. Not booted bulls their strength, not steeds by swiftest there could win. Yea, many lusty men this brook hath swallowed, when the snow from mountains molten caused him his banks to overflow. The best is for you for to rest, until the river fall within his bounds, and run again within his channel small. Content, quoth Theseus, Acheloi, I will not sure refuse thy counsel nor thy house. And so he both of them did use. Of pummey hollowed diversely, and ragged pebble stone the walls were made. The floor with moss was soft to tread upon. The roof thereof was checker-wise, with shells of purple wrought and pearl. The sun then full 2 parts of day to end had brought, and Theseus down to table sate, with such as late before had friendly borne him company at killing of the boar. At Toneside sate Ixion's son, and on the other sate the prince of Troezen, Lelex, with a thin-haired hoary pate. And then such other as the brook of Arcady did vouchsafe the honour to his board and table for to bid, who was right glad of such a guest. Immediately there came bare-footed nymphs, who brought in meat, and when that of the same the lords had taken their repast, the meat away they took, and set down wine in precious stones. Then Theseus, who did look upon the sea that underneath did lie within their sight, said, Tell us, what is yon same place? And with his finger right he pointed thereunto, I pray, and what that island hight, although it seemeth mo than one? The river answered thus, It is not one mainland alone that ken it is of us. There are upon a 5 of them. The distance of the place doth hinder to discern between each isle the perfect space. And that the less ye wonder may at Phoebe's act to late, to such as had neglected her upon contempt or hate, these isles were sometime water nymphs, who having killed neat 2x5, and called to their feast the country gods to eat, forgetting me kept frolic cheer. At that I gan to swell, and ran more large than ever erst, and being overfell in stomach and in stream, I rent the wood from wood, and field from field, and with the ground the nymphs, as then with stomachs mealed remembering me, I tumbled to the sea. The waves of me and of the sea, the ground that erst all whole was wont to be, did rend asunder into all the isles you yonder see, and made a way for waters now to pass between them free. They now of urchins have their name. But of these islands, one a great way off, behold ye, stands a great way off, alone, as you may see. The mariners do call it Paramel. With her, she was as then a nymph, so far in love I fell, that of her maidenhood I'd her spoiled, which thing displeased so sore her father, Sir Hippodamus, that from the craggy shore he threw her headlong down to drown her in the sea. But I did latch her straight, and bearing her afloat, did loud thus cry, O Neptune, with thy three-tined mace, who hast by lot the charge of all the waters wild that bound upon the earth at large, to whom we holy streams do run, in whom we take our end, draw near, and gently to my boon effectually attend. This lady whom I bear afloat myself hath hurt. Be meek and upright. If Hippodamus perchance were fatherlike, or if that he extremity through outrage did not seek, he oughted to have pitied her, and for to bear with me. Now help us, Neptune, I thee pray, and condescend that she whom from the land her father's wrath and cruelness doth chase, who through her father's cruelness is drowned, may find the grace to have a place, or rather let herself become a place, and I will still embrace the same. The King of Seas did move his head, and as a token that he did my suit approve, he made his surgeons all to shake. The nymph was sore afraid. Howbeit she swam, and as she swam my hand I softly laid upon her breast, which quivered still. And while I touched the same, I sensibly did feel how all her body hard became, and how the earth did overgrow her bulk. And as I spake, new earth enclosed her swimming limbs, which by and by did take another shape, and grew into a mighty isle. With that the river ceased, and all men there did wonder much thereat. Pirithous, being overhalt of mind, and such a one as did despise both God and man, did laugh them every chone to scorn for giving credit, and said thus, The words thou spak'st are feigned fancies, Acheloi, and overstrong thou mak'st the gods to say that they can give and take way shapes. This scoff did make the hearers all amazed, for none did like thereof. And Lilex, of them all the man most ripe in years and wit, said thus, Unmeasurable is the power of heaven, and it can have none end. And look, what God doth mind to bring about must take effect. And in this case, to put ye out of doubt, upon the hills of Phrygia, near a Teal, there stands a tree of oak enclosed with a wall. Myself the place did see. For Pithy unto Pelops' fields did send me, where his father did sometime reign. Not far for thence there is a pool, which rather had been dry ground inhabited, but now it is a mere, and moorcocks, coots, and cormorants do breed and nestle there. The mighty Jove and Mercury his son, in shape of men, resorted thither on a time. 1,000 houses, when for room to lodge in they had sought, 1,000 houses barred their doors against them. Ne'theless, one cottage afterward received them, and that was but a pelting one indeed. The roof thereof was thatched all with straw and fennish reed. Howbeit, 2 honest ancient folk, of whom she Baucis hight, and he Philemon, in that cot their faith in youth had plight, and in that cot had spent their age. And for they patiently did bear their simple poverty, they made it light thereby, and showed it no thing to be repined at all. It skills not whether therefore hinds or maester you to call, for all the household were but 2, and both of them obeyed, and both commanded. When the gods at this same cottage stayed, and, ducking down their heads, within the low-made wicket came, Philemon, bringing each a stool, bade rest upon the same their limbs. And busy Baucis brought them cushions homely gear. Which done, the embers on the hearth she gan abroad to steer, and laid the coals together that were raked up overnight. And with the brands and dried leaves did make them gather might, and with the blowing of her mouth did make them kindle bright. Then from an inner house she fetched sear sticks and clifted brands, and put them broken underneath a skillet with her hands. Her husband from their garden plot fetched coleworts, of the which she shredded small the leaves, and with a fork took down a flitch of resty bacon from the bulk made black with smoke, and cut a piece thereof, and in the pan to boiling did it put. And while this meat a seething was, the time in talk they spent, by means whereof away without much tediousness it went. There hung a bowl of beech upon a spurget by a ring. The same, with warmed water filled, the two old folk did bring to bathe their guests' foul feet therein. Amid the house there stood a couch, whose bottom sides and feet were all of sallow wood, and on the same a mat of sedge. They cast upon this bed a covering which was never wont upon it to be spread except it were at solemn feasts. And yet the same was old and of the coarsest, with a bed of sallow meat to hold. The gods sate down. The aged wife, right chair and busy as a bee, set out a table, of the which the third foot was a little shorter than the rest. A tile-sherd made it even, and took away the shortiness. And when they had it driven to stand up level, with green mints they by and by it wiped. Then set they on it palace fruit, translator's note, olives, with doubled colour striped, and cornels kept in pickle moist, and endive, and a root of radish, and a jolly lump of butter fresh and soot, and eggs rare roasted. All these cates in earthen dishes came. Then set they down a graven cup made also of the same self-kind of plate, and mazers made of beech, whose inner side was rubbed with yellow wax. And when they paused had a tide, hot meat came piping from the fire, and shortly thereupon a cup of green hedge wine was brought. This ta'en away, anon came in the latter course, which was of nuts, dates, dried figs, sweet-smelling apples in a mond made flat of osier twigs, and prunes, and plums, and purple grapes, cut newly from the tree, and in the midst a honeycomb new taken from the bee. Besides all this, there did ensue good countenance overmore, with will not poor nor niggardly. Now all the while before, as often as Philemon and Dame Baucis did perceive the empty cup to fill alone, and wine to still receive, amazed at the strangeness of the thing, they gan straightway, with fearful hearts and hands held up, to frame themselves to pray, desiring for their slender cheer and fare to pardoned be. They had but one poor goose, which kept their little tenantry, and this to offer to the gods their guests they did intend. The gander, white of wing, did make the slow old folk to spend their pains in vain, and mocked them long. At length he seemed to fly for succour to the gods themselves, who bet he should not die. For we be gods, quoth they, and all this wicked township shall abide their guilt. On you alone this mischief shall not fall. No more, but give you up your house, and follow up this hill together, and upon the top thereof abide our will. They both obeyed, and as the gods did lead the way before, they lagged slowly after with their staves, and laboured sore against the rising of the hill. They were not mickle more than full of flight shot from the top, when looking back they saw how all the town was drowned, save their little shed of straw. And as they wondered at the thing, and did bewail the case of those that had their neighbours been, the poor old cot, so base, whereof they had been owners erst, became a church. The props were turned into pillars huge. The straw upon the tops was yellow, so that all the roof did seem of burnished gold. The floor with marble paved was, the doors on either fold were graven. At the sight hereof Philemon and his mate began to pray in fear. Then Jove thus gently them bespake: Declare thou, righteous man, and thou, O woman, meet to have a righteous husband, what ye would most chiefly wish or crave. Philemon, taking conference a little with his wife, declared both their meanings thus: We covet during life your chaplains for to be to keep your temple, and because our years in concord we have spent, I pray when death near draws, let both of us together leave our lives, that neither I behold my wife's decease, nor she see mine when I do die. Their wish had sequel to their will. As long as life did last, they kept the church, and being spent with age of years for past, by chance, as standing on a time without the temple door, they told the fortune of the place. Philemon, old and poor, saw Baucis flourish green with leaves, and Baucis saw likewise Philemon branching out in boughs and twigs before her eyes. And as the bark did overgrow the heads of both, each spake to other while they might. At last they each of them did take their leave of other both at once, and therewithal the bark did hide their faces both at once. The Phrygians in that park do at this present day still show the trees that shaped were of their two bodies, growing yet together jointly there. These things did ancient men report of credit very good, for while there was no cause why they should lie. As I there stood, I saw the garlands hanging on the boughs, and adding new, I said, Let them whom God doth love be gods, and honour due be given to such as honour him with fear and reverence true. He held his peace, and both the thing and he that did it tell did move them all, but Theseus most, whom being minded well to hear of wondrous things, the brook of Calydon thus bespake. There are, O valiant knight, some folk that had the power to take strange shape for once, and all their lives continued in the same, and other some to sundry shapes have power themselves to frame, as thou, O Proteu, dwelling in the sea that cleaps the land. For now a younker, now a boar, anon a lion, and straightway thou didst become a snake, and by a bull, that people were afraid of thee to see thy horned skull. And oftentimes thou seemed a stone, and then a tree, and counterfeiting water sheer thou seemest oft to be a river. And another while, contrary thereunto, thou wert a fire. No lesser power than also thus to do had Eryxicthon's daughter, whom Autolycus took to wife. Her father was a person that despised all his life the power of gods, and never did vouchsafe them sacrifice. He also is reported to have hewn in wicked wise the grove of Ceres, and to fell her holy woods, which had undiminished and unhacked continued to this day. There stood in it a warry oak, which was a wood alone. Upon it round hung fillets, crowns, and tables many on, the vows of such as had obtained their heart's desire. Full oft the wood nymphs underneath this tree did fetch their frisks aloft, and oftentimes with hand in hand they danced in a round about the trunk, whose bigness was of timber good and sound, full 15 fathom. All the trees within the wood beside were unto this as weeds to them, so far it did them hide. Yet could not this move Triop's son his axe therefore to hold, but bade his servants cut it down. And when he did behold them stunting at his hest, he snatched an axe with furious mood from one of them, and wickedly said thus, Although this wood not only were the darling of the goddess, but also the goddess even herself, yet would I make it ere I go to kiss the clowers with her top, that pranks with branches so. This spoken, as he swept his axe aside to fetch his blow, the menaced oak did quake and sigh, the acorns that did grow thereon, together with the leaves, to wax full pale began, and shrinking in for fear, the boughs and branches looked wan. As soon as that his cursed hand had wounded once the tree, the blood came spinning from the carf, as freshly as you see it issue from the bullock's neck, whose throat is newly cut before the altar, when his flesh to sacrifice is put. They were amazed at Everytone, and one among them all, to let the wicked act, durst from the tree his hatchet call. The lewd Thessalian facing him said, Take thou here to thee the guerdon of thy godliness, and turning from the tree, he chopped off the fellow's head. Which done, he went again and hewed on the oak. Straight from amid the tree as then there issued such a sound as this, Within this tree dwell I, a nymph to Ceres very dear, who now, before I die, in comfort of my death do give thee warning, thou shalt by thy doing dear within a while. He goeth wilfully still thorough with his wickedness, until at length the oak, pulled partly by the force of ropes, and cut with axe's stroke, did fall, and with his weight bear down of underwood great store, The wood nymphs, with the losses of the woods and theirs, right sore amazed, gathered in a knot, and all in mourning weed went sad to Ceres, praying her to wreak that wicked deed of Eryxithon's. Ceres was content it should be so, and with the moving of her head in nodding to and fro, she shook the fields, which laden were with fruitful harvest though, and therewithal a punishment most piteous she proceeds to put in practice. Were it not that his most heinous deeds no pity to deserve to have at anybody's hand, with helpless hunger him to pine in purpose she did stand. And forasmuch as she herself and famine might not meet, for fate forbiddeth famine to abide within the leat where plenty is, she thus bespake a fairy of the hill. There lieth in the utmost bounds of Tartary the chill, a dreary place, a wretched soil, a barren plot, no grain, no fruit, no tree is growing there, but there doth remain unwieldsome cold, with trembling fear, and paleness white as clout, and foodless famine. Will thou her immediately, without delay, to shed herself into the stomach of the wretch, and let no plenty staunch her force, but let her working stretch above the power of me. And lest the longness of the way may make thee weary, take thou here my chariot, take, I say, my dragons, for to bear thee through the air. In saying so, she gave her them. The nymph mounts up, and flying thence as though alights in Scythy land, and up the cragged top of high Mount Caucasus did cause her snakes with much ado to sty, where, seeking long for famine, she the gap-toothed elf did spy amid a barren stony field, a ramping up the grass with ugly nails, and chanking it. Her face pale coloured was, her hair was harsh and churl, her eyes were sunken in her head, her lips were hoar with filth, her teeth were furred and rusty red, her skin was starched, and so sheer a man might well espy the very bowels in her bulk, how every one did lie. And eke above her courbed loins her withered hips were seen. Instead of belly was a space where belly should have been. Her breast did hang so sagging down, as that a man would ween that scarcely to her ridge-bone had her ribs been fastened well. Her leanness made her joints bone big, and knee-pans for to swell, and with exceeding mighty nubs her heels behind boined out. Now when the nymph beheld this elf afar, she was in doubt to come too near her. She declared her lady's message, and in that same little while, although the nymph aloof did stand, and though she were but newly come, yet seemed she to feel the force of famine. Whereupon she, turning back a wheel, did rein her dragons up aloft, who straight with courage free conveyed her unto Thessaly. Although that famine be contrary to Ceres' work, yet did she then agree to do her will, and gliding through the air, supported by the wind, she found the pointed house, and entering by and by the caitiff's chamber where he slept, it was in time of night, she hugged him between her arms, there snorting bolt upright, and breathing her into him, blew upon his face and breast, that hunger in his empty veins might work as he did rest. And when she had accomplished her charge, she then forsook the fruitful climates of the world, and home again betook herself unto her fruitless fields and former dwelling place. The gentle sleep did all this while with feathers soft embrace the wretched Eryxithon's corse, who, dreaming straight of meat, did stir his hungry jaws in vain, as though he had to eat, and chanking tooth on tooth apace, he grinds them in his head, and occupies his empty throat with swallowing, and instead of food devours the lither air. But when that sleep with night was shaken off, immediately a furious appetite of feeding gan to rage in him, which in his greedy gums and in his meatless maw doth reign unstaunched. Anon there comes before him whatsoever lives on sea, in air, or land, and yet he crieth still for more, and though the platters stand before his face full furnished, yet doth he still complain of hunger, craving meat at meal. The food that would sustain whole households, townships, shires, and realms, suffice not him alone, The more his pampered paunch consumes, the more it maketh moan. And as the sea receives the brooks of all the worldly realms, and yet is never satisfied for all the foreign streams, and as the fell and ravening fire refuseth never wood, but burneth faggots numberless, and with a furious mood the more it hath, the more it still desireth evermore, increasing and devouring through increasement of the store, so wicked Erixychthon's mouth, in swallowing of his meat, was ever hungry more, and longed aye to eat. Meat told in meat, and as he ate the place was empty still. The hunger of his brinkless maw, the gulf that naught might fill, had brought his father's goods to naught, but yet continued aye his cursed hunger unappeased, and nothing could allay the flaming of his starved throat. At length, when all was spent, and into his unfilled maw both goods and lands were sent, an only daughter did remain unworthy to have had so lewd a father. Her he sold, so hard he was bestad, but she, of gentle courage, could no bondage well abide, and therefore, stretching out her hands to seaward there beside, "Now save me," quoth she, "from the yoke of bondage, I thee pray, O thou that my virginity enjoyest as a prey." Neptunus had it, who to this her prayer did consent. And though her maester looking back, for after him she went, had newly seen her, yet he turned her shape, and made her man, and gave her look of fisherman. Her maester looking then upon her said, "Good fellow, thou that on the shore dost stand with angling rod, and baited hook, and hanging line in hand, I pray thee, as thou dost desire the sea aye calm to thee, and fishes for to bite thy bait, and stricken still to be, tell where the frizzle-topped wench in coarse and sluttish gear, that stood right now upon this shore, for well I wot that here I saw her standing, is become, for further than this place no footstep is appearing." She, perceiving by the case that Neptune's gift made well with her, and being glad to see herself inquired for of herself, said thus, "Whoe'er you be, I pray you for to pardon me. I turned not mine eye at one side ne at t'other from this place, but did apply my labour hard. And that you may the lesser stand in doubt, so Neptune further still the art and craft I go about, as now a while no living wight upon this level sand, myself excepted, neither man nor woman here did stand." Her maester did believe her words, and turning backward went his way beguiled. And straight to her native shape was sent. But when her father did perceive his daughter for to have a body so transformable, he oftentimes her gave for money. But the damsel still escaped, now a mare, and now a cow, and now a bird, a hart, a hind, or hare, and ever fed her hungry sire with undeserved fare. But after that the malady had wasted all the meats, as well of store as that which she had purchased by her feats, most cursed caitiff as he was, with biting he did rend his flesh, and by diminishing his body did intend to feed his body, till the death did speed his fatal end. But what mean I to busy me in foreign matters thus? To alter shapes within precinct is lawful even to us, my lords. For sometime I am such as you do now me see, sometime I wind me in a snake, and oft I seem to be a captain of the herd with horns. For taking horns on me, I lost a tine, which heretofore did arm me, as the print doth plainly show." With that same word he sighed, and did stint. Finis octavi libri. End of section 11. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Section 12 of Shakespeare's Ovid, being Arthur Golding's translation of the Metamorphoses by Arthur Golding. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The 9th book of Ovid's Metamorphoses. "What aileth thee," quoth Theseus, "to sigh so sore? And how befell it thee to get this maim that is upon thy brow?" The noble stream of Caledon made answer, who did wear a garland made of reeds and flags upon his sedgy hair. A grievous penance you enjoin, for who would gladly show the combats in the which himself to take the overthrow? Yet will I make a just report in order of the same. For why? To have the worser hand was not so great a shame as was the honour such a match to undertake. And much it comforts me that he who did me overcome was such a valiant champion. If perchance you erst have heard the name of Deianire, the fairest maid that ever God did frame she was in mine opinion, and the hope to win her love did mickle envy and debate among her wooers move. With whom I entering to the house of him that should be my father-in-law, Partheian son, I said, accept thou me thy son-in-law. And Hercules in self-same sort did woo, and all the other suitors straight gave place unto us two. He vaunted of his father Jove, and of his famous deeds, and how against his stepdame's spite his prowess still proceeds. And I again at t'other side said thus, it is a shame that God should yield to man. This strife was long ere he became a god. Thou seest me a lord of waters in thy realm, where I in wide and winding banks do bear my flowing stream. No stranger shalt thou have of me, sent far from foreign land, but one of household, or at least a neighbour here at hand. Only let it be to me no hindrance that the wife of Jove abhors me not, nay, that upon the pain of life she sets me not to task. For where thou boastest thee to be Alcmena's son, Jove either is not father unto thee, or if he be, it is by sin. In making Jove thy father, thou makest thy mother but a whore. Now choose thee whether rather thou hadst to grant this tale of Jove surmised for to be, or else thyself begot in shame and born in bastardy. At that he grimly bends his brows, and much ado he hath to hold his hands, so sore his heart inflamed is with wrath. He said no more but thus, my hand doth serve me better than my tongue. Content I am, so I in fighting vanquish can, that thou shalt overcome in words. And therewithal he gan me fiercely to assail. Methought it was a shame for me that had even now so stoutly talked, in doings faint to be. I, casting off my greenish cloak, thrust stiffly out at length mine arms, and strained my pawing hands to hold him out by strength, and frame at every limb to cope. With both his hollow hands he caught up dust and sprinkled me, and I likewise with sands made him all yellow too. One while he at my neck doth snatch, another while my clear crisp legs he striveth for to catch, or trips at me, and everywhere the vantage he doth watch. My weightiness defended me, and clearly did disfeat his stout assaults, as when a wave with hideous noise doth beat against a rock, the rock doth still both safe and sound abide by reason of his massiveness. We drew a while aside, and then, encountering fresh again, we kept our places stout, full minded not to yield an inch, but for to hold it out. Now were we standing foot to foot, and I with all my breast was leaning forward, and with head against his chest did rest, and with my graping fingers I against his fingers thrust. So have I seen two mighty bulls together fiercely just, in seeking as their prize to have the fairest cow in all the field to be their make, and all the herd, both great and small, stand gazing on them fearfully, not knowing unto which the conquest of so great a gain shall fall. 3 times a twitch gave Hercules, and could not wrench my leaning breast him fro, but at the 4th he shook me off, and made me to let go my hold, and with a push, I will tell truth, he had a knack to turn me off, and heavily he hung upon my back. And if I may believed be, as sure I mean not I to vaunt myself vaingloriously by telling of a lie, methought a mountain whelped me. But yet with much ado I rested in my sweating arms, and hardly did undo his griping hands. He, following still his vantage, suffered not me once to breathe or gather strength, but by and by he caught me by the neck. Then was I fain to sink with knee to ground, and kiss the dust. Now, when in strength too weak myself I found, I took me to my sleights, and slipped in shape of snake away of wondrous length. And when that I of purpose seemed afraid did bend myself in swelling rolls, and made a hideous noise of hissing with my forked tongue, he, smiling at my toys, and laughing them to scorn, said thus: "It is my cradle game to vanquish snakes, O Acheloi. Admit thou overcame all other snakes, yet what art thou compared to the snake of Lerna, who by cutting off did still increasement take? For of 100 heads not one so soon was pared away, but that upon the stump thereof there budded other tway. This sprouting snake, whose branching heads by slaughter did revive and grow by cropping, I subdued, and made it could not thrive. And thinkest thou, who, being none, wouldst seem a snake to scape? Who dost with forged weapons fight, and under borrowed shape?" This said, his fingers of my neck he fastened in the nape. Methought he grand my throat, as though he did with pinsons nip. I struggled from his churlish thumbs my pinched chaps to slip, but do the best and worst I could, he overcame me so. Then thirdly did remain the shape of bull, and quickly though I, turning to the shape of bull, rebelled against my foe. He, stepping to my left side close, did fold his arms about my wattled neck, and following me, then running mainly out, did drag me back, and made me pitch my horns against the ground, and in the deepest of the sand he overthrew me round. And yet not so content, such hold his cruel hand did take upon my welked horn, that he asunder quite it brake, and pulled it from my maimed brow. The water fairies came, and filling it with fruit and flowers, did consecrate the same, and so my horn the treasury of plenteousness became. As soon as Acheloi had told this tale, a waiting maid, with flaring hair that lay on both her shoulders, and arrayed like one of Dame Diana's nymphs, with solemn grace forth came, and brought that rich and precious horn, and heaped in the same all kind of fruits that harvest sends, and specially such fruit as serves for latter course at meals of every sort and suit. As soon as daylight came again, and that the sunny rays did shine upon the tops of things, the princes went their ways. They would not tarry till the flood were altogether fallen, and that the river and his banks ran low again and calm. Then Acheloi amid his waves his crabtree face did hide, and head disarmed of a horn. And though he did abide in all parts else, both safe and sound, yet this deformity did cut his comb, and for to hide this blemish from the eye, he hides his hurt with sallow leaves, or else with sedge and reed. But of the selfsame maid the love killed thee, fierce Ness, indeed, when, piercing swiftly through thy back, an arrow made thee bleed. For as Jove's issue with his wife was onward on his way in going to his countryward, enforced he was to stay at swift Eunice bank, because the stream was risen sore above his bounds, through rage of rain that fell but late before. Again, so full of whirlpools and of gulls the channel was, that scarce a man could anywhere find place of passage. As, not caring for himself, but for his wife, he there did stand, this Nessus came unto him, who was strong of body, and knew well the fords, and said, "Use thou thy strength, O Hercules, in swimming. I will find the means this lady shall with ease be set upon the further bank." So Hercules betook his wife to Nessus. She, for fear of him and of the brook, looked pale. Her husband, as he had his quiver by his side of arrows full, and on his back his heavy lion's hide, for to the further bank he erst his club and bow had cast, said, Sith I have begun, this brook both must and shall be passed. He never casteth further doubts, nor seeks the calmest place, but through the roughest of the stream he cuts his way apace. Now, as he on the further side was taking up his bow, he heard his wedlock shrieking out, and did her calling know, and cried to Ness, who went about to deal unfaithfully, and running with his charge away, How! Whither dost thou fly, thou royster, thou, upon vain hope by swiftness to escape my hands? I say, give ear, thou Ness, for all thy double shape, and meddle not with that that's mine. Though no regard of me might move thee to refrain from rape, thy father yet might be a warning, who for offering shame to Juno now doth feel continual torment in his limbs by turning on a wheel. For all that thou hast horses' feet, which do so bold thee make, yet shalt thou not escape my hands. I will thee overtake with wound, and not with feet. He did according as he spake, for with an arrow as he fled he strake him through the back, and out before his breast again the hooked iron stack. And when the same was pulled out, the blood amain ensued at both the holes, with poison foul of Lerna snake imbrued. This blood did Nessus take, and said within himself, Well, sith I needs must die, yet will I not die unrevenged. And with the same he stained a shirt, and gave it unto Deianire, assuring her it had the power to kindle Cupid's fire. A great while after, when the deeds of worthy Hercules were such as filled all the world, and also did appease the hatred of his stepmother, as he upon a day with conquest from Acadia came, and was about to pay his vows to Jove upon the mount of Cyne, tattling Fame, who in reporting things of truth delights to sauce the same with tales, and of a thing of naught doth ever greater grow, through false and newly forged lies that she herself doth sow, told Deianire that Hercules did cast a liking to a lady called Aeole, and Deianire, who was jealous over Hercules, gave credit to the same. And when that of a lemon first the tidings to her came, she being stricken to the heart did fall to tears alone, and in a lamentable wise did make most woeful moan. Anon she said, What mean these tears thus gushing from mine eyne? My husband's leman will rejoice at these same tears of mine. Nay, sith she is to come, the best it were to shun delay, and for to work some new device and practice while I may, before that in my bed her limbs the filthy strumpet lay. And shall I then complain, or shall I hold my tongue with skill? Shall I return to Calydon, or shall I tarry still? Or shall I get me out of doors, and let them have their will? What if that I, Meleager, remembering me to be thy sister, to attempt some act notorious did agree, and in a harlot's death did show that all the world might see what grief can cause the womankind to enterprise among, and specially when thereunto they forced are by wrong? With wavering thoughts right violently her mind was tossed long. At last she did prefer before all others for to send the shirt bestained with the blood of Nessus, to the end to quicken up the quailing love. And so, not knowing what she gave her own remorse and grief to Lycus, that did know as little as herself. And, wretched woman, she desired him gently to her lord presented it to see. The noble prince, receiving it, without mistrust therein, did wear the poison of the snake of Lerna next his skin. To offer incense and to pray to Jove he did begin, and on the marble altar he full bowls of wine did shed, when as the poison, with the heat resolving, largely spread through all the limbs of Hercules. As long as ere he could, the stoutness of his heart was such that sigh no whit he would. But when the mischief grew so great, all patience to surmount, he thrust the altar from him straight, and filled all the mount of Oeta with his roaring out. He went about to tear the deathful garment from his back, but where he pulled, there he pulled away the skin, and, which is loathsome to report, it either cleaved to his limbs and members in such sort as that he could not pull it off, or else it tear away the flesh, that bare his mighty bones and grisly sinews lay. The scalding venom boiling in his blood did make it hiss, as when a gad of steel red hot in water quenched is. There was no measure of his pain. The frying venom hent his innards, and a purple sweat from all his body went. His singed sinews, shrinking, cracked, and with a secret strength the poison even within his bones, the marrow melts at length. Then, holding up his hands to heaven, he said with hideous rear, O Saturn's daughter, feed thyself on my distresses here. Yea, feed, and cruel wight, this plague behold thou from above, and glut thy savage heart therewith. Or if thy foe may move thee unto pity, for to thee I am an utter foe, bereave me of my hateful soul, distressed with helpless woe, and born to endless toil. For death shall unto me be sweet, and for a cruel stepmother is death a gift most meet. And is it I that did destroy Busiris, who did soil his temple floors with strangers' blood? Is't I that did despoil Antaeus of his mother's help? Is't I that could not be abashed at the Spaniard, who in one had bodies three? Nor at the triple-headed shape, O Cerberus, of thee? Are you the hands that by the horns the bull of Candy drew? Did you King Augie's stable cleanse, whom afterward ye slew? Are you the same by whom the fowls were scared from Stymphale? Caught you the stag in Maidenwood, which did not run but fly? Are you the hands whose puissance received for your pay the golden belt of Thermodon? Did you convey away the apples from the dragon fell that waked night and day? Against the force of me defence the centaurs could not make, nor yet the boar of Arcady, nor yet the ugly snake of Lerna, who by loss did grow and double force did take. What? Is it I that did behold the pampered jades of Thrace, with mangers full of flesh of men, on which they fed apace? Is't I that down at sight thereof their greasy mangers threw, and both the fatted jades themselves, and eke their master slew? The Nemean lion by these arms lies dead upon the ground. These arms the monstrous giant Cake by Tiber did confound. Upon these shoulders have I borne the weight of all the sky. Jove's cruel wife is weary of commanding me, yet I unweary am of doing still. But now on me is light an uncouth plague, which neither force of hand, nor virtue's might, nor art is able to resist. Like wasting fire it spreads among mine innards, and throughout on all my body feeds. But all this while Eurysthe lives in health, and some men may believe there be some gods indeed. Thus much did Hercules say, and wounded over Oeta high, he stalking gan to stray, as when a bull in maimed bulk a deadly dart doth bear, and that the doer of the deed is shrunk aside for fear. Oft sighing might you him have seen, oft trembling, oft about to tear the garment with his hands from top to toe throughout, and throwing down the mighty trees, and chafing with the hills, or casting up his hands to heaven, where Jove his father dwells. Behold, as Lycus, trembling in a hollow rock did lurk, he spied him, and as his grief did all in fury work, he said, Art thou, Sir Lycus, he that broughtest unto me this plaguy present? Of my death must thou the worker be? He quaked and shaked, and looked pale, and fearfully gan make excuse. But as with humbled hands he kneeling to him spake, the furious Hercule caught him up, and swinging him about his head 6 times or more, he flung him out into the Euboean sea with force surmounting any sling. He hardened into pebble stone, as in the air he hing, and even as rain, congealed by wind, is said to turn to snow, and of the snow round rolled up a thicker mass to grow, which falleth down in hail, so men in ancient time report that Lycus, being swinged about by violence in that sort, his blood then being drained out, and having left at all no moisture, into pebble stone was turned in his fall. Now also in the Euboean sea appears a high short rock in shape of man, against the which the shipmen shun to knock, as though it could them feel, and they do call it by the name of Lycus still. But thou, Jove's imp of great renown and fame, didst fell the trees of Oeta high, and making of the same a pile, didst give to Paeon's son, translator's note, Philoctetes, thy quiver and thy bow, and arrows which should help again Troy town to overthrow. He put to fire, and as the same was kindling in the pile, thyself didst spread thy lion skin upon the wood the while, and leaning with thy head against thy club, thou laidst thee down as cheerfully as if with flowers and garlands on thy crown thou hadst been set a-banqueting among full cups of wine. Anon, on every side about those careless limbs of thine, the fire began to gather strength, and crackling noise did make, assailing him whose noble heart for dalliance did it take. The gods for this defender of the earth were sore afraid, to whom with cheerful countenance Jove, perceiving it, thus said, This fear of yours is my delight, and gladly even with all my heart I do rejoice, O gods, that mortal folk me call their king and father, thinking me mindful of their weal, and that mine offspring should do well, yourselves do show such zeal. For though that you do attribute your favour to desert, considering his most wondrous acts, yet I too for my part am bound unto you. Nevertheless, for that I would not have your faithful hearts without just cause in fearful passions wave, I would not have you of the flames of Oeta make account. For as he hath all other things, so shall he them surmount. Save only on that part that he hath taken of his mother, the fire shall have no power at all. Eternal is the t'other, the which he takes of me, and cannot die, ne yield to fire. When this is rid from earthly dross, then will I lift it higher, and take it into heaven. And I believe this deed of mine will gladsome be to all the gods. If any do repine, I say that Hercules should become a god, repine he still for me, and look he sour and glum, but let him know that Hercules deserveth this reward, and that he shall against his will allow it afterward. The gods assented, every tone, and Juno seemed to make no evil countenance to the rest, until her husband spake at the last. For then her look was such as well they might perceive she did her husband's noting her in evil part conceive. While Jove was talking with the gods, as much as fire could waste, so much had fire consumed. And now, O Hercules, thou hast no carcass for to know thee by. That part is quite bereft which of thy mother thou didst take. All only now is left the likeness that thou took'st of Jove. And as the serpent sly, in casting off his withered slough, renews his years thereby, and waxeth lustier than before, and looketh crisp and bright with scoured scales, so Hercules, as soon as that his sprite had left his mortal limbs, gan in his better part to thrive, and for to seem a greater thing than when he was alive, and with a stately majesty right reverend to appear. His mighty father took him up above the cloudy sphere, and in a chariot placed him among the streaming stars. Huge Atlas felt the weight thereof, but nothing this disbars Eurystheus' malice. Cruelly he prosecutes the hate upon the offspring, which he bare against the father late. But yet to make her moan unto, and wail her misery, and tell her son's great works, which all the world could testify, old Alcmain had Dame Iole. By Hercules' last will, in wedlock and in hearty love she joined was to Hill, by whom she then was big with child. When thus Alcmain essayed, "The gods at least be merciful, and send thee then their aid, and short thy labour, when the fruit the which thou goest withal, now being ripe, enforceth thee with fearful voice to call upon Ilithia, president of childbirths, whom the ire of Juno at my travelling made deaf to my desire. For when the sun through twice 5 signs his course had fully run, and that the painful day of birth approached of my son, my burthen strained out my womb, and that I did bear became so great, that of so huge a mass ye well might swear that Jove was father. Neither was I able to endure the travel any longer time. Even now, are you sure, in telling it, a shuddering cold through all my limbs doth strike, and partly it renews my pains to think upon the like. I, being in most cruel throes, nights 7 and days eke 7, and tired with continual pangs, did lift my hands to heaven, and crying out aloud, did call Lucina to mine aid, to loose the burthen from my womb. She came as I had prayed, but so corrupted long before by Juno my most foe, that for to martyr me to death with pain she purposed though. For when she heard my piteous plaints and groanings, down she sate on yon same altar which you see there, standing at my gate. Upon her left knee she had pitched her right ham, and beside she stayed the birth with fingers one within another tied in lattice wise, and secretly she whispered witching spells, which hindered my deliverance more than all her doings else. I laboured still, and forced by pain and torments of my fits, I railed on Jove, although in vain, as one beside her wits, and I wished for to die. The words that I did speak were such as even the hardest stones of very flint might break. The wives of Thebe being there, for safe deliverance prayed, and giving cheerful words, did bid I should not be dismayed. Among the other women there that to my labour came, there was an honest yeoman's wife, Galantis was her name. Her hair was yellow as the gold, she was a jolly dame, and stoutly served me, and I did love her for the same. This wife, I know not how, did smell some packing gone about on Juno's part, and as she oft was passing in and out, she spied Lucina set upon the altar, holding fast her arms together on her knees, and with her fingers cast within each other on a knot, and said unto her thus, I pray you, whosoe'er you be, rejoice you now with us, my lady Alcman hath her wish, and safe is brought a bed. Lucina leaped up, amazed at that she had said, and let her hands asunder slip, and I immediately, with loosening of the knot, had safe deliverance by and by. They say that in deceiving Dame Lucina Gallant laughed, and therefore by the yellow locks the goddess wroth her caught and dragged her, and as she would have risen from the ground, she kept her down, and into legs her arms she did confound. Her former stoutness still remains, her back doth keep the hue that erst was in her hair, her shape is only altered new, and, for with lying mouth she helped a woman labouring, she doth kindle also at her mouth. And now she haunteth free our houses as she did before, a weasel, as we see. With that she sighs to think upon her servant's hap, and then her daughter-in-law immediately replied thus again, But, mother, she whose altered shape doth move your heart so sore was neither kith nor kin to you. What will you say, therefore, if of mine own dear sister I the wondrous fortune show? although my sorrow and the tears that from mine eyes do flow do hinder me and stop my speech. Her mother, you must know my father by another wife had me, bare never mo but the same Lady Dryope, the fairest lady though in all the land Oically, whom being then no maid, for by the god of Delos and Delphos, translator's note, Apollo, had her frayed, Andremon taketh to his wife, and thinks him well apaid. There is a certain leaning lake, whose bowing banks do show a likeness of the salt sea shore. Upon the brim do grow all round about it myrtle trees. My sister thither goes unwares what was her destiny, and which you may suppose was more to be disdained at. The cause of coming there was to the fairies of the lake fresh garlands for to bear, and in her arms a baby, her sweet burthen she did hold, whose sucking on her breast was yet not full a 12-month old. Not far from this same pond did grow a lote tree, flourished gay with purple flowers and berries sweet, and leaves as green as bay. Of these same flowers, to please a boy, my sister gathered some, and I had thought to do so too, for I was thither come. I saw how from the slivered flowers red drops of blood did fall, and how that, shuddering horribly, the branches quaked withal. You must perceive that, as too late the country folk declare, a nymph called Lotus, flying from foul Priap's filthy wear, was turned into this same tree, reserving still her name. My sister did not know so much, who, when she backward came, afraid at that she had seen, and having sadly prayed the nymphs of pardon, to have gone her way again assayed. Her feet were fastened down with roots. She strived all she might to pluck them up, but they so sure within the earth were pight, that nothing save her upper parts she could that present move. A tender bark grows from beneath up leisurely above, and softly overspreads her loins, which when she saw, she went about to tear her hair, and full of leaves her hand she ent. Her head was overgrown with leaves. And little Amphiars, so had Eurytus' grandsire named her son not long ago, did feel his mother's dugs wex hard, and as he still them drew in sucking, not a whit of milk nor moisture did ensue. I, standing by thee, did behold thy cruel chance, but naught I could relieve thee, sister mine. Yet to my power I wrought to stay the growing of thy trunk and of thy branches, by embracing thee. Yea, I protest I would right willingly have in the self-same bark with thee been closed up. Behold, her husband, good Andremon, and her wretched father old, Sir Eurytus, came thither and inquired for Dryope, and as they asked for Dryope, I showed them Lote the tree. They kissed the wood, which yet was warm, and falling down below, did hug the roots of that their tree. My sister now could show no part which was not wood except her face. A dew of tears did stand upon the wretched leaves late formed of her hairs, and while she might, and while her mouth did give her way to speak, with such complaint as this her mind she last of all did break. If credit may be given to such as are in wretchedness, I swear by God I never yet deserved this distress. I suffer pain without desert. My life hath guiltless been, and if I lie, I would these boughs of mine, which now are green, might withered be, and I hewn down and burn it in the fire. This infant from his mother's breasts remove you, I desire, and put him forth to nurse, and cause him underneath my tree ofttimes to suck, and oftentimes to play. And when that he is able for to speak, I pray you let him greet me here, and sadly say, in this same trunk is hid my mother dear. But learn him for to shun all ponds and pulling flowers from trees, and let him in his heart believe that all the shrubs he sees are bodies of the goddesses. Adieu, dear husband, now. Adieu, dear father. And adieu, dear sister, and in you, if any love of me remain, defend my boughs, I pray, from wound of cutting hook and axe, and bit of beast for aye. And for I cannot stoop to you, raise you yourselves to me, and come and kiss me, while I may yet touched and kissed be. And lift me up, my little boy. I can no longer talk, for now about my lily neck, as if it were a stalk, the tender rind begins to creep, and overgrows my top. Remove your fingers from my face, the spreading bark doth stop my dying eyes without your help. She had no sooner left her talking, but her life therewith together was bereft. But yet a good while after that her native shape did fade, her new-made boughs continued warm. Now while that Iole made report of this same wondrous tale, and while Alcmena, who did weep, was drying up the tears of Iole, weeping too, by putting to her thumb, there happed a sudden thing so strange, that unto mirth from heaviness their hearts it straight did change. For at the door, in manner even a very boy, as then, with short soft down upon his chin, revoked back again to youthful years, stood Iole, with countenance smooth and trim. Dame Hebe, Juno's daughter, had bestowed this gift on him, entreated at his earnest suit, who, minding fully there the giving of like gift again to any to forswear, Dame Themis would not suffer. For, quoth she, this present hour is cruel war in Thebe town, and none but Jove hath power to vanquish stately Canope. The brothers shall alike wound either other, and alive a prophet shall go seek his own quick ghost among the dead, the earth him swallowing in. The son, by taking vengeance for his father's death, shall win the name of kind and wicked man, in one and self-same case, and flight with mischiefs from his wits and from his native place, the Furies and his mother's ghosts shall restlessly him chase, until his wife demand of him the fatal gold for meed, and that his cousin Phege's sword do make his sides to bleed. Then shall the fair Chariloe, Achelous' daughter, pray the mighty Jove in humble wise to grant her children may retire again to youthful years, and that he will not see the death of him that did revenge, unvenged for to be. Jove, moved at her suit, shall cause his daughter-in-law to give like gift, and back from age to youth Calliroe's children drive. When Themis through foresight had spoke these words of prophecy, the gods began among themselves vain talk to multiply. They moiled why others might not give like gifts as well as she. First Pallas' daughter grudged that her husband old should be. The gentle Ceres murmured that her Jason's hair was hoar. And Vulcan would have called again the years long spent before by Erichthonius. And the nice Dame Venus, having care of time to come, the making young of old Anchises swear. So every god had one to whom he special favour bare, and through this partial love of theirs seditiously increased a hurly-burly, till the time that Jove among them pressed, and said, So smallly do you stand in awe of me this hour, as thus to rage? Thinks any of you himself to have such power as for to alter destiny? I tell you, Iole recovered hath by destiny his years erst passed away. Calliroe's children must return to youth by destiny, and not by force of arms or suit sustained ambitiously. And to the intent with milder minds ye may this matter bear, even I myself by destinies am ruled, which if I were of power to alter, think you that our Aeacus should stoop by reason of his feeble age, or Rhadamanth should droop, or Minos, who by reason of his age is now disdained, and lives not in so sure a state as heretofore he reigned. The words of Jove so moved the gods that none of them complained. Sith Rhadamanth and Aeacus were both with age constrained, and Minos also, who, as long as lusty youth did last, did even with terror of his name make mighty realms aghast. But then was Minos weakened sore, and greatly stood in fear of Millet, one of Daon's race, who proudly did him bear upon his father Phoebus the stoutness of his youth. And though he feared he would rebel, yet durst he not his mouth once open for to banish him his realm, until at last, departing of his own accord, Meletus swiftly passed the Goatsea, and did build a town upon the Asian ground, which still retains the name of him that first the same did found. And there the daughter of the brook Meander, which doth go so often backward, Cyane, a nymph of body so exceeding comely as the like was seldom heard of, as she by her father's winding banks or pleasure walking was known by Millet, unto whom a pair of twins she brought, and of the twins the names were Cown and Byblus. Byblus ought to be a mirror unto maids, in lawful wise to love. This Byblus cast a mind to Cown, but not as did behoove a sister to her brotherward. When first of all the fire did kindle, she perceived it not. She thought in her desire of kissing him so oftentimes no sin, ne yet no harm in cleaping him about the neck so often with her arm. The glittering gloss of godliness beguiled her long. Her love began from evil unto worse by little to remove. She comes to see her brother decked in brave and trim attire, and for to seem exceeding fair it was her whole desire. And if that any fairer were in all the flock than she, it spites her. In what case she was, as yet she did not see. Her heat exceeded not so far as for to vow, and yet she suffered in her troubled breast full many a burning fit. Now calleth she him maester, now she utter hateth all the names of kin. She rather had he should her Byblus call than sister. Yet no filthy hope she durst permit to creep within her mind, awake. But as she lay in quiet sleep, she oft beheld her love, and oft she thought her brother came and lay with her, and, though asleep, she blushed at the same. When sleep was gone, she long lay dumb, still musing on the sight, and said with wavering mind, Now woe is me, most wretched wight! What means the image of this dream that I have seen this night? I would not wish it should be true. Why dreamed I then so? Sure he is fair, although he should be judged by his foe. He likes me well, and were he not my brother, I might set my love on him, and he were me right worthy for to get. But unto this same match the name of kindred is a let. Well, so that I awake do still me undefiled keep, let come as often as they will such dreamings in my sleep. In sleep there is no witness by. In sleep yet may I take as great a pleasure, in a sort, as if I were awake. O Venus, and thy tender son, Sir Cupid, what delight, how present feeling of your sport hath touched me this night! How lay I, as it were, resolved, both marry flesh and bone! How glads it me to think thereon! Alas, too soon was gone that pleasure, and too hasty and despiteful was the night in breaking of my joys. O Lord, if name of kindred might between us two remove it be, how well it would agree, O Cown, that of thy father I the daughter-in-law should be! How fitly might my father have a son-in-law of thee! Would God that all save ancestors were common to us twain! I would thou wert of nobler stock than I. I cannot feign, O pearl of beauty, what she is whom thou shalt make a mother. Alas, how ill befalls it me that I should have none other than those same parents which are thine. So only still my brother, and not my husband, mayst thou be. The thing that hurts us both is one, and that between us inseparably goeth. What mean my dreams, then? What effect have dreams? And may there be effect in dreams? The gods are far in better case than we, for why, the gods have matched with their sisters, as we see. So Saturn did ally with Ops, the nearest of his blood, so Tethys with Oceanus, so Jove did think it good to take his sister Juno to his wife. What then? The gods have laws and charters by themselves, and sith there is such odds between the state of us and them, why should I sample take our worldly matters equal with the heavenly things to make? This wicked love shall either from my heart be driven away, or if it cannot be expulsed, God grant I perish may, and that my brother kiss me laid on hearse to go to grave. But my desire the full consent of both of us doth crave. Admit the matter liketh me, he will for sin it take. But yet the sons of Aeolus no scrupulousness did make in going to their sisters' beds. And how come I to know the feats of them? To what intent these samples do I show? Ah, whither am I headlong driven? Avaunt, foul filthy fire, and let me not in otherwise than sister-like desire my brother's love. Yet if that he were first in love with me, his fondness to incline unto, perchance I could agree. Shall I therefore, who would not have rejected him if he had sued to me, go sue to him? And canst thou speak indeed, and canst thou utter forth thy mind, and tell him of thy need? My love will make me speak, I can. Or, if that shame do stay my tongue, a sealed letter shall my secret love bewray. This likes her best. Upon this point now rests her doubtful mind. So, raising up herself, upon her left side she inclined, and leaning on her elbow, said, Let him advise him what to do, for I my frantic love will utter plain and flat. Alas! To what ungraciousness intend I for to fall? What fury raging in my heart my senses doth appall? In thinking so, with trembling hand she framed her to write the matter that her troubled mind in musing did indite. Her right hand holds the pen, her left doth hold the empty wax. She gins, she doubts, she writes, she in the tables findeth lacks. She notes, she blurs, dislikes, and likes, and changeth this for that. She lays away the book, and takes it up. She wots not what she would herself. Whatever thing she mindeth for to do misliketh her. A shamefastness with boldness mixed thereto was in her countenance. She had once writ sister. Out again the name of sister for to raise she thought it best. And then she snatched the tables up, and did these following words engrave: The health which, if thou give her not, she is not like to have, thy lover wisheth unto thee. I dare not, for shame, I dare not tell thee who I am, nor let thee hear my name. And if thou do demand of me what thing I do desire, would God that nameless I might plead the matter I require, and that I were unknown to thee by name of Byblis, till assurance of my suit were wrought according to my will. As tokens of my wounded heart might these to thee appear, my colour pale, my body lean, my heavy mirthless cheer, my watery eyes, my sighs without apparent causes why, my oft embracing of thee, and such kisses, if pretty thou marked them, as very well thou might have felt and found not for to have been sister-like. But though with grievous wound I then were stricken to the heart, although the raging flame did burn within, yet take I God to witness of the same, I did as much as lay in me this outrage for to tame, and long I strived, wretched wench, to 'scape the violent dart of Cupid. More I have endured of hardness and of smart than any wench, a man would think, were able to abide. Force forceth me to show my case, which fain I still would hide, and mercy at thy gentle hand in fearful wise to crave. Thou only mayst the life of me, thy lover, spill or save. Choose which thou wilt. No enemy craves this thing, but such a one as though she be allied so sure as surer can be none, yet covet she more surely yet allied for to be, and with a nearer kind of band to link herself to thee. Let aged folks have skill in law. To age it doth belong to keep the rigour of the laws, and search out right from wrong. Such youthful years as ours are yet, rash folly doth beseem. We know not what is lawful yet, and therefore we may deem that all is lawful that we list, ensuing in the same the doings of the mighty gods. Not dread of worldly shame, nor yet our fathers' roughness, no, nor fearfulness should let our purpose. Only let all fear aside be wholly set. We underneath the name of kin our pleasant scapes may hide. Thou knowest I have liberty to talk with thee aside, and openly we kiss and cull, and what is all the rest that wants? Have mercy on me now, who plainly have expressed my case, which thing I had not done, but that the utter rage of love constrains me thereunto, the which I cannot swage. Deserve not on my tomb thy name subscribed for to have, that thou art he whose cruelness did bring me to my grave. Thus much she rate in vain, and wax did want her to indite, and in the margent she was fain the latter verse to write. Immediately to seal her shame, she takes a precious stone, the which she moists with tears, from tongue the moisture quite was gone. She called a servant shamefastly, and after certain fair and gentle words, My trusty man, I pray thee bear this pair of tables, quoth she, to my, and a great while afterward she added, brother. Now through chance or want of good regard, the tables slipped down to ground in reaching to himward. The handsel troubled sore her mind, but yet she sent them, and her servant, spying time, did put them into Countess' hand. Meander's nephew suddenly in anger flung away the tables ere he half had read, scarce able for to stay his fistok from the servant's face, who quaked, and thus did say, Avaunt, thou bawdy bribbod, while thou mayst, for were it not for shame, I should have killed thee. Away afraid he got, and told his mistress of the fierce and cruel answer made by Cownie. By and by the hue of Byblis gan to fade, and all her body was benumbed with icy cold, for fear to hear of this repulse. As soon as that her senses were returned again, her furious flames returned with her wits, and thus she said, so oft that scarce her tongue the air hits, and worthily. For why was I so rash as to discover by hasty writing this my wound, which most I ought to cover? I should with doubtful, glancing words have felt his humour first, and made a train to try him if pursue or no he durst. I should have viewed first the coast, to see the weather clear, and then I might have launched safe and boldly from the pier. But now I hoist up all my sails before I tried the wind, and therefore am I driven upon the rocks against my mind, and all the sea doth overwhelm me. Neither may I find the means to get to harbour, or from danger to retire. Why did not open tokens warn to bridle my desire? Then when the tables falling in delivering them declared my hope was vain, and ought not I then either to have spared from sending them as that day, or have changed whole my mind, nay, rather shifted of the day? For had I not been blind, even God himself by soothfast signs the sequel seemed to hit. Yea, rather than to writing thus my secrets to commit, I should have gone and spoke myself, and presently have showed my fervent love. He should have seen how tears had from me flowed. He should have seen my piteous look, right lover-like. I could have spoken more than into those my tables enter would. About his neck against his will mine arms I might have wound, and had he shaked me off, I might have seemed for to swound. I humbly might have kissed his feet, and kneeling on the ground besought him for to save my life. All these I might have proved, whereof, although no one alone his stomach could have moved, yet all together might have made his hardened heart relent. Perchance there was some fault in him that was of message sent. He stepped unto him bluntly, I believe, and did not watch convenient time, in merry cue at leisure him to catch. These are the things that hindered me, for certainly I know no sturdy stone nor massy steel doth in his stomach grow. He is not made of adamant, he is no tiger's whelp, he never sucked lioness. He might with little help be vanquished. Let us give fresh charge upon him. While I live, without obtaining victory, I will not overgive. For firstly, if it lay in me my doings to revoke, I should not have begun at all. But seeing that the stroke is given, the second point is now to give the push to win. For neither he, although that I mine enterprise should blin, can ever while he lives forget my deed. And sith I shrink, my love was light, or else I meant to trap him, he shall think. Or at the least he may suppose that this my rage of love, which broileth so within my breast, proceeds not from above by Cupid's stroke, but of some foul and filthy lust. In fine, I cannot but to wickedness now more and more incline. By writing is my suit commenced, my meaning doth appear, and though I cease, yet can I not accounted be for clear. Now that doth remain behind is much as in respect my fond desire to satisfy, and little in effect to aggravate my fault withal. Thus much she said, and so unconstant was her wavering mind, still floating to and fro, that though it irked her for to have attempted, yet proceeds she in the self-same purpose of attempting, and exceeds all measure, and unhappy wench, she takes from day to day repulse upon repulse, and yet she hath not grace to stay. Soon after, when her brother saw there was with her no end, he fled his country, for because he would not so offend, and in a foreign land did build a city. Then men say that Byblis, through despair and thought all wholly did dismay, she tare her garments from her breast, and furiously she wrung her hands and beat her arms, and like a bedlam with her tongue confessed her unlawful love. But being of the same disappointed, she forsook her land and hateful house for shame, and followed after flying Cown. And as the froes of Thrace in doing of the 3-year rites of Bacchus, in like case the married wives of Bubace saw Byblis howling out through all their champion fields, the which she leaving, ran about in chariot to the Lelegs, who were men in battle stout, and so to Lycia. She had passed Craig, Limri, and the brook of Xanthus, and the country where Chimera, that same book hath goatish body, lion's head, and brist, and dragon's tail, when woods did want. And Byblis, now beginning for to quail through weariness in following Con, sank down and laid her head against the ground, and kissed the leaves the wind from trees had shed. The nymphs of Caria went about in tender arms to take her often up. They oftentimes persuaded her to slake her love, And words of comfort to her deaf-eared mind they spake. She still lay dumb, and with her nails the greenish herbs she hilled, and moisted with a stream of tears the grass upon the field. The water nymphs, so folk report, put under her a spring which never might be dried. And could they give a greater thing? Immediately, even like as when ye wound a pitch-tree rind, the gum doth issue out in drops, or as the western wind, with gentle blast together with the warmth of sun, unbind the ice, or as the clammy kind of cement which they call bitumen issueth from the ground full frothed therewithal. So Phoebus' niece, Dame Byblus, then consuming with her tears, was turned to a fountain, which in those same valleys bears the title of the founder still, and gusheth freshly out from underneath a sugar chest, as if it were a spout. The fame of this same wondrous thing perhaps had filled all the 100 towns of Candy, had a greater not befall more nearer home, by Iphis means transformed late before. For in the shire of Festus, hard by Knossos, dwelt of yore a yeoman of the meaner sort that Lictus had to name. His stock was simple, and his wealth according to the same, howbeit his life so upright was as no man could it blame. He came unto his wife then big and ready down to lie, and said, "Two things I wish thee. 'Tone, that when thou out shalt cry thou mayst dispatch with little pain. The other, that thou have a boy. For girls to bring them up a greater cost to crave, and I have no ability. And therefore, if thou bring a wench, it goes against my heart to think upon the thing, although against my will I charge it straight destroyed be. The bond of nature needs must bear in this behalf with me." This said, both wept exceedingly, as well the husband who did give commandment, as the wife that was commanded to. Yet Telethusa earnestly adlict her husband lay, although in vain, to have good hope, and of himself more stay, but he was full determined. Within a while the day approached that the fruit was ripe, and she did look to lay her belly every minute. When at midnight, in her rest, stood by her, or did seem to stand, the goddess Isis, dressed and trained with the solemn pomp of all her rites. 2 horns upon her forehead, like the moon, with ears of ripened corn, stood glistering as the burnished gold. Moreover, she did wear a rich and stately diadem. Attendant on her were the barking bug Anubis, and the saint Abubast, and the pitcoat Apis, and the god that gives to understand by finger holden to his lips that men should silence keep, and Libyan worms, whose stinging doth enforce continual sleep, and thou, Osiris, whom the folk of Egypt ever seek, and never can have sought enough, and riddle-rattles eke. Then, even as though that Telethus had fully been awake, and seen these things with open eyes, thus Isis to her spake: "My servant Telethusa, cease this care, and break the charge of lict, and when Lucina shall have let thy fruit at large, bring up the same whate'er it be. I am a goddess who delights in helping folk at need. I hither come to do thee good. Thou shalt not have a cause hereafter to complain of serving of a goddess that is thankless for thy pain." When Isis had this comfort given, she went her way again. A joyful wight rose Telethus, and lifting to the sky her hardened hands, did pray her dream might work effectually. Her throes increased, and forth alone anon the burthen came. A wench was born to Lictus, who knew nothing of the same. The mother, making him believe it was a boy, did bring it up, and none but she and nurse were privy to the thing. The father, thanking God, did give the child the grandsire's name, the which was Iphis. Joyful was the mother of the same, because the name did serve alike to man and woman both. And so the lie through godly guile forth unperceived goeth. The garments of it were a boy's. The face of it was such as, either in a boy or girl of beauty, uttered much. When Iphis was the 13 years, her father did ensure the brown Ianthe unto her, a wench of look demure, commended for her favour, and her person more than all the maids of Festus. Tellus men her father's name did call, he dwelt in Dictys. They were both of an age and favour leek, and under both one schoolmaster they did for nurture seek. And hereupon the hearts of both the dart of love did streak, and wounded both of them aleek. But unlike was their hope. Both longed for the wedding day together for to cope. For whom Ianthe thinks to be a man, she hopes to see her husband. Iphis loves whereof she thinks she may not be partaker, and the self-same thing augmenteth still her flame. Herself a maiden with a maid, right strange in love became. She scarce could stay her tears. What end remains for me, quoth she, how strange a love, how uncouth, how prodigious reigns in me. If that the gods did favour me, they should destroy me quite. Or if they would not me destroy, at leastwise yet they might have given me such a malady as might with nature stond, or nature were acquainted with. A cow is never fond upon a cow, nor mare on mare. The ram delights the ewe, the stag the hind, the cock the hen. But never man could shew that female yet was ta'en in love with female kind. Oh, would to God I never had been born! Yet lest that Candy should not bring forth all that monstrous were, the daughter of the sun did love a bull. Howbeit there was a male to dote upon. My love is furiouser than hers, if truth confessed be. For she was fond of such a lust as might be compassed. She was served by a bull, beguiled by art and cowed tree. And one there was for her with whom advoutry to commit. If all the cunning of the world and sleights of subtle wit were here, or if that Daedalus himself with uncouth wing wax should hither fly again, what comfort should he bring? Could he with all his cunning crafts now make a boy of me? Or could he, O Ianthe, change the native shape of thee? Nay, rather, Iphis, settle thou thy mind, and call thy wits about thee. Shake thou off these flames that foolishly by fits without all reason reign. Thou seest what nature hath thee made, unless thou wilt deceive thyself. So far forth wisely weighed as right and reason may support, and love as women ought. Hope is the thing that breeds desire. Hope feeds the amorous thought. This hope thy sex denieth thee. Not watching doth restrain thee from embracing of the thing whereof thou art so fain, nor yet the husband's jealousy, nor roughness of her sire, nor yet the coyness of the wench doth hinder thy desire. And yet thou canst not her enjoy. No, though that God and man should labour to their uttermost, and do the best they can in thy behalf, they could not make a happy wight of thee. I cannot wish the thing but that I have it. Frank and free the gods have given me what they could. As I will, so will he that must become my father-in-law. So wills my father too. But nature, stronger than them all, consenteth not thereto. This hindereth me, and nothing else. Behold, the blissful time, the day of marriage is at hand. Ianthe shall be mine, and yet I shall not her enjoy. Amid the water we shall thirst. O Juno, president of marriage, why with thee comes Hymen to this wedding, where no bridegroom you shall see, but both are brides that must that day together coupled be? This spoken, she did hold her peace. And now the t'other maid did burn as hot in love as she, and earnestly she prayed the bridal day might come with speed. The thing for which she longed, Dame Telethusa, fearing sore, from day to day prolonged the time, oft feigning sickness, oft pretending she had seen ill tokens of success. At length all shifts consumed been. The wedding day, so oft delayed, was now at hand. The day before it, taking from her head the kerchief quite away, and from her daughter's head likewise, with scattered hair she laid her hands upon the altar, and with humble voice thus prayed. O Isis, who dost haunt the town of Paratone, and the fields of Mareotis lake, and Pharos, which doth stand by Alexandria, and the Nile divided into 7 great channels, comfort thou my fear, and send me help from heaven. Thyself, O goddess, even thyself, and these thy relics, I did once behold, and knew them all, as well thy company as eke thy sounding rattles, and thy cressets burning by. And mindfully I marked what commandment thou didst give, that I escape unpunished, that this same wench doth live. Thy counsel and thy hest it is. Have mercy now on twain, and help us. With that word the tears ran down her cheeks amain. The goddess seemed for to move her altar, and indeed she moved it. The temple doors did tremble like a reed, and horns in likeness to the moon about the church did shine, and rattles made a raucous noise. At this same lucky sign, although not wholly careless, yet right glad she went away, and Iphis followed after her with larger pace than she was accustomed, and her face continued not so white. Her strength increased, and her look more sharper was to sight. Her hair grew shorter, and she had a much more lively sprite than when she was a wench. For thou, O Iphis, who right now a mother wert, art now a boy. With offerings both of you to church retire, and there rejoice with faith unfearful. They with offerings went to church again, and there the vows did pay. They also set a table up, which this brief metre had. The vows that Iphis vowed a wench, he hath performed a lad. Next morrow over all the world did shine with lightsome flame, when Juno and Dame Venus and Sir Hymen jointly came to Iphis' marriage, who was then transformed to a boy, did take Ianthe to his wife, and so her love and joy. Finis noni libri. End of Book 9. End of Section 12. Read by Thomas Copeland. Section 13 of Shakespeare's Ovid, being Arthur Golding's translation of the Metamorphoses by Arthur Golding. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The 10th book of Ovid's Metamorphoses. From thence in saffron-coloured robe flew Hymen through the air, and into Thracia, being called by Orphe, did repair. He came indeed at Orpheus' call, but neither did he sing the words of that solemnity, nor merry countenance bring, nor any handsel of good luck. His torch with drizzling smoke was dim, the same to burn out clear no stirring could provoke. The end was worser than the sign. For as the bride did roam abroad, accompanied with a train of nymphs to bring her home, a serpent lurking in the grass did sting her in the ankle, whereof she died incontinent, so swift the bane did rankle. Whom when the Thracian poet had bewailed sufficiently on earth, the ghosts departed hence, he minding for to try, down at the gate of Tenerus did go to Limbo lake, and thence by ghastly folk and souls late buried he did take his journey to Persephone, and to the king of ghosts, that like a lordly tyrant reigns in those unpleasant coasts. And playing on his tuned harp, he thus began to sound. O you, the sovereigns of the world set underneath the ground, to whom we all, whatever thing is made of mortal kind, repair, if by your leave I now may freely speak my mind, I come not hither as a spy the shady hell to see, nor yet the foul 3-headed cur, whose hairs all adders be, to tie in chains. The cause of this my voyage is my wife, whose foot a viper stinging did abridge her youthful life. I would have borne it patiently, and so too do I strave, but love surmounted power. This God is known great force to have above on earth, and whether he reign here or no I doubt, but I believe he reigns here too. If fame that flies about of former rape report not wrong, love coupled also you. By these same places, full of fear, by this huge chaos now, and by the stillness of this waste and empty kingdom, I beseech ye of Eurydice, unreel the destiny that was so swiftly reeled up. All things to you belong, and though we lingering for a while our pageants do prolong, yet soon or late we all to one abiding place do roam. We haste us hither all. This place becomes our latest home, and you do over humankind reign longest time. Now, when this woman shall have lived full her time, she shall again become your own. The use of her but for a while I crave, and if the destinies for my wife deny me for to have release, I fully am resolved for ever here to dwell. Rejoice you in the death of both. As he this tale did tell, and played on his instrument, the bloodless ghosts shed tears. To tire on Titia's growing heart the greedy gripe forbears. The shunning water Tantalus endeavoureth not to drink, and Danaus' daughters cease to fill their tubs that have no brink. Ixion's wheel stood still, and down sate Sisyphus upon his rolling stone. Then, first of all, so fame for truth hath gone, the Furies being stricken there with pity at his song did weep. And neither Pluto nor his lady were so strong and hard of stomach to withhold his just petition long. They called forth Eurydice, who was as yet among the new-come ghosts, and limpid of her wound. Her husband took her with condition that he should not back upon her look, until the time that he were past the bounds of limbo quite, or else to lose his gift. They took a path that steep upright rose dark and full of foggy mist, and now they were within a kenning of the upper earth, when Orphe did begin to doubt him lest she followed not, and through an eager love desirous for to see her, he his eyes did backward move. Immediately she slipped back, he reaching out his hands desirous to be caught, and for to catch her grasping stands. But nothing save the slippery air unhappy man he caught. She, dying now the second time, complained of Orphe not. For why, what had she to complain, unless it were of love, which made her husband back again his eyes upon her move? Her last farewell she spake so soft that scarce he heard the sound, and then revolted to the place in which he had her found. This double dying of his wife set Orphe in a stound, no less than him who at the sight of Pluto's dreadful hound, that on the middle neck of three doth bear an iron chain, was stricken in a sudden fear, and could it not restrain until the time his former shape and nature being gone, his body quite was overgrown, and turned into stone. Or than the foolish Olenus, who on himself to take another's fault, and guiltless needs himself would guilty make, together with his wretched wife Lithia, for whose pride they both becoming stones, do stand even yet on watery eyed. He would have gone to hell again, and earnest suit did make, but Charon would not suffer him to pass the Stygian lake. 7 days he sate forlorn upon the bank, and never ate a bit of bread. Care, tears, and thought, and sorrow were his meat, and crying out upon the gods of hell as cruel, withdrew to lofty Rhodope, and Heme, which beaten be with northern winds. 3 times the sun had passed through the sheer and watery sign of Pisces, and had finished full the year, and Orphe, were it that his ill success he still did rue, or that he vowed so to do, did utterly eschew the womankind. Yet many a one desirous were to match with him, but he them with repulse did all alike dispatch. He also taught the Thracian folk eschews of males to make, and of the flowering prime of boys the pleasure for to take. There was a hill, and on the hill a very level plot, fair green with grass. But as for shade or covert there was naught. As soon as this poet, born of gods, in that same place sate down, and touched his tuned strings, A shadow came apace. There wanted neither Chaon's tree, nor yet the trees to which fresh Phaeton's sisters turned were, nor beech, nor holm, nor witch, nor gentle asp, nor wiveless bay, nor lofty chestnut tree, nor hazel spalt, nor ash, whereof the shafts of spears made be, nor knotless fir, nor cheerful plane, nor maple flecked grain, nor lote, nor sallow, which delights by waters to remain, nor slender twigged tamarisk, nor box green of hue, nor fig trees loaden with their fruit of colours brown and blue, nor double coloured myrtle trees. Moreover, thither came the writhing ivy, and the vine that runs upon a frame, elms clad with vines, and ashes wild, and pitch trees black as coal, and full of trees with goodly fruit red striped, orchards whole, and palm trees lithe, which in reward of conquest men do bear, and pineapple with tufted top, and harsh and prickling hair, the tree to Cybele, mother of the gods most dear. For why? Her minion Attis, putting off the shape of man, did die, and hardened into this same tree. Among this company was present with a piked top the cypress, now a tree, sometime a boy, beloved of the god that with a string doth arm his bow, and with a string in tune his viol bring. For hallowed to the nymphs that in the fields of Carthy were, there was a goodly mighty stag, whose horns such breadth did bear, as that they shadowed all his head. His horns of gold did shine, and down his breast hung from his neck a chain with jewels fine. Amid his front, with pretty strings, a tablet being tied, did waver as he went, and from his ears on either side hung pearls of all one growth about his hollow temples bright. This goodly spitter, being void of dread, as having quite forgot his native fearfulness, did haunt men's houses, and would suffer folk, yea, though unknown, to coy him with their hand. But more than unto all folk else, he dearer was to thee, O Cyparis, the fairest wight that ever man did see in Sia. Thou to pastures, thou to water springs him led, thou wreathedst sundry flowers between his horns upon his head. Sometime a horseman thou his back for pleasure didst bestride, and haltering him with silken bit, from place to place didst ride. In summer time, about high noon, when Titan with his heat did make the hollow crabbed clees of Cancer for to sweat, unweeting Cyparis with a dart did strike this heart quite through, and when that of the wound he saw he must depart, he purposed for to die himself. What words of comfort spake not Phoebus to him, willing him the matter light to take, and not more sorrow for it than was requisite to make? But still the lad did sigh and sob, and as his last request desired God he might thenceforth from mourning never rest. Anon, through weeping overmuch, his blood was drained quite, his limbs waxed green, his hair, which hung upon his forehead white, began to be a bristled bush, and, taking by and by a stiffness, with a sharpened top did face the starry sky. The god did sigh, and sadly said, Myself shall mourn for thee, and thou for others, and one in mourning thou shalt be. Such wood as this had Orphe drawn about him, as among the herds of beasts and flocks of birds he sate amidst the throng. And when his thumb sufficiently had tried every string, and found that though they severally in sundry sounds did ring, yet made they all one harmony, he thus began to sing. O Muse, my mother, frame my song of Jove, for everything is subject unto royal Jove. Of Jove, the heavenly king, I oft have showed the glorious power. I erst in graver verse the giants slain in Phlegra fields with thunder did rehearse. But now I need a milder style to tell of pretty boys that were the darlings of the gods, and of unlawful joys that burned in the breasts of girls, who for their wicked lust, according as they did deserve, received penance just. The king of gods did burn erewhile in love of Ganymede, the Phrygian, and the thing was found which Jupiter that stead had rather be than that he was. Yet could he not beteem the shape of any other bird than eagle for to seem, and so he, soaring in the air with borrowed wings, trussed up the Trojan boy, who still in heaven even yet doth bear his cup, and brings him nectar, though against Dame Juno's will it be. And thou, Amyclus' son, had not thy heavy destiny abridged thee before thy time, hadst also placed been by Phoebus in the firmament. Howbeit, as is seen, thou art eternal so far forth as may be. For as oft as watery Piscus giveth place to Ares, that the soft and gentle springtide doth succeed the winter sharp and stour, so often thou renew'st thyself, and on the fair green clower dost shoot out flowers. My father bare a special love to thee above all others, so that while the god went oft to see Eurotas and unwalled Spart, he left his noble town of Delphos, which amid the world is situate in renown, without a sovereign. Neither harp nor bow regarded were. Unmindful of his godhead, he refused not to bear the nets, nor for to hold the hounds, nor as a painful mate to travel over cragged hills, through which continual gait his flames augmented more and more. And now the sun did stand well near midway between the nights last past and next at hand. They stripped themselves, and anointed them with oil of olive fat, and fell to throwing of a sledge that was right huge and flat. First Phoebus paising it did throw it from him with such strength as that the weight drave down the clouds in flying, and at length it fell upon substantial ground, where plainly it did show as well the cunning as the force of him that did it throw. Immediately, upon desire himself the sport to try, the Spartan lad made haste to take up unadvisedly the sledge before it still did lie. But as he was in hand to catch it, it rebounding up against the hardened land did hit him full upon the face. The god himself did look as pale as did the lad, and up his swounding body took. Now culls he him, now wipes he from the wound the blood away. Another while his fading life he strives with herbs to stay. Not booted leechcraft, helpless was the wound, and like as one bruised violet stalks, or poppy stalks, or lilies growing on brown spindles, straight they withering droop with heavy heads, and are not able for to hold them up, but with their tops to stare upon the ground. So Hyacinth, in yielding of his breath, chopped down his head. His neck, bereft of strength, by means of death, was even a burthen to itself, and down did loosely writhe upon his shoulders. Now a tone, and now a t'other lithe. Thou fad'st away, my Hyacinth, defrauded of the prime of youth, quoth Phoebus, and I see thy wound my heinous crime. Thou art my sorrow and my fault. This hand of mine hath wrought thy death. I, like a murderer, have to thy grave thee brought. But what have I offended, though? Unless that to have played, or if that to have loved, an offence it may be said. Would God I render might my life with, and instead of thee. To which, sith fatal destiny denieth to agree, both in my mind and in my mouth thou evermore shalt be. My vial stricken with my hand, my song shall sound of thee, and in a new-made flower thou shalt with letters represent our sighings. And the time shall come, ere many years be spent, that in thy flower a valiant prince shall join himself with thee, and leave his name upon the leaves for men to read and see. While Phoebus thus did prophesy, behold, the blood of him which dyed the grass ceased blood to be, and up there sprang a trim and goodly flower, more orient than the purple cloth in grain, in shape a lily, were it not the lilies do remain of silver colour, whereas these of purple hue are seen. although that Phoebus had the cause of this great honour been, yet thought he not the same enough, and therefore did he write his sighs upon the leaves thereof, and so in colour bright the flower hath I writ thereon, which letters are a grief. So small the Spartans thought the birth of Hyacinth a reprief unto them, that they worship him from that day unto this, and as their fathers did before, so they do never miss with solemn pomp to celebrate his feast from year to year. But if perchance that amethyst, the rich in metals, were demanded if it would have bred the prophets, it would swear, yea, even as gladly as the folk whose brows sometime did bear a pair of whelked horns, whereof they Cerastes named are. Before their door an altar stood of Jove, that takes the care of ailants and of travellers, which loathsome was to see, for lewdness wrought thereon. If one that had a stranger be had looked thereon, he would have thought there had on it been killed some sucking calves or lambs. The blood of strangers there was spilled. Dame Venus, sore offended at this wicked sacrifice, to leave her cities and the land of Cyprus did devise. But then, bethinking her, she said, What hath my pleasant ground, what have my cities trespassed? What fault in them is found? Nay, rather let this wicked race by exile punished been, or death, or by some other thing that is a mean between both death and exile. What is that, save only for to change their shape? In musing with herself what figure were most strange, she cast her eye upon a horn, and therewithal she thought the same to be a shape right meet upon them to be brought, and so she from their mighty limbs their native figure took, and turned them into boisterous bulls with grim and cruel look. Yet durst the filthy prophet stand in stiff opinion that Dame Venus was no goddess, till she, being wroth thereat, to make their bodies common, first compelled them everychone, and after changed their former kind. For when that shame was gone, and that they waxed brazen fast, she turned them to stone, in which between their former shape was difference small or none. Whom, for because Pygmalion saw to lead their life in sin, offended with vice whereof great store is packed within the nature of the womankind, he led a single life, and long it was ere he could find in heart to take a wife. Now in the while by wondrous art an image he did grave, of such proportion, shape, and grace, as nature never gave, nor can to any woman give. In this his work he took a certain love. The look of it was right a maiden's look, and such a one as that ye would believe had life, and that would move it be, if womanhood and reverence let it not. So artificial was the work. He wondereth at his art, and of his counterfeited course conceiveth love in heart. He often touched it, feeling if the work that he had made were very flesh or ivory still. Yet could he not persuade himself to think it ivory, for he oftentimes it kissed, and thought it kissed him again. He held it by the fist, and talked to it. He believed his fingers made a dint upon her flesh, and feared lest some black or bruised print should come by touching over hard. Sometime with pleasant boards and wanton toys he dallyingly doth cast forth amorous words. Sometime the gifts wherein young maids are wonted to delight he brought her ouches, fine round stones, and lilies fair and white, and pretty singing birds, and flowers of thousand sorts and hue, and painted balls, and amber from the tree distilled new. In gorgeous garments furthermore he did her also deck, and on her fingers put me rings and chains about her neck. Rich pearls were hanging at her ears, and tablets at her breast. All kind of things became her well, and when she was undressed she seemed not less beautiful. He laid her in a bed, the which with scarlet dyed entire was richly overspread, and terming her his bedfellow, he couched down her head upon a pillow soft, as though she could have felt the same. The feast of Venus, hallowed through the Isle of Cyprus, came, and bullocks white with gilden horns were slain for sacrifice, and up to heaven of frankincense the smoky fume did rise, when as Pygmalion, having done his duty that same day, before the altar standing, thus with fearful heart did say, "If that you gods can all things give, then let my wife, I pray," he durst not say, "be yon same wench of ivory," but "be like my wench of ivory." Venus, who was not at all to seek what such a wish as that did mean, then present at her feast, for handsel of her friendly help, did cause 3 times at least the fire to kindle, and to spire thrice upward in the air. As soon as he came home, straightway Pygmalion did repair unto the image of his wench, and leaning on the bed did kiss her. In her body straight a warmness seemed to spread. He put his mouth again to hers, and on her breast did lay his hand. The ivory wexed soft, and putting quite away all hardness, yielded underneath his fingers, as we see a piece of wax made soft against the sun, or drawn to be in divers shapes by chafing it between one's hands, and so to serve to uses. He amazed stood wavering to and fro 'tween joy and fear to be beguiled. Again he burnt in love, again with feeling he began his wished hope to prove. He felt it very flesh indeed. By laying on his thumb he felt her pulses beating. Then he stood no longer dumb, but thanked Venus with his heart, and at the length he laid his mouth to hers, who was as then become a perfect maid. She felt the kiss, and blushed thereat, and lifting fearfully her eyelids up, her lover and the light at once did spy. The marriage that herself had made the goddess blessed so, that when the moon with fulsome light 9 times her course had go, this lady was delivered of a son, that Paphos hight, of whom the island takes that name. Of him was born a knight called Cinyras, who, had he had none issue, surely might of all men underneath the sun been thought the happiest wight. Of wicked and most cursed things to speak I now commence. Ye daughters, and ye parents all, go get ye far from hence, or if ye minded be to hear my tale, believe me not in this behalf, ne think that such a thing was ever wrought. Or if ye will believe the deed, believe the vengeance too, which lighted on the party that the wicked act did do. But if that it be possible that any wight so much from nature should degenerate, as for to fall to such a heinous crime as this is, I am glad for Thracia, I am glad for this same world of ours, yea, glad exceedingly I am for this my native soil, for that there is such space between it and the land that bred a child so void of grace. I would the land Panchaea should of Amabe be rich, and cinnamome and costus sweet, and incense also, which doth issue largely out of trees, and other flowers strange, as long as that it beareth myrrh. Not worth it was the change new trees to have of such a price. The god of love denies his weapons to have hurted thee, O Myrrha, and he tries himself unguilty by thy fault. One of the Furies 3 with poisoned snakes and hellish brands hath rather blasted thee. To hate one's father is a crime as heinous as may be, but yet more wicked is this love of thine than any hate. The youthful lords of all the East and peers of chief estate desire to have thee to their wife, and earnest suit do make. Of all, excepting only one, thy choice, O Myrrha, take. She feels her filthy love and strives against it, and within herself said, Whither runs my mind? What think I to begin? Ye gods, I pray, and godliness, ye holy rites and awe of parents, from this heinous crime my vicious mind withdraw, and disappoint my wickedness, at leastwise, if it be a wickedness that I intend. As far as I can say, this love infringeth not the bonds of godliness a whit. For every other living wight Dame Nature doth permit to match without offensive sin. The heifer thinks no shame to bear her father on her back. The horse bestrides the same of whom he is the sire. The goat doth buck the kid that he himself begat. And birds do tread the self-same birds we see, of whom they hatched were before. In happy case they are that may do so without offence. But man's malicious care hath made a bridle for itself, and spiteful laws restrain the things that nature setteth free. Yet are there realms, men say, in which the mother with the son and daughter with the father do match, wherethrough of godliness the bond augments the rather with doubled love. Now woe is me, it had not been my lot in that same country to be born, and that this luckless plot should hinder me. Why think I thus? Avaunt, unlawful love! I ought to love him, I confess, but so as doth behoove his daughter. Were not Cinyras my father, then it was I might obtain to lie with him. But now, because he is mine own, he cannot be mine own. The nearness of our kin doth hurt me. Were I further off, perchance I more might win. And if I wist that I thereby this wickedness might shun, I would forsake my native soil, and far from Cyprus run. This evil heat doth hold me back, that being present still I may but talk with Cinyras, and look on him my fill, and touch, and kiss him, if no more may further granted be. Why, wicked wench, and canst thou hope for further? Dost not see how by thy fault thou dost confound the rights of name and kin? And wilt thou make thy mother be a cucquean by thy sin? Wilt thou thy father's leman be? Wilt thou be both the mother and sister of thy child? Shall he be both thy son and brother? And stand'st thou not in fear at all of those same sisters three, whose heads with crawling snakes instead of hair bematted be, which, pushing with their cruel bronze folks' eyes and mouths, to see their sinful hearts? But thou, now, while thy body yet is free, let never such a wickedness once enter in thy mind. Defile not mighty nature's hest by lust against thy kind. What though thy will were fully bent? Yet even the very thing is such as will not suffer thee the same to end to bring. For why, he being well disposed and godly, mindeth so much his duty, that from right and truth he will not stray. Would God-like fury were in him, as is in me this day. This said, her father Cinyras, who doubted what to do by reason of the worthy store of suitors which did woo his daughter, bringing all their names, did will her for to show on which of them she had herself most fancy to bestow. At first she held her peace a while, and looking wistly on her father's face did boil within, and scalding tears anon ran down her visage. Cinyras, who thought them to proceed of tender-hearted shamefastness, did say there was no need of tears, and dried her cheeks, and kissed her. Myrrha took of it exceeding pleasure in herself, and when that he did wit what husband she did wish to have, she said, One like to you. He, understanding not her thought, did well her words allow, and said, In this thy godly mind continue. At the name of godliness she cast me down her looks for very shame, for why her guilty heart did know she well deserved blame. High midnight came, and sleep both care and carcasses oppressed. But Myrrha, lying broad awake, could neither sleep nor rest. She fries in Cupid's flames, and works continually upon her furious love. One while she sinks in deep despair. Anon she fully minds to give attempt, but shame doth hold her in. She wishes, and she wots not what to do, nor how to gin. And like as when a mighty tree, with axes hewed round, now ready with a stripe or twain to lie upon the ground, uncertain as which way to fall, and tottereth every way, Even so her mind with doubtful wound enfeebled then did stray, now here, now there uncertainly, and took of both increase. No measure of her love was found, no rest, nor yet release, save only death. Death likes her best. She riseth, full in mind to hang herself. About a post her girdle she doth bind, and said, Farewell, dear Cinyras, and understand the cause of this my death. And with that word about her neck she draws the noose. Her trusty nurse, that in another chamber lay, by fortune heard the whispering sound of these her words, folk say. The aged woman, rising up, unbolts the door, and when she saw her in that plight of death, she shrieking out began to smite herself, and scratched her breast, and quickly to her ran, and rent the girdle from her neck. Then, weeping bitterly, and holding her between her arms, she asked the question why she went about to hang herself so unadvisedly. The lady held her peace as dumb, and looking on the ground unmovably, was sorry in her heart for being found before she had dispatched herself. Her nurse still at her lay, and showing her empty dugs and naked head all grey, besought her for the pain she took with her both night and day, in rocking and in feeding her, she would vouchsafe to say whate'er it were that grieved her. The lady turned away displeased, and fetched a sigh. The nurse was fully bent in mind to bolt the matter out, for which not only she did bind her faith in secret things to keep, but also said, Put me in trust to find a remedy. I am not, thou shalt see, yet altogether dulled by age. If furiousness it be, I have both charms and chanted herbs to help. If any wight bewitcheth thee, by witchcraft I will purge and set thee quite. Or if it be the wrath of God, we shall with sacrifice appease the wrath of God right well. What may I more surmise? No thieves have broken in upon this house and spoiled the wealth. Thy mother and thy father both are living and in health. When Mara heard her father named, a grievous sigh she fet even from the bottom of her heart, albeit the nurse as yet misdeemed not any wickedness. But ne'ertheless she guessed there was some love, and standing in one purpose made request to break her mind unto her. And she set her tenderly upon her lap. The lady wept and sobbed bitterly. Then, culling her in feeble arms, she said, I well espy thou art in love. My diligence in this behalf, I swear, shall serviceable to thee be. Thou shalt not need to fear that ere thy father shall it know. At that same word she leapt from nurse's lap like one that had been past her wits, and stepped with fury to her bed, at which she, leaning down her face, said, Hence, I pray thee, force me not to show my shameful case. And when the nurse did urge her still, she answered, Either get thee hence, or cease to ask me why myself I thus do fret. The thing that thou desirest to know is wickedness. The old poor nurse gan quake, and trembling both for age and fear, did hold her hands to her. And kneeling down right humbly at her feet, one while she fair entreated her with gentle words and sweet, another while, unless she made her privy of her sorrow, she threatened her, and put her in a fear she would next morrow bewray her how she went about to hang herself. But if she told her, she did plight her faith and help to her relief. She lifted up her head, and then, with tears fast gushing out, beslubbered all her nurse's breast, and going oft about to speak, she often stayed, and with her garments hid her face for shame, and lastly said, Oh, happy is my mother's case, that such a husband hath. With that a grievous sigh she gave, and held her peace. These words of hers a trembling chillness drave in nurse's limbs, which pierced her bones, for now she understood the case, and all her hoary hair up stiffly staring stood, and many things she talked to put away her cursed love, if that it had been possible the madness to remove. The maid herself, to be full true the counsel doth espy, Yet if she may not have her love, she fully minds to die. Live still, quoth nurse, thou shalt obtain. She durst not say thy father, but stayed at that. And for because that Myrrha should the rather believe her, she confirmed her words by oath. The yearly feast of gentle Ceres came, in which the wives, both most and least, apparelled all in white, are wont the firstlings of the field fine garlands made of ears of corn to Ceres for to yield. And for the space of thrice 3 nights they counted it a sin to have the use of any man, or once to touch his skin. Among these women did the queen frequent the secret rites. Now, while that of his lawful wife his bed was void o' nights, the nurse was double diligent, and finding Cinyras well washed with wine, she did surmise there was a pretty lass in love with him, and highly she her beauty setteth out, and being asked of her years, she said she was about the age of Myrrha. Well, quoth he, then bring her to my bed. Returning home, she said, Be glad, my nurse child, we have sped. Not all so wholly in her heart was wretched Myrrha glad, but that her foremisgiving mind did also make her sad. Howbeit she also did rejoice, as in a certain kind such discord of affections was within her cumbered mind. It was the time that all things rest. And now, boat is bright, the driver of the oxen 7 about the North Pole pight had somewhat turned his wain aside, when wicked Myrrha sped about her business. Out of heaven the golden Phoebe fled. With clouds more black than any pitch, the stars did hide their head. The night becometh utter void of all her wonted light. And first, before all other, hid their faces out of sight good Icar and Erigone his daughter, who for love most virtuous to her father was taken up above and made a star in heaven. 3 times had Myrrha warning given by stumbling to retire. 3 times the deathful owl that even with doleful noise prognosticates unhappy luck. Yet came she forward still. The darkness of the night abated shame. Her left hand held her nurse, her right the dark blind way did grope. Anon she to the chamber came, anon the door was ope, anon she entered in. With that her faltering hams did quake, her colour died, her blood and heart did clearly her forsake. The nearer she approached to her wickedness, the more she trembled. Of her enterprise it irked her full sore, and fain she would she might unknown have turned back. Nurse led her, pausing, forward by the hand, and putting her to bed, Here, take this damsel, Cinyras, she is thine own, she said. And so she laid them breast to breast. The wicked father takes his bowels into filthy bed, and there with words slakes the maiden's fear, and cheers her up. And lest this crime of theirs might want the rightful terms, by chance, as in respect of years, he daughter did her call, and she him father. Being sped, with cursed seed in wicked womb, she left her father's bed, of which soon after she became great bagged with her shame. Next night the lewdness doubled, and no end was of the same, until at length that Cinyras, desirous for to know his lover, that so many nights upon him did bestow, did fetch a light, by which he saw his own most heinous crime, and eke his daughter. Natheless, his sorrow at that time repressed his speech. Then, hanging by, he drew a rapier bright. Away ran Myrrha, and by means of darkness of the night she was delivered from the death, and straying in the broad date-bearing fields of Araby, she through Panchaea yode, and wandering full 9 months, at length she rested, being tired in Sabaland. And when the time was near at hand expired, and that uneath the burden of her womb she well could bear, not knowing what she might desire, distressed between the fear of death and tediousness of life, this prayer she did make: O gods, if of repentant folk you any mercy take, sharp vengeance I confess I have deserved, and content I am to take it patiently. Howbeit, to the intent that neither with my life the quick, nor with my death the dead annoyed be, from both of them exempt me from this stead, and altering me, deny to me both life and death. We see to such as do confess their faults some mercy showed to be. The gods did grant her this request, the last that she should make. The ground did overgrow her feet and ankles as she spake, and from her bursten toes went roots, which writhing here and there did fasten so the trunk within the ground she could not stir. Her bones did into timber turn, whereof the merry was the pith, and into watery sap the blood of her did pass. Her arms were turned to greater boughs, her fingers into twig. Her skin was hardened into bark, and now her belly big the etching tree had overgrown and overta'en her breast, and hasted for to win her neck, and hide it with the rest. She made no tarriance nor delay, but met the coming tree, and shrunk her face within the bark thereof. Although that she, together with her former shape, her senses all did lose, yet weepeth she, and from her tree warm drops do softly woos, the which her tears are had in price and honour, and the myrrh that issueth from her gummy bark doth bear the name of her, and shall do while the world doth last. The misbegotten child grew still within the tree, and from his mother's womb defiled sought means to be delivered. Her burthened womb did swell amid the tree, and stretched her out, but words wherewith to tell and utter forth her grief did want. She had no use of speech, with which Lucina in her throes she might have help beseech. Yet like a woman labouring was the tree, and bowing down gave often sighs, and shed forth tears, as though she there should drown. Lucina to this woeful tree came gently down, and laid her hand thereon, and speaking words of ease the midwife played. The tree did cranny, and the bark dividing made a way, and yielded out the child alive, which cried and wailed straightway. The water nymphs upon the soft sweet herbs the child did lay, and bathed him with his mother's tears. His face was such as spite must needs have praised, for such he was in all conditions right, as are the naked cupids that in tables pictured be. But to the intent he may with them in every point agree, let either him be furnished with wings and quiver light, or from the cupids take their wings and bows and arrows quite. Away slips fleeting time unspied, and mocks us to our face, and nothing may compare with years in swiftness of their pace. That wretched imp whom wickedly his grandfather begate, and whom his cursed sister bare, who hidden was the late within the tree, and lately born, became immediately the beautifullest babe on whom man ever set his eye. Anon a stripling he became, and by a man, and every day more beautiful than other he became. That in the end Dame Venus fell in love with him, whereby he did revenge the outrage of his mother's villainy. For as the armed Cupid kissed Dame Venus, unbeware an arrow sticking out did raise her breast upon the bear. The goddess, being wounded, thrust away her son. The wound appeared not to be so deep as afterward was found. It did deceive her at the first. The beauty of the lad inflamed her. To Cythera isle no mind at all she had, nor unto Paphos, where the sea beats round about the shore, nor fishy Nide, nor amethyst that hath of metals store. Yea, even from heaven she did abstain. She loved Adonis more than heaven. To him she clinged aye, and bare him company. And in the shadow wont she was to rest continually, and for to set her beauty out most seemly to the eye, by trimly decking of herself. Through bushy grounds and groves, and over hills and dales, and lawns and stony rocks she roves, bare-kneed, with garment tucked up according to the wont of Phoebe. And she cheered the hounds with hallowing like a hunt, pursuing game of hurtless sort, as hares made low before, or stags with lofty heads, or bucks. But with the sturdy boar and ravening wolf, and bear-whelps armed with ugly paws, and eke the cruel lions which delight in blood, and slaughter seek, she meddled not. And of these same she warned also thee, Adonis, for to shun them, if thou wouldst have warned be. Be bold on cowards, Venus said, for whoso doth advance himself against the bold may hap to meet with some mischance. Wherefore I pray thee, my sweet boy, forbear too bold to be, for fear thy rashness hurt thyself, and work the woe of me. Encounter not the kind of beasts whom nature armed hath, for doubt thou by thy praise too dear procuring thee some scath. Thy tender youth, thy beauty bright, thy countenance fair and brave, although they had the force to win the heart of Venus, have no power against the lions, nor against the bristled swine. The eyes and hearts of savage beasts do not to these incline. The cruel boars bear thunder in their hooked tushes, and exceeding force and fierceness is in lions to withstand, and sure I hate them at my heart. To him demanding why, a monstrous chance, quoth Venus, I will tell thee by and by, that happened for a fault. But now unwonted toil hath made me weary, and behold, in time this poplar with his shade allureth, and the ground for couch doth serve to rest upon. I pray thee, let us rest us here. They sate them down anon, and lying upward with her head upon his lap along, she thus began, and in her tale she bussed him among. Perchance thou hast, or this time, heard of one that overcame the swiftest men in footmanship. No fable was that same. She overcame them out of doubt. And hard it is to tell thee whether she did in footmanship or beauty more excel. Upon a season, as she asked of Phoebus what he was that should her husband be, he said, For husband do not pass, O Atalanta, thou at all of husband hast no need. Shun husbanding, but yet thou canst not shun it, I thee rede. Alive thou shalt not be thyself. She, being sore afraid of this Apollo's oracle, did keep herself a maid, and lived in the shady woods. When wooers to her came, and were of her importunate, she drave away the same with boisterous words, and with the sore condition of the game. I am not to be had, quoth she, unless ye able be in running for to vanquish me. Ye must contend with me in footmanship, and whoso wins the wager, I agree to be his wife. But if that he be found too slow, then he shall lose his head. This of your game the very law shall be. She was indeed unmerciful, but such is beauty's power, that though she said condition were extreme and over sour, yet many suitors were so rash to undertake the same. Hippomenes, as a looker-on of this uncourteous game, sate by, and said, Is any man so mad to seek a wife with such apparent peril and the hazard of his life? And utterly he did condemn the young man's love. But when he saw her face and body bare, for the lady then did strip her to her naked skin, the which was like to mine, or rather, if that thou wert made a woman, like to thine, he was amazed, and holding up his hands to heaven, he saith, Forgive me, you with whom I found such fault even now. In faith I did not know the wager that ye ran for. As he praiseth the beauty of her, in himself the fire of love he raiseth, and through an envy, fearing lest she should away be won, he wished that ne'er a one of them so swift as she might run. And wherefore, quoth he, put not I myself in press to try the fortune of this wager? God himself continually doth help the bold and hardy sort. Now while Hippomenes debates these things within himself, and other like to these, the damsel runs as if her feet were wings, and though that she did fly as swift as arrow from a turkey bow, yet he more wondered at her beauty than at swiftness of her pace. Her running greatly did augment her beauty and her grace. The wind, whisking from her feet the labels of her socks, upon her back as white as snow did toss her golden locks, and eke the embroidered garters that were tied beneath her ham. The redness mixed with white upon her tender body cam, as when a scarlet curtain, strained against a plastered wall, doth cast like shadow, making it seem ruddy therewithal. Now while the stranger noted this, the race was fully run, and Atalante, as she that had the wager clearly won, was crowned with a garland brave. The vanquished, sighing sore, did lose their lives, according to agreement made before. Howbeit, not at all dismayed with these men's luckless case, he stepped forth, and, looking full upon the maiden's face, said, Wherefore dost thou seek renown in vanquishing of such as were but dastards? Cope with me. If fortune be so much my friend to give me victory, thou needest not hold scorn to yield to such a noble man as I am. I am born the son of noble Megary, Onchestes' son, and he was son to Neptune. Thus am I great-grandchild, by degree, in right descent, of him that rules the waters. Neither do I out of kind degenerate from virtue meet thereto, or, if my fortune be so hard as vanquished for to be, thou shalt obtain a famous name by overcoming me. In saying thus, Atalanta cast a gentle look on him, and doubting whether she rather had to lose the day or win, said thus, What god an enemy to the beautiful is bent to bring this person to his end, and therefore hath him sent to seek a wife with hazard of his life? If I should be myself the judge in his behalf, there is not sure in me that doth deserve so dearly to be earned. Neither doth his beauty move my heart at all, yet is it such in sooth as well might move me. But because as yet a child he is, his person moves me not so much as doth his age, I wis. Besides that manhood is in him, and mind unfraid of death. Besides that of the watery race from Neptune, as he saith, he is the fourth. Besides that he doth love me, and doth make so great account to win me to his wife, that for my sake he is contented for to die, if fortune be so sore against him to deny him me. Thou stranger, hence therefore, away, I say, now while thou mayst, and shun my bloody bed. My marriage cruel is, and craves the losing of thy head. There is no wench but that would such a husband gladly catch, and she that wise were might desire to meet with such a match. But why now, after heading of so many, do I care for thee? Look thou to that. For sith so many men as are already put to slaughter cannot warn thee to beware, but that thou wilt be weary of thy life, die, do not spare. And shall he perish then because he sought to live with me, and for his love unworthily with death rewarded be? All men of such a victory will speak too foul a shame, but all the world can testify that I am not to blame. Would God thou wouldst desist, or else because thou art so mad, I would to God a little more thy feet of swiftness had. Ah, what a maiden's countenance is in this childish face! Ah, foolish boy Hippomenes, how wretched is thy case! I would thou never hadst me seen. Thou were the art of life, and if so be I happy were, and that to be a wife the cruel destinies had not me forbidden, sure thou art the only wight with whom I would be matched with all my heart. This spoken, she yet raw, but new-stricken with the dart of Cupid, being ignorant, did love and knew it not. Anon her father and the folk assembled, willed that they should begin their wonted race. Then Neptune's issue prayed with careful heart and voice to me, and thus devoutly said, O Venus, favour mine attempt, and send me down thine aid, to compass my desired love which thou hast on me laid. His prayer moved me, I confess, and long I not delayed before I helped him. Now there is a certain field, the which the Cyprian folk call Damascene, most fertile and most rich of all the Cyprian fields. The same was consecrate to me in ancient time, and of my church the glebe-land wont to be. Amid this field with golden leaves there grows a goodly tree, the crackling boughs whereof are all of yellow gold. I came and gathered golden apples 3, and bearing thence the same within my hand, immediately to Hippomen I gat, invisible to all wights else save him, and taught him what to do with them. The trumpets blew, and girding forward, both set forth, and on the hovering dust with nimble feet each goeth. A man would think they able were upon the sea to go, and never wet their feet, and on the ales of corn also, that still is growing in the field, and never down them tread. The man took courage at the shout and words of them that said, Now is time, Metamorphoses, to ply it high apace, and force thyself with all thy strength. Lag not in any case, thou shalt obtain. It is a thing right doubtful whether he at these well-winning words of theirs rejoiced more, or she. O Lord, how often, when she might outstrip him, did she stay, and gazed long upon his face, right loth to go her way. A weary breath proceeded from their parched lips, and far they had to run. Then Neptune's imp, her swiftness to debar, trolled down a tone side of the way an apple of the 3. Amazed thereat, and covetous of the goodly apple, she did step aside, and snatched up the rolling fruit of gold. With that Hippomenes coated her. The folk that did behold made noise with clapping of their hands. She recompensed her sloth and loss of time with footmanship, and straight again out goeth Hippomenes, leaving him behind. And being stayed again with taking up the second, she him overtook. And when the race was almost at an end, he said, O goddess, thou that art the author of this gift, assist me friendly now. And therewithal, of purpose that she might the longer be in coming, he with all his might did bowl the last of 3 askew a tone side of the field. The lady seemed to make a doubt in taking of it up. I forced her to take it up, and to the apple I did put a heavy weight, and made it of such massiness she could not lift it straight. And lest that I in telling of my tale may longer be than they in running of their race, outstripped quite was she, and he that wan her, marrying her, enjoyed her for his fee. Think'st thou I was not worthy thanks, Adonis? Thinkest thou I earned not that he to me should frankincense allow? But he, forgetful, neither thanks nor frankincense did give, by means whereof to sudden wrath he justly did me drive, for being grieved with the spite, because I would not be despised of such as were to come, I thought it best for me to take such vengeance of them both, as others might take heed by them, and so against them both in anger I proceed. A temple of the mother of the gods that vowed was, and builded by a Chian in a darksome grove they pass. There, through my might, Hippomenes was touched and stirred so, that needs he would to venery, though out of season, go. Not far from this same temple was with little light a den with pummy vaulted naturally, long consecrate ere then for old religion, not unlike a cave, where priests of yore bestowed had of images of wooden gods good store. Hippomenes, entering hereunto, defiled the holy place with this unlawful lust, from which the idols turned their face, and Sibyl, with the towered tops disdaining, doubted whether she in the lake of Styx might drown the wicked folk together. The penance seemed over light, and therefore she did cause thin yellow manes to grow upon their necks, and hooked paws instead of fingers to succeed. Their shoulders were the same they were before. With wondrous force deep-breasted they became. Their look became fierce, cruel, grim, and sour. A tufted tail stretched out in length far after them upon the ground doth trail. Instead of speech they roar, instead of bed they haunt the wood, and dreadful unto others they for all their cruel mood with tamed teeth chank Sibyl's bits in shape of lions. Shun these beasts, dear heart, and not from these all only see thou run, but also from each other beast that turns not back to flight, but offereth with his boisterous breast to try the chance of fight. And aimest lest thy valiantness be hurtful to us both. This warning given, with yoked swans away through air she goeth. But manhood by admonishment restrained could not be. By chance his hounds, in following of the track, a boar did see, and roused him. And as the swine was coming from the wood, Adonis hit him with a dart askew, and drew the blood. The boar straight with his hooked groin the hunting staff outdrew, bestained with his blood, and on Adonis did pursue, who, trembling and retiring back to place of refuge drew, and hiding in his cods his tusk as far as he could thrust, he laid him all along for dead upon the yellow dust. Dame Venus, in her chariot drawn with swans, was scarce arrived at Cyprus, when she knew afar the sigh of him deprived of life. She turned her cygnets back, and when she from the sky beheld him dead, and in his blood beweltered for to lie, she leaped down, and tare at once her garments from her breast, and rent her hair, and beat upon her stomach with her fist, and blaming sore the destinies, said, Yet shall they not obtain their will in all things. Of my grief remembrance shall remain, Adonis, while the world doth last. From year to year shall grow a thing that of my heaviness and of thy death shall show the lively likeness. In a flower thy blood I will bestow. Hadst thou the power, Persephone, rank-scented mints to make of women's limbs? And may not I like power upon me take, without disdain and spite, to turn Adonis to a flower? This said, she sprinkled nectar on the blood, which through the power thereof did swell like bubbles sheer that rise in weather clear on water. And before that full an hour expired were, of all one colour with the blood of flower she there did find, even like the flower of that same tree, whose fruit in tender rind have pleasant grains enclosed. Albeit the use of them is short, for while the leaves do hang so loose through lightness in such sort, as that the winds that all things pierce, with every little blast do shake them off, and shed them so, as that they cannot last. Finis Decimi Libri. End of Book 9. End of Section 13. Read by Thomas Copeland. Section 14 of Shakespeare's Ovid, being Arthur Golding's translation of Ovid's Metamorphoses by Arthur Golding. This book is in the public domain. The 11th book of Ovid's Metamorphoses. Now while the Thracian poet with this song delights the minds of savage beasts, and draws both stones and trees against their kinds, behold, the wives of Cycone, with red deer skins about their furious breasts, as in the field they gathered on a rout, espied him from a hillock's top, still singing to his harp, of whom one shook her head at him, and thus began to carp. Behold, says she, behold, yon same is he that doth disdain us women. And with that same word she sent her lance amain at Orpheus' singing mouth. The lance, armed round about with leaves, did hit him, and without a wound a mark behind it leaves. Another threw a stone at him, which, vanquished with his sweet and most melodious harmony, fell humbly at his feet, as sorry for the furious act it purposed. But rash and heady riot, out of frame, all reason now did dash, and frantic outrage reigned. Yet had the sweetness of his song appeased all weapons, saving that the noise, now growing strong with blowing shawms, and beating drums, and bedlam howling out, and clapping hands on every side by Bacchus' drunken rout, did drown the sound of Orpheus' harp. Then, first of all, stones were made ruddy with the prophet's blood, and could not give him ear. And first the flock of Bacchus froze by violence break the ring of serpents, birds, and savage beasts, that for to hear him sing sate gazing round about him there. And then with bloody hands they ran upon the prophet, who among them singing stands. They flocked about him, like as when a sort of birds have found an owl at daytimes in a tod, and hem him in full round, as when a stag by hungry hounds is in a morning found, the which forestall him round about, and pull him to the ground. Even so the prophet they assail, and throw their thyrses green at him, which for another use than that invented been. Some cast me clods, some boughs of trees, and some threw stones. And lest that weapon, wherewithal to wreak their woodness, which increased, should want, it chanced that oxen by were tilling of the ground, and labouring men with brawned arms, not far fro thence were found, a digging of the hardened earth, and earning of their food with sweating brows. They, seeing this same rout, no longer stood, but ran away, and left their tools behind them. Everywhere through all the field their mattocks, rakes, and shovels scattered were, which when the cruel fiends had caught, and had asunder rent the horned oxen, back again to Orpheward they went, and, wicked wights, they murthered him, who never till that hour did utter words in vain, nor sing without effectual power. And through that mouth of his, O Lord, which even the stones had heard, and unto which the witless beasts had often given regard, his ghost, then breathing into air, departed. Even the fowls were sad for Orphe, and the beast with sorry sighing howls. The rugged stones did mourn for him. The woods, which many a time had followed him to hear him sing, bewailed this same crime. Yea, even the trees, lamenting him, did cast their leafy hair. The rivers also, with their tears, men say, increased were. Yea, and the nymphs of brooks and woods upon their streams did sail with scattered hair about their ears, in boats with sable sail. His members lay in sundry steads, his head and harp both cam to Hebrus, and a wondrous thing, as down the stream they swam, his harp did yield a mourning sound. His lifeless tongue did make a certain lamentable noise, as though it still yet spake. And both the banks in mourning wise made answer to the same. At length adown their country stream to open sea they came, and lighted on Methymne's shore in Lesbos land. And there no sooner on the foreign coast now cast a land they were, but that a cruel-natured snake did straight upon them fly, and licking on his ruffled hair, the which was dropping dry, did gape to tire upon those lips that had been wont to sing most heavenly hymns. But Phoebus, straight preventing that same thing, dispoints the serpent of his bit, and turns him into stone with gaping chaps. Already was the ghost of Orphe gone to Pluto's realm, and there he all the places eft beheld, the which he heretofore had seen. And as he sought the field of fair Elysian, where the souls of godly folk do won, he found his wife Eurydice, to whom he straight did run, and held her in embracing arms. There now he one while walks together with her, cheek by cheek, another while he stalks before her, and another while he followeth her. And now without all kind of forfeiture he safely might avow his looking backward at his wife. But Baucis, grieved at the murther of the chaplain of his orgies, suffered not the mischief unrevenged to be. For by and by he bound the Thracian women by the feet with writhen root in ground, as many as consenting to this wicked act were found. And look how much that each of them the prophet did pursue, so much he sharpening of their toes within the ground them drew. And as the bird that finds her leg besnarled in the net, the which the fowler subtly hath closely for her set, and feels she cannot get away, stands flickering with her wings, and with her fearful leaping up draws closer still the strings, so each of these, when in the ground they fastened were, essayed afflated for to fly away. But every one was stayed with winding root which held her down. Her frisking could not boot, and while she looked what was become of toe, of nail, and foot, she saw her legs grow round in one, and turning into wood. And as her thighs with violent hand she sadly striking stood, she felt them tree. Her breast was tree, her shoulders eke were tree. Her arms, long boughs ye might have thought, and not deceived be. But Bacchus was not so content. He quite forsook their land, and with a better company removed out of hand unto the vineyard of his own Mount Tmolus, and the river Pactolus, though as yet no streams of gold it did deliver, ne spite it was for precious sands. His old accustomed route of woodwards and of frantic froes environed him about, but old Silenus was away. The Phrygian ploughmen found him reeling both for drunkenness and age, and brought him bound with garlands unto Midas, king of Phrygia, unto whom the Thracian Orphe and the priest Eumolphus, coming from the town of Athens, erst had taught the orgies. When he knew his fellow and companion of the selfsame badge and crew, upon the coming of this guest he kept a feast, the space of twice 5 days and twice 5 nights together in that place. And now the 11th time Lucifer had mustered in the sky the heavenly host, when Midas comes to Lydia jocundly, and yields the old Silenus to his foster child. He, glad that he his foster father had eftsoons recovered, bade King Midas ask him what he would. Right glad of that was he, but not a whit at latter end the better should he be. He, minding to misuse his gift, said, Grant that all and some the which my body toucheth bear may yellow gold become. God Bacchus, granting his request, his hurtful gift performed, and that he had not better wished, he in his stomach stormed. Rejoicing in his harm, away full merry goes the king, and for to try his promise true, he toucheth everything. Scarce giving credit to himself, he pulled young green twigs from off an holm tree, by and by all golden were the sprigs. He took a flintstone from the ground, the stone likewise became pure gold. He touched next a clod of earth, and straight the same, by force of touching, did become a wedge of yellow gold. He gathered ears of ripened corn. Immediately, behold, the corn was gold. An apple then he pulled from a tree. Ye would have thought the Hesperids had given it him. If he on pillars high his fingers laid, they glistered like the sun. The water, where he washed his hands, did from his hands so run, as Danae might have been therewith beguiled. He scarce could hold his passing joys within his heart, for making all things gold. While thus he joyed, his officers did spread the board anon, and set down sundry sorts of meat and manchet thereupon. Then, whether his hand did touch the bread was massy gold, or whether he chewed with hungry teeth his meat, ye might behold the piece of meat between his jaws a plate of gold to be. In drinking wine and water mixed, ye might discern and see the liquid gold run down his throat. Amazed at the strange mischance, and being both a wretch and rich, he wished to change his riches for his former state, and now he did abhor the thing which even but late before he cheerfully longed for. No meat his hunger slakes, his throat is shrunken up with thirst, and justly doth his hateful gold torment him as accursed. Then, lifting up his sorry arms and hands to heaven, he cried, O Father Bacchus, pardon me, my sin I will not hide. Have mercy, I beseech thee, and vouchsafe to rid me quite from this same harm, that seems so good and glorious unto sight. The gentle Bacchus, straight upon confession of his crime, restored Midas to the state he had in former time, and having made performance of his promise, he bereft him the gift that he had granted him. And lest he should have left him bedaubed with the dregs of that same gold, which wickedly he wished had, he willed him to get him by and by to that great river which doth run by Sardis town, and there along the channel up the stream his open arms to bear until he cometh to the spring, and then his head to put full underneath the foaming spout, where greatest was the gut, and so, in washing of his limbs, to wash away his crime. The king, as was commanded him, against the stream did climb, and straight the power of making gold, departing quite from him, infects the river, making it with golden stream to swim, the force whereof the banks about so soaked in their veins, that even as yet the yellow gold upon the clods remains. Then Midas, hating riches, haunts the pasture grounds and groves, and up and down with Pan among the lawns and mountains roves. But still a head more fat than wise, and doltish wit he hath, the which, as erst, yet once again must work their maester scath. The mountained mole from lofty top to seaward looketh down, and spreading far his boorly sides, extendeth to the town of Sardis with the tun side, and to Hypep with the t'other. There Pan, among the fairy elves that danced round together, in setting of his cunning out for singing, and for play upon his pipes of reeds and wax, resuming for to say Apollo's music was not like to his, to take in hand a far unequal match, whereof the Tmole for judge should stand. The ancient judge sits down upon his hill, and rids his ears from trees, and only on his head an oaken garland wears, whereof the acorns dangled down about his hollow brow. And looking on the god of neat, he said, "Ye need not now to tarry longer for your judge." Then Pan blew loud and strong his country pipe of reeds, and with his rude and homely song delighted Midas' ears, for he by chance was in the throng. When Pan had done, the sacred Tmole to Phoebus turned his look, and with the turning of his head his bushy hair he shook. Then Phoebus, with a crown of bay upon his golden hair, did sweep the ground with scarlet robe. In left hand he did bear his vial, made of precious stones and ivory intermixed, and in his right hand for to strike his bow was ready fixed. He was the very pattern of a good musician right. Anon he gan with cunning hand the tuned strings to smite, the sweetness of the which did so the judge of them delight, that Pan was willed for to put his reed pipe in his case, and not to fiddle nor to sing where vials were in place. The judgment of the holy hill was liket well of all, save Midas, who found fault therewith, and wrongful did it call. Apollo could not suffer well his foolish ears to keep their human shape, but drew them wide, and made them long and deep, and filled them full of whitish hairs, and made them down to sag, and through too much unstableness continually to wag. His body keeping in the rest his manly figure still, was punished in the part that did offend for want of skill, and so a slow-paced ass's ears his head did after bear. This shame endeavoureth he to hide, and therefore he did wear a purple nightcap ever since. But yet his barber, who was wont to note him, spied it, and being eager to disclose it, when he neither durst to utter it, nor could it keep in secret still, he went and digged up the mould, and whispering softly in the pit, declared what ears he spied his maester have, and turning down the cloer again, did hide his blabbed words within the ground, and closing up the pit, departed thence, and never made mo words at all of it. Soon after there began a tuft of quivering reeds to grow, which being ripe, bewrayed their seed and him that did them sow. For when the gentle southern wind did gently on them blow, they uttered forth the words that had been buried in the ground, and so reproved the ass's ears of Midas with their sound. Apollo, after this revenge, from Tmolus took his flight, and sweeping through the air, did on the self-same side alight of Hellespontus, in the realm of King Laomedon. There stood upon the right side of Sigeum, and upon the left of Reticliff, that time an altar built of old to Jove, that heareth all men's words. Here Phoebus did behold the foresaid King Laomedon beginning for to lay the foundation of the walls of Troy, which work from day to day went hard and slowly forward, and required no little charge. Then he, together with the god that rules the surges large, did put themselves in shape of men, and bargained with the king of Phrygia for a sum of gold his work to end to bring. Now when the work was done, the king their wages them denayed, and falsely faced them down with oaths it was not as they said. Thou shalt not mock us unrevenged, quoth Neptune, and anon he caused all the surges of the sea to rush upon the shore of covetous Troy, and made the country like the deep. The goods of all the husbandmen away he quite did sweep, and overwhelmed their fields with waves. And thinking this too small a penance for the falsehood, he demanded therewithal his daughter for a monster of the sea, whom being bound unto a rock, stout Hercules, delivering safe and sound, required his steeds, which were the hire for which he did compound. And when that of so great desert the king denied the hire, the twice forsworn false town of Troy he sacked in his ire. And Telamon, in honour of his service, did enjoy the lady Hesione, daughter of the covetous king of Troy. For Peleus had already got a goddess to his wife, and lived unto both their joys a right renowned life, and sure he was not prouder of his grandsire than of thee, that wert become his father-in-law. For many mo than he have had the hap of mighty Jove the nephews for to be, but never was it heretofore the chance of any one to have a goddess to his wife, save only his alone. For unto watery Thetis thus old Proteus did foretell, Go marry, thou shalt bear a son, whose doing shall excel his father's far in feats of arms, and greater shall he be in honour, high renown, and fame, than ever erst was he. This caused Jove the watery bed of Thetis to forbear, although his heart were more than warm with love of her, for fear the world some other greater thing than Jove himself should breed, and willed the son of Aeacus, this Peleus, to succeed in that which he himself would fain have done, and for to take the lady of the sea in arms a mother her to make. There is a bay of Thessaly that bendeth like a bow, the sides shoot forth, where if the sea of any depth did flow it were a haven. Scarcely doth the water hide the sand. It hath a shore so firm, that if a man thereon do stand, no print of foot remains behind. It hindereth not one's pace, ne covered is with hovering reek. Adjoining to this place there is a grove of myrtle trees, with fruit of dual colour, and in the midst thereof a cave. I cannot tell you whether the nature or the art of man were maker of the same. It seemed rather made by art. Oft Thetis hither came stark naked, riding bravely on a bridled dolphin's back. There Peleus, as she lay asleep, upon her often brake, and for because that at her hands entreatance nothing wins, he folding her about the neck with both his arms begins to offer force. And surely if she had not fallen to wiles, and shifted oftentimes her shape, he had obtained erewhiles. But she became sometimes a bird, he held her like a bird. Anon she was a massy log, but Peleus never stirred a whit for that. Then thirdly she of speckled tiger took the ugly shape, for fear of whose most fierce and cruel look, his arms he from her body twitched. And at his going thence, in honour of the watery gods, he burned frankincense, and poured wine upon the sea, with fat of neat and sheep, until the prophet, that doth dwell within Carpathian deep, said thus, Thou son of Aeacus, thy wish thou sure shalt have alonely when she lies asleep within her pleasant cave. Cast grins to trap her unbewares, hold fast with snarling knot, and though she feign 100 shapes, deceive thee let her not, but stick unto't whate'er it be, until the time that she returneth to the native shape she erst was wont to be. When Proteus thus had said, within the sea he ducked his head, and suffered on his latter words the water for to spread. The lightsome Titan downward drew, and with declining chair approached to the western sea, when Nereus' daughter fair, returning from the sea, resorts to her accustomed couch. And Peleus scarcely had begun her naked limbs to touch, but that she changed from shape to shape, until at length she found herself surprised. Then, stretching out her arms with sighs profound, she said, "Thou overcomest me, and not without the aid of God." And then she, Thetis-like, appeared in shape of maid. The noble prince, embracing her, obtained her at his will, to both their joys, and with the great Achilles did her fill. A happy wight was Peleus in his wife, a happy wight was Peleus also in his son, and, if ye him acquite of murthering Phocus, happy him in all things count ye might. But guilty of his brother's blood, and banished for the same from both his father's house and realm, to Trachon sad he came, the son of lightsome Lucifer, King Ceyx, who in face expressed the lively beauty of his father's heavenly grace, without all violent rigour and sharp executions, reigned in Trachon. He right sad that time, unlike himself, remained yet mourning for his brother's chance, transformed late before. When Peleus thither came, with care and travel tired sore, he left his cattle and his sheep, whereof he brought great store, behind him, in a shady vale not far from Trachon town, and with a little company himself went thither down. As soon as leave to come to court was granted him, he bare a branch of olive in his hand, and humbly did declare his name and lineage. Only of his crime no word he spake, but of his flight another cause pretensedly did make, desiring leave within his town or country to abide. The king of Trachon gently thus to him again replied, "Our bounty to the meanest sort of Peleus doth extend. We are not wont the desolate our country to forfend, and though I be of nature most inclined good to do, thine own renown, thy grandsire Jove, are forcements thereunto. Misspend no longer time in suit. I gladly do agree to grant thee what thou wilt desire. These things that thou dost see, I would thou should account them as thine own. Such as they be, I would they better were." With that he weeped. Peleus and his friends desired of his grief the cause to understand. He answered thus, "Perchance ye think this bird that lives by prey, and puts all other birds in fear, had wings and feathers, he was a man. And as he was right fierce in feats of arms, and stout and ready both to wreak and also offer harms, so was he of a constant mind. Did Delian men him hight? Our father was that noble star that brings the morning bright, and in the welkin last of all gives place to Phoebus' light. My study was to maintain peace, in peace was my delight, and for to keep me true to her to whom my faith is plight. My brother had felicity in war and bloody fight. His prowess and his force, which now doth chase in cruel flight the doves of Thisbe, since his shape was altered thus anew, right puissant princes and their realms did heretofore subdue. He had a child called Chione, whom nature did endue with beauty, so that when to age of 14 years she grew, 1,000 princes, liking her, did for her favour sue. By fortune, as bright Phoebus and the son of Lady May came tone from Delphos, t'other from Mount Cylon, by the way they saw her both at once, and both at once were ta'en in love. Apollo to the time of night deferred his suit to move, but Hermes could not bear delay. He stroked on the face the maiden with his charmed rod, which hath the power to chase and bring in sleep. The touch whereof did cast her in so dead a sleep, that Hermes by and by his purpose of her sped. As soon as night with twinkling stars the welkin had besprent, Apollo in an old wives' shape to Chion closely went, and took the pleasure which the son of Maia had forhent. Now when she full her time had gone, she bare by Mercury a son that hight Autolycus, who proved a wily pie, and such a fellow as in theft and filching had no peer. He was his father's own son right. He could men's eyes so blear, as for to make the black things white, and white things black appear. And by Apollo, for she bare a pair, was born his brother Philemon, who in music art excelled far all other, as well in singing as in play. But what availed it to bear such twins, and of two gods in favour to have sit, and that she to her father had a stout and valiant knight, or that her grandsire was the son of Jove, that god of might? Doth glory hurt to any folk? It surely hurted her, for standing in her own conceit, she did herself prefer before Diana, and dispraised her face, who therewithal inflamed with wrath said, Well, with deeds we better please her shall. Immediately she bent her bow, and let an arrow go, which strake her through the tongue, whose spite deserved wounding so. Her tongue waxed dumb, her speech gan fail that erst was over rife, and as she strived for to speak, away went blood and life. How wretched was I then, O God, how strake it to my heart! What words of comfort did I speak to ease my brother's smart? To which he gave his ear as much as doth the stony rock to hideous roaring of the waves that do against it knock. There was no measure, nor none end in making of his moan, nor in bewailing comfortless his daughter that was gone. But when he saw her body burn, 4 times with all his might he rushed forth to thrust himself amid the fire in sight. 4 times he, being thence repulsed, did put himself to flight, and ran me whereas was no way, as doth a bullock when the hornet stings him in the neck. Methought he was as then more whiter far than any man. He would have thought his feet had had some wings. So fled he quite from all, and being fleet through eagerness to die, he gat to Mount Parnassus nap, and there Apollo, pitying him, and ruing his mishap, when as Daedalian from the cliff himself had headlong flung, transformed him to a bird, and on the sudden, as he hung, did give him wings, and bowing beak, and hooked talons keen, and eke a courage full as fierce as ever it had been. And furthermore, a greater strength he lent him therewithal, than one would think conveyed might be within a room so small. And now in shape of goshawk he to none indifferent is, but wreaks his teen on all birds. And because himself ere this did feel the force of sorrows sting within his wounded heart, he maketh others oftentimes to sorrow and to smart. As Ceyx of his brother's chance this wondrous story saith, comes running thither all in haste, and almost out of breath, Antenor, the Phocian, who was Peleus' herdman. He said, Pele, Pele, I do bring sad tidings unto thee. Declare it, man, quoth Peleus, whatever that it be. King Ceyx at his fearful words did stand in doubtful stone. This noontide, quoth the herdman, ich did drive your cattle down to sea, and some of them did sit upon the yellow sand, and looked on the large main pool of water near at hand. Some roiled softly up and down, and some of them did swim, and bear their jolly horned heads above the water trim. A church stands near the sea, not decked with gold nor marble stone, but made of wood, and hid with trees that dreeping hangs thereon. A fisherman that zaten dried his nets upon the shore did tells that Nereus and his nymphs did haunt the place of yore, and how that they been gods of sea. There but's a plot o'ergrown with sallow trees upon the same, the which is overblown with tides, and is a marsh. From thence a wolf with orpid white, with hideous noise of rustling, made the grounds near hand affright. Anon he comes me buskling out, dismeared all his chaps with blood debaken, and with foam as fierce as thunderclaps. His eyne did glaster red as fire, and though he raged sore for varmin or for madness both, Yet raged he much more in madness, for he cared not his hunger for this lake, or the death of oxen 2 or 3 an end to make, but wounded all the herd, and made a havoc of them all, and some of us too, in defence did happen for to fall in danger of his deadly chaps, and lost our lives. The Jore and Zee is stained with blood, and all the Ven is on a roar. Delay breeds loss. The case denies now doubting for to stand, while aught remains, let all of us take weapon in our hand. Let's arm ourselves, and let us all together on him fall. The herdman held his peace. The loss moved Pelias not at all, but calling his offence to mind, he thought that Nere's daughter, the childless lady Psamathe, determined with that slaughter to keep an obit to her son, whom he before had killed. Immediately upon this news the king of Draken willed his men to arm them, and to take their weapons in their hand, and he addressed himself to be the leader of the band. His wife Alcyone, by the noise admonished of the same, in dressing of her head, before she had it brought in frame, cast down her hair, and running forth caught Ceyx fast about the neck, desiring him with tears to send his folk without himself, and in the life of him to save the lives of twain. O princess, cease your godly fear, quoth Pelias then again. Your offer doth deserve great thanks. I mind not war to make against strange monsters. I as now another way must take. The sea gods must be pacified. There was a castle high, and in the same a lofty tower, whose top doth face the sky, a joyful mark for mariners to guide their vessels by. To this same turret up they went, and there with sighs beheld the oxen lying everywhere stark dead upon the field, and eke the cruel Strygod with his bloody mouth and hair. Then Pelias, stretching forth his hands to seaward, prayed in fear to watcherish Psamathe, that she would her sore displeasure stay, and help him. She no whit relents to what that he did pray, but Thetis, for her husband, made such earnest suit, that she obtained his pardon. For anon the wolf, who would not be revoked from the slaughter for the sweetness of the blood, persisted sharp and eager still, until that, as he stood fast biting on a bullock's neck, she turned him into stone, as well in substance as in hue, the name of wolf alone reserved. For although in shape he seemed still yet one, the very colour of the stone bewrayed him to be none, and that he was not to be feared. Howbeit froward fate permits not Pelias in that land to have a settled state. He wandereth like an outlaw to the Magnates. There at last Acastus the Thessalian purged him of his murder past. In this meantime the Trachine king, sore vexed in his thought, with signs that both before and since his brother's death were wrought, for counsel of the secret spells, which are but toys to food fond fancies, and not counsellors in peril to do good, did make him ready to the god of Claras for to go. For heathenish Phorbos and the folk of Phlegia had as though the way to Delphos stopped, that none could travel to or fro. But ere he on his journey went, he made his faithful make Alcyone privy to the thing. Immediately there strake a chillness to her very bones, and pale was all her face like box, and down her heavy cheeks the tears did gush apace. 3 times about to speak, 3 times she washed her face with tears, and stinting oft with sobs, she thus complained in his ears: What fault of mine, O husband dear, hath turned thy heart from me? Where is that care of me that erst was wont to be in thee? And canst thou, having left thy dear Alcyone, merry be? Do journeys long delight thee now? Doth now mine absence please thee better than my presence doth? Think I that thou at ease shalt go by land? Shall I have cause not only for to mourn, and not to be afraid? And shall my care of thy return be void of fear? No, no, the sea me sore afraid doth make. To think upon the sea doth cause my flesh for fear to quake. I saw the broken ribs of ships elate upon the shore, and oft on tombs I read their names, whose bodies long before the sea had swallowed. Let not fond vain hope seduce thy mind, that Aeolus is thy father-in-law, who holds the boisterous wind in prison, and can calm the seas at pleasure. When the winds are once let loose upon the sea, no order then them binds. Then neither land hath privilege, nor sea exemption finds. Yea, even the clouds of heaven they vex, and with their meeting stout enforce the fire with hideous noise to brust in flashes out. The more that I do know them, for right well I know their power, and saw them oft a little wench within my father's bower, so much the more I think them to be feared. But if thy will by no entreatance may be turned at home to tarry still, but that thou needs wilt go, then me, dear husband, with thee take. So shall the sea us equally together toss and shake. So worser than I feel I shall be certain not to fear. So shall we, whatsoever haps, together jointly bear. So shall we on the broad main sea together jointly sail. These words and tears, wherewith the imp of Aeolus did assail her husband, born of heavenly race, did make his heart relent, for he loved her no less than she loved him. But fully bent he seemed, neither for to leave the journey which he meant to take by sea, nor yet to give Alcyone leave as though companion of his perilous course by water for to go. He many words of comfort spake her fear away to chase, but naught he could persuade therein to make her like the case. This last assuagement of her grief he added in the end, which was the only thing that made her loving heart to bend. All tarriance will assuredly seem overlong to me, and by my father's blazing beams I make my vow to thee, that at the furthest, ere the time, if God thereto agree, the moon do fill her circle twice, again I will here be. When in some hope of his return this promise had her set, he willed a ship immediately from harbour to be fet, and throughly rigged for to be, that neither mast, nor sail, nor tackling, no, nor other thing should appertaining fail. Which when Alcyone did behold, as one whose heart misgave the haps at hand, she quaked again, and tears out gushing drave. And straining Ceyx in her arms with pale and piteous look, poor wretched soul, her last farewell at length she sadly took, and swounded flat upon the ground. Anon the watermen, as Ceyx sought delays, and was in doubt to turn again, set hand to oars, of which there were 2 rows on either side, and all at once with equal stroke the swelling sea divide. She, lifting up her watery eyes, beheld her husband stand upon the hatches, making signs by beckoning with his hand, and she made signs to him again. And after that the land was far removed from the ship, and that the sight began to be unable to discern the face of any man, as long as ere she could, she looked upon the rowing keel, and when she could no longer time for distance ken it wheel, she looked still upon the sails that flasked with the wind upon the mast. And when she could the sails no longer find, she gate her to her empty bed with sad and sorry heart, and laid her down. The chamber did renew afresh her smart, and of her bed did bring to mind the dear departed part. From harbour now they quite were gone, and now a pleasant gale did blow. The maester made his men their oars aside to hale, and hoised up the topsail on the highest of the mast, and clapped on all his other sails, because no wind should west. Scarce full tone half, or sure not much above, the ship had run upon the sea, and every way the land did far them shun, when toward night the wallowing waves began to waxen white, and eke the heady eastern wind did blow with greater might. Anon the master cried, "Strike the topsail, Let the main sheet fly, and fardel it to the yard. Thus spake he, but in vain. For why, so hideous was the storm upon the sudden braid, that not a man was able there to hear what other said. And loud the sea with meeting waves, extremely raging, roars, yet fill they to it of themselves. Some hauled aside the oars, some fenced in the galley sides, some down the sailcloths rend, some pump the water out, and sea to sea again do send. Another hails the sail-yards down, and while they did each thing disorderly, the storm increased, and from each quarter fling the winds with deadly food, and bounce the raging waves together. The pilot, being sore dismayed, saith plain he knows not whither to wend himself, nor what to do or bid, nor in what state things stood. So huge the mischief was, and did so overmate all art. For why, of rattling ropes, of crying men and boys, of flushing waves and thundering air, confused was the noise. The surges, mounting up aloft, did seem to mate the sky, and with their sprinkling for to wet the clouds that hang on high. One while the sea, when from the brink it raised the yellow sand, was like in colour to the same. Another while did stand a colour on it blacker than the lake of Styx. Anon it lieth plain, and loometh white with seething froth thereon, and with the sea the tracking ship alteration took. One while, as from a mountain's top, it seemed down to look to valleys and the depth of hell. Another while, beset with swelling surges round about, which ne'er above it met, it looked from the bottom of the whirlpool, up aloft, as if it were from hell to heaven. A hideous flushing oft the waves did make, in beating full against the valley's side. The galley, being stricken, gave as great a sound that tide as did sometime the battle-ram of steel, or now the gun in making battery to a tower. And as fierce lions run full brisk with all their force against the armed men that stand in order, bent to keep them oft with weapons in their hand, even so, as often as the waves by force of wind did rave, so oft upon the netting of the ship they mainly drave, and mounted far above the same. Anon off fell the hoops, and having washed the pitch away, the sea made open loops to let the deadly water in. Behold, the clouds did melt, and showers large came pouring down. The seamen that them felt might think that all the heaven had fallen upon them that same time, and that the swelling sea likewise above the heaven would climb. The sails were truly wet with showers, and with the heavenly rain was mixed the waters of the sea. No lights at all remain of sun or moon or stars in heaven. The darkness of the night, augmented with the dreadful storm, takes double power and might. Howbeit the flashing lightnings oft do put the same to flight, and with their glancing now and then do give a sudden light. The lightning sets the waves on fire. Above the netting skip the waves, and with a violent force do light within the ship. And as a soldier, stouter than the rest of all his band, that oft assails a city walls, defended well by hand, at length attains his hope, and for to purchase praise withal, alone among 1,000 men gets up upon the wall. So when the lofty waves had long the galley's sides assayed, at length the 10th wave, rising up with huger force and braid, did never cease assaulting of the weary ship, till that upon the hatches like a foe victoriously it gat. A part thereof did still as yet assault the ship without, and part had gotten in. The men all trembling ran about, as in a city comes to pass, when of the enemies some dig down the walls without, and some already in are come. All art and cunning was to seek. Their hearts and stomachs fail, and look how many surges came their vessel to assail, so many deaths did seem to charge and break upon them all. One weeps, another stands amazed, the third them blessed do call whom burial doth remain. To God another makes his vow, and holding up his hands to heaven, the which he sees not now, doth pray in vain for help. The thought of this man is upon his brother and his parents, whom he clearly hath forgone. Another calls his house and wife and children under mind, and every man in general the things he left behind. Alcyone moveth Ceyx's heart. In Ceyx's mouth is none but only one Alcyone, and though she were alone the wight that he desired most, yet was he very glad she was not there. To Trakenward to look desire he had, and homeward fain he would have turned his eyes, which never more should see the land. But then he knew not which way was the shore, nor where he was. The raging sea did roll about so fast, and all the heaven with clouds as black as pitch was overcast, that never night was half so dark. There came a flaw at last, that with his violence brake the mast, and strake the stern away. A billow, proudly pranking up as vaunting of his prey, by conquest gotten, walloweth whole, and breaketh not asunder, beholding with a lofty look the waters working under. And look, as if a man should from the places where they grow rend down the mountains ath and pinned, and hold them overthrow into the open sea, so soft the billow tumbling down with weight and violent stroke did sink, and in the bottom drown the galley. And the most of them that were within the same went down therewith, and never up to open air came, but died strangled in the gulf. Another sort again caught pieces of the broken ship. The king himself was fain a shiver of the sunken ship in that same hand to hold, in which he erst a royal mace had hild of yellow gold. His father and his father-in-law he calls upon, alas, in vain, but chiefly in his mouth his wife Alcyone was. In heart was she, in tongue was she. He wished that his course to land where she might take it up the surges might enforce, and that by her most loving hands he might be laid in grave. In swimming still, as often as the surges leave him gave to ope his lips, he harped still upon Alcyone's name, and when he drowned in the waves he muttered still the same. Behold, even full upon the wave a flake of water black did break, and underneath the sea the head of Ceyx strake. That night the lightsome Lucifer for sorrow was so dim, as scarcely could a man discern or think it to be him. And forasmuch as out of heaven he might not step aside, with thick and darksome clouds that night his countenance did he hide. Alcyone, of so great mischance not knowing aught as yet, did keep a reckoning of the nights that in the while did flit, and hasted garments both for him and for herself likewise to wear at his homecoming, which she vainly did surmise. To all the gods devoutly she did offer frankincense, but most above them all the church of Juno did she cense. And for her husband, who as then was none, she kneeled before the altar, wishing health and soon arrival at the shore, and that none other woman might before her be preferred. Of all her prayers this one piece effectually was heard, for Juno could not find in heart entreated for to be for him that was already dead, but to the intent that she from Dame Alcyon's deadly hands might keep her altars free, she said, Most faithful messenger of my commandments, O thou rainbow, to the sluggish house of slumber swiftly go, and bid him send a dream in shape of Ceyx to his wife Alcyone, for to show her plain the losing of his life. Dame Iris takes her pall, wherein 1,000 colours were, and bowing like a stringed bow upon the cloudy sphere, immediately descended to the drowsy house of sleep, whose court the clouds continually do closely overdreep. Among the dark Cimmerians is a hollow mountain found, and in the hill a cave that far doth run within the ground, the chamber and the dwelling place where slothful sleep doth couch. The light of Phoebus' golden beams this place can never touch. A foggy mist, with dimness mixed, streams upward from the ground, and glimmering twilight evermore within the same is found. No watchful bird with barbed bill and combed crown doth call the morning forth with crowing out. There is no noise at all of waking dog, nor gaggling goose more waker than the hound, to hinder sleep. Of beast, ne wild ne tame, there is no sound. No boughs are stirred with blasts of wind, no noise of tattling tongue of man or woman ever yet within that bower rung. Dumb quiet dwelleth there. Yet from the roach's foot doth go the river of forgetfulness, which runneth trickling so upon the little pebble stones which in the channel lie, that under sleep a great deal more it doth provoke thereby. Before the entry of the cave there grows a poppy store, with seeded heads, and other weeds innumerable more, out of the milky juice of which the night doth gather sleeps, and over all the shadowed earth with dankish dew them dreeps. Because the craking hinges of the door no noise should make, there is no door in all the house, nor porter at the gate. Amid the cave, of ebony, a bedstead standeth high, and on the same a bed of down with coverings black doth lie, in which the drowsy god of sleep his lither limbs doth rest. About him, forging sundry shapes, as many dreams lie pressed as ears of corn to stand in fields in harvest time, or leaves to grow on trees, or sea to shore of sandy cinder heaves. As soon as Iris came within this house, and with her hand had put aside the dazzling dreams that in her way did stand, the brightness of her robe through all the sacred house did shine. The god of sleep, scarce able for to raise his heavy eyne, 3 or 4 times at the least did fall again to rest, and with his nodding head did knock his chin against his breast. At length he, shaking of himself, upon his elbow leaned, and though he knew for what she came, he asked her what she meaned. "O sleep," quoth she, "the rest of things, O gentlest of the gods, sweet sleep, the peace of mind with whom crooked care is aye at odds, which cherisheth men's weary limbs appalled with toiling sore, and makest them as fresh to work and lusty as before. Command a dream that in their kinds can everything express, to Traken, Hercules' town himself, this instant to address. And let him lively counterfeit to Queen Alcyone the image of her husband, who is drowned in the sea by shipwreck. Juno willeth so." Her message being told, Dame Iris went her way. She could her eyes no longer hold from sleep. But when she felt it come, she fled that instant time, and by the bow that brought her down, to heaven again did climb. Among 1,000 sons and mo that father Slumber had, he called up Morph, the feigner of man's shape, a crafty lad. None other could so cunningly express man's very face, his gesture, and his sound of voice, and manner of his pace, together with his wonted weed and wonted phrase of talk. But this same Morphy only in the shape of man doth walk. There is another who the shapes of beast or bird doth take, or else appeareth unto men in likeness of a snake. The gods do call him Ichillos, and mortal folk him name Phobitor. There is also yet a third, who from these same works diversely, and Phantasos he highteth. Into streams this turns himself, and into stones, and earth and timber beams, and into every other thing that wanteth life. These 3, great kings and captains in the night are wanted for to see, the meaner and inferior sort of others haunted be. Sir Slumber overpassed the rest, and of the brothers all, to do Dame Iris' message, he did only Morphy call. Which done, he waxing luskish, straight laid down his drowsy head, and softly shrunk his lazy limbs within his sluggish bed. Away flew Morphy through the air, no flickering made his wings, and came anon to Traken. There his feathers off he flings, and in the shape of Ceyx stands before Alcyon's bed. Pale, wan, stark naked, and like a man that was but lately dead. His beard seemed wet, and of his head the hair was dropping dry, and leaning on her bed, with tears he seemed thus to cry, Most wretched woman, knowest thou thy loving Ceyx now? Or is my face by death disformed? Behold me well, and thou shalt know me. For thy husband thou thy husband's ghost shalt see. No good thy prayers and thy vows have done at all to me, for I am dead. In vain of my return no reckoning make. The cloudy south amid the sea our ship did tardy take, and tossing it with violent blasts asunder did it shake. The floods have filled my mouth, which called in vain upon thy name. No person whom thou mayst misdeem brings tidings of the same. Thou hearest not thereof by false report of flying fame, but I myself. I presently my shipwreck to thee show. Arise, therefore, and woeful tears upon thy spouse bestow. Put mourning raiment on, and let me not to limbo go unmourned for. In showing of this shipwreck, Morphe so did feign the voice of Ceyx, that she could none other deem but that it should be his indeed. Moreover, he did seem to weep in earnest, and his hands the very gesture had of Ceyx. Queen Alcyone did groan, and being sad, did stir her arms, and thrust them forth his body to embrace, instead whereof she caught but air. The tears ran down her face, she cried, Tarry, whither fliest? Together let us go, and all this while she was asleep. Both with her crying so, inflated with the image of her husband's ghastly sprite, she started up, and sought about to find him there she might, for why her grooms, awaking with the shriek, had brought a light. And when she nowhere could him find, she gan her face to smite, and tear her night-clothes from her breast, and strake it fiercely, and, not passing to untie her hair, she rent it with her hand. And when her nurse of this her grief desired to understand the cause, Alcyone is undone, undone, and cast away, with Ceyx her dear spouse, she said. Leave comforting, I pray. By shipwreck he is perished. I have seen him, and I knew his hands. When in departing I to hold him did pursue, I caught a ghost, but such a ghost as well discern I might to be my husband's. Natheless he had not to my sight his wonted countenance, neither did his visage shine so bright as heretofore it had been wont. I saw him wretched white, stark naked, pale, and with his hair still wet. Even very here I saw him stand. With that she looks if any print appear of footing, whereas he did stand upon the floor behind. This it is that I did fear in far forecasting mind, when flying me I thee desired thou shouldst not trust the wind. But, sith thou wentest to thy death, I would that I had gone with thee. Ah, meet had been thou shouldst not go alone without me. So it should have come to pass that neither I had overlived thee, nor yet been forced twice to die. Already absent in the waves, now tossed have I be, already have I perished, and yet the sea hath thee without me. But the cruelness were greater far of me than of the sea, if after thy decease I still would strive in sorrow and in anguish still to pine away alive. But neither will I strive in care to lengthen still my life, nor, wretched wight, abandon thee, but like a faithful wife, at leastwise now will come as thy companion, and the hearse shall join us, though not in the self-same coffin, yet in verse. Although in tomb the bones of us together may not couch, yet in a graven epitaph my name, thy name, shall touch. Her sorrow would not suffer her to utter any more. She sobbed and sighed at every word, until her heart was sore. The morning came, and out she went right pensive to the shore, to that same place in which she took her leave of him before. While there she musing stood, and said, He kissed me, even here. Here weighed he his anchors up, here loosed he from the pier. And while she called to mind the things there marked with her eyes, in looking on the open sea, a great way off, she spies a certain thing which, like a corse, come hovering on the wave. At first she doubted what it was. As tide it nearer drave, although it were a good way off, yet did it plainly show to be a corse. And though that whose it was she did not know, yet for because it seemed a wreck, her heart thereat did rise, and as it had some stranger been, with water in her eyes, she said, Alas, poor wretch, whoe'er thou art, alas for her that is thy wife, if any be. And as the waves did stir, the body floated nearer land, the which the more that she beheld, the less began in her of stayed wit to be. Anon it did arrive on shore, then plainly she did see and know it, that it was her fear. She shrieked, It is he! And therewithal her face, her hair, and garment she did tear, and unto Ceyx, stretching out her trembling hands with fear, said, Com'st thou home in such a plight to me, O husband dear? Return'st in such a wretched plight? There was a certain pier that builded was by hand, of waves the first assaults to break, and at the haven's mouth to cause the tide to enter weak. She leapt thereon. A wonder sure it was she could do so. She flew, and with her new-grown wings did beat the air as though, and on the waves a wretched bird she whisked to and fro, and with her croaking neb, then grown to slender bill and round, like one that wailed and mourned still, she made a moaning sound. Howbeit, as soon as she did touch his dumb and bloodless flesh, and had embraced his loved limbs with wings made new and fresh, and with her hardened neb had kissed him coldly, though in vain, folk doubt if Ceyx, feeling it, to raise his head did strain, or whether that the waves did lift it up. But surely he it felt, and through compassion of the gods, both he and she were turned to birds. The love of them, eke subject to their fate, continued after. Neither did the faithful bond abate of wedlock in them, being birds, but stands in steadfast state. They tread and lay, and bring forth young, and now the Alcyon, translator's note, the king's fisher, sits in winter time upon her nest, which on the water flits a se'nnight. During all which time the sea is calm and still, and every man may to and fro sail safely at his will. For Aeolus, for his offspring's sake, the winds at home doth keep, and will not let them go abroad for troubling of the deep. An ancient father, seeing them about the broad sea fly, did praise their love for lasting to the end so steadfastly. His neighbour, or the self-same man, made answer, such is chance, Even this fowl also, whom thou seest upon the surges glance, with spindle shanks, he pointed to the wide-jowled cormorant, before that he became a bird, a royal race might vaunt. And if thou covet lineally his pedigree to seek, his ancestors were Aeolus and Assaracus, and eke fair Ganymede, who Jupiter did ravish as his joy, Laomedon and Priamus, the last that reigned in Troy. Stout Hector's brother was this man, and had he not in prime of lusty youth been ta'en away, his deeds perchance in time had purchased him as great a name as Hector, though that he of Diamond's daughter Hecuba had fortune born to be. For Aesicus reported is begotten to have been by Scape in shady Ida, on a maiden fair and sheen, whose name was Alexothue, a poor man's daughter, that with spade and mattock for himself and his a living gat. This Aesicus the city hates, and gorgeous court doth shun, and in the unambitious fields and woods alone doth won. He seldom haunts the town of Troy, yet having not a rude and blockish wit, nor such a heart as could not be subdued by love, he spied a Perier, whom oft he had pursued through all the woods, then sitting on her father Cebrius' brim, a drying of her hair against the sun, which hanged trim upon her back. As soon as that the nymph was ware of him, she fled, as when the grizzled wolf doth scare the fearful hind, or when the falcon far from brooks a mallard haps to find. The Trojan knight runs after her, and being swift through love, pursueth her whom fear doth force apace her feet to move. Behold, an adder, lurking in the grass there as she fled, did bite her foot with hooked tooth, and in her body spread his venom. She did cease her flight, and sudden fell down dead. Her lover, being past his wits, her carcass did embrace, and cried, Alas, it irketh me, it irks me of this chase, but this I feared not, neither was the gain of what I willed worth half so much. Now 2 of us thee, wretched soul, have killed. The wound was given thee by the snake, the cause was given by me. The wickeder of both am I, who for to comfort thee will make thee satisfaction with my death. With that, at last, down from a rock, the which the waves had undermined, he cast himself into the sea. Howbeit Dame Tethys, pitying him, received him softly, and as he upon the waves did swim, she covered him with feathers, and though fain he would have died, she would not let him. Wroth was he that death was him denied, and that his soul compelled should be against his will to bide within his wretched body still, from which it would depart, and that he was constrained to live perforce against his heart. And as he on his shoulders now had newly taken wings, he mounted up, and down upon the sea his body dings. His feathers would not let him sink. In rage he diveth down, and desperately he strives himself continually to drown. His love did make him lean, long legs, long neck doth still remain. His head is from his shoulders far. Of sea he is most fain, and for he underneath the waves delighteth for to drive, a name according thereunto the Latins to him give. Finis undecimit libri. End of Book 11. End of Section 14. Read by Thomas Copeland. Section 15 of Shakespeare's Ovid, being Arthur Golding's translation of the Metamorphoses by Arthur Golding. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The 12th book of Ovid's Metamorphoses. King Priam, being ignorant that Aeschylus his son did live in shape of bird, did mourn, and at a tomb whereon his name was written, Hector and his brother solemnly did keep an obit. Paris was not at this obsequy. Within a while, with ravished wife, he brought a lasting war home unto Troy. There followed him 1,000 ships, not far conspired together with the aid of all the Greeks could find, and vengeance had been ta'en forthwith, but that the cruel wind did make the seas unsailable, so that their ships were fain at road at fishy Aulis in Boeotia to remain. Here, as the Greeks according to their wont made sacrifice to Jove, and on the altar old the flame aloft did rise, they spied a speckled snake creep up upon a plane tree by, upon the top whereof there was among the branches high a nest, and in the nest 8 birds, all which, and eke their dam, that flickering flew about her loss, the hungry snake did cram within his maw. The standers by were all amazed thereat, but Calchas, Thestor's son, who knew what meaning was in that, said, We shall win. Rejoice, ye Greeks, by us shall perish Troy. But long the time will be before we may our will enjoy. And then he told them how the birds 9 years did signify, which they before the town of Troy, not taking it, should lie. The serpent, as he wound about the boughs and branches green, became a stone, and still in stone his snakish shape is seen. The seas continued very rough, and suffered not their host embarked for to pass from thence to take the further coast. Some thought that Neptune favoured Troy, because himself did build the walls thereof. But Calchas, who both knew and never held his peace in time, declared that the goddess Phoebe must appeased be with virgin's blood, for wrath conceived just. As soon as pity yielded hand to case of public weal, and reason got the upper hand of father's loving zeal, so that the Lady Iphigene before the altar stood among the weeping ministers to give her maiden's blood, the goddess, taking pity, cast a mist before their eyes, and as they prayed and stirred about to make the sacrifice, conveys her quite away, and with the hind her room supplies. Thus, with a slaughter meet for her, Diana being appeased, the raging surges with her wrath together were appeased. The 1,000 ships had wind at poop, and when they had abode much trouble, at the length, all safe, they gat the Phrygian road. Amid the world, 'tween heaven and earth and sea, there is a place set from the bounds of each of them indifferently in space, from whence is seen whatever thing is practised anywhere, although the realm be ne'er so far, and roundly to the ear comes whatsoever spoken is. Fame hath his dwelling there, who in the top of all the houses lodged in a tower. 1,000 entries, glades, and holes are framed in this bower. There are no doors to shut. The doors stand open night and day. The house is all sounding brass, and roareth every way, reporting double every word it heareth people say. There is no rest within, there is no silence anywhere. Yet is there not a yelling out, but humming, as it were the sound of surges being heard far off, or like the sound that at the end of thunderclaps long after doth redound, when Jove doth make the clouds to crack. Within the courts is press of common people, which to come and go do never cease, and millions both of truths and lies run gadding everywhere, and words confusedly fly in heaps, of which some fill the ear that heard not of them erst, and some coal carriers part to play to spread abroad the things they heard. And ever by the way the thing that was invented grows much greater than before, and every one that gets it by the end adds somewhat more. Light credit dwelleth there, there dwells rash error, there doth dwell vain joy, there dwelleth heartless fear, and brute that loves to tell uncertain news upon report, whereof he doth not know the author, and sedition, who fresh rumours loves to sow. This fame beholdeth what is done in heaven, on sea, and land, and what is wrought in all the world he lays to understand. He gave the Trojans warning that the Greeks with valiant men and ships approached, that unwares they could not take them then. For Hector and the Trojan folk well armed were at hand to keep the coast, and bid them base before they came a land. Protesilae by fatal doom was first that died in field of Hector's spear, and after him great numbers mo were killed of valiant men. That battle did the Greeks full dearly cost, and Hector with his Phrygian folk of blood no little lost, in trying what the Greeks could do. The shore was red with blood. And now King Cygnet, Neptune's son, had killed where he stood 1,000 Greeks, and now the stout Achilles caused to stay his chariot, and his lance did slay whole bands of men that day. And seeking Cygnet through the field, or Hector, he did stray. At last with Cygnet he did meet, for Hector had delay until the 10th year afterward. Then hasting forth his horses with flaxen manes, against his foe his chariot he enforces, and brandishing his shaking dart, he said, O noble wight, a comfort let it be to thee, that such a valiant knight as is Achilles killeth thee. In saying so, he threw a mighty dart, which, though it hit the mark at which it flew, yet pierced it not the skin at all. Now when this blunted blow had hit on Cygnet's breast, and did no print of hitting show, Thou goddess' son, quoth Cygnet, for by fame we do thee know, why wonderest at me, for to see I cannot wounded be? Achilles wondered much thereat. This helmet which ye see bedecked with horses' yellow manes, this shield that I do bear, defend me not, for ornaments alonely I them wear. For this same cause arms Mars himself likewise. I will disarm myself, and yet unrazed I will pass without all harm. It is to some effect not born to be of Nere's race, so that a man be born of him that with 3-forked mace rules Nereus, and his daughters too, and all the sea beside. This said, he at Achilles sent a dart that should abide upon his shield. It pierced through the steel, and through 9-fold of oxen hides, and stayed upon the 10th. Achilles bold did wrest it out, and forcibly did throw the same again. His body, being hit again, unwounded did remain, and clear from any print of wound. The third went eke in vain, and yet did signet to the same give full his naked breast. Achilles, chafed like a bull that in the open list with dreadful horns doth push against the scarlet clothes that there are hanged up, to make him fierce, and when he would them tear, doth find his wounds deluded. Then Achilles looked upon his javelin's socket, if the head thereof were loose or gone. The head stuck fast. My hand belike is weakened then, quoth he, and all the force it had before is spent on one, I see. For sure I am it was of strength, both when I first down through Lyrnessus' walls, and when I did Isle Tenedos subdue, and eke Aeaeon's Thebe with her proper blood imbrue, and when so many of the folk of Teuthry I slew, that with their blood Caicus' stream became of purple hue, and when the noble Telephus did of my dart of steel the double force of wounding and of healing also feel. Yea, even the heaps of men slain here by me, that on this strand are lying still to look upon, to give to understand that this same hand of mine both had and still hath strength. This said, as though he had distrusted all his doings ere that stead, he threw a dart against a man of Lycia land that hight Menetes, through whose curates and his breast he strake him quite. And when he saw with dying limbs him sprawling on the ground, he stepped to him straight, and pulled the javelin from the wound, and said aloud, This is the hand, this is the self-same dart with which my hand did strike even now Menetes to the heart. Against my other copemate will I use the same. I pray to God it may have like success. This said, without delay he sent it toward Signet, and the weapon did not stray, nor was not shunned, insomuch it lighted full upon his shoulder, and it gave a rap, as if upon some stone it lighted had, rebounding back. Howbeit, where it hit, Achilles saw it bloody, and was vainly glad of it, for while there was no wound, it was Menetes' blood. Then leapt he hastily from his chariot down, and like a madman stepped to careless Signet with his sword. He saw his sword did pair his target and his morion both, but when it touched the bear, his body was so hard, it did the edge thereof abate. He could no longer suffer him to triumph in that rate, but with the pommel of his sword did thump him on the pate, and bobbed him well about the brows 12 times and more, and pressing on him as he still gave back, amazed him sore, and troubled him with buffeting, not respiting a whit. Then Signet gan to be afraid, and mists began to flit before his eyes, and dimmed his sight. And as he still did yield, in giving back, by chance he met a stone amid the field, against the which Achilles thrust him back with all his might, and throwing him against the ground, did cast him bolt upright. Then, bearing mastosly with both his knees against his chest, and leaning with his elbows and his target on his breast, he shut his headpiece close and just, and underneath his chin so hard it strained, that way for breath was neither out nor in, and closed up the vent of life. And having gotten so the upper hand, he went about to spoil his vanquished foe, but naught he in his armour found. For Neptune had as though transformed him to the fowl whose name he bare but late ago. This labour, this encounter, brought the rest of many days, and either party in their strength a while from battle stays. Now while the Phrygians watch and ward upon the walls of Troy, and Greeks likewise within their trench, there came a day of joy, in which Achilles, for his luck and Signet's overthrow, a cow in way of sacrifice on Pallas did bestow, whose innards when he had upon the burning altar cast, and that the acceptable fume had through the air passed to Godward, and the holy rites had had their dues, The rest was set on boards for men to eat in dishes finely dressed. The princes, sitting down, did feed upon the roasted flesh, and both their thirst and present cares with wine they did refresh. Not harps, nor songs, nor hollow flutes to hear them did delight. They talked till they nigh had spent the greatest part of night, and all the communication was of feats of arms in fight that had been done by them or by their foes. And every wight delights to uppen oftentimes by turn as came about, the perils and the narrow brunts himself had shifted out. For what thing should be talked before Achilles rather, or what kind of things than such as these could seem more meeter for Achilles to be talking of? But in their talk most reme was then Achilles' victory of Signet. It did seem a wonder that the flesh of him should be so hard and tough as that no weapon might have power to raze or pierce it through, but that it did abate the edge of steel. It was a thing that both Achilles and the Greeks in wondrous maze did bring. Then Nestor said, "This Signet is the person now alone of your time that defied steel, and could be pierced of none. But I have seen now long ago one scene of Peribe. I saw one scene of Peribe 1,000 wounds defy with unattainted body. In Mount Dothris he did dwell, and was renowned for his deeds, and which in him right well a greater wonder did appear, he was a woman born." This uncouth made them all much more amazed than before, and every man desired him to tell it. And among the rest Achilles said, "Declare, I pray thee, for we long to hear it, every one of us, O eloquent old man, the wisdom of our age, what was that scene, and how he wan another than his native shape, and in what road, or in what fight or skirmish, tween you first acquaintance did begin, and who in fine did vanquish him, if any vanquished him?" Then Nestor, "Though the length of time have made my senses dim, and divers things erst seen in youth now out of mind be gone, yet bear I still mo things in mind, and of them all is none among so many both of peace and war that yet doth take more steadfast root in memory. And if the time may make a man great store of things through long continuance for to see, 200 years already of my life full passed be, and now I go upon the third. This foresaid Sene was the daughter of one Elate. In beauty she did pass the maidens of all Thessaly. From all the cities by, and from thy cities also, Achilles, came, for why she was thy countrywoman, store of wooers, who in vain, in hope to win her love, did take great travel, suit, and pain. Thy father also had perchance attempted her to match, but that thy mother's marriage was already then dispatched, or she at least affianced. But Sene matched with none. Howbeit, as she on the shore was walking all alone, the god of sea did ravish her, so fame doth make report. And Neptune, for the great delight he had in Venus' sport, said, "Sene, ask me what thou wilt, and I will give it thee." This also bruited is by fame. "The wrong here done to me," quoth Sene, "makes me wish great things, and therefore, to the intent I may no more constrained be to such a thing, consent I may no more a woman be. And if thou grant thereto, it is even all that I desire, or wish thee for to do." In baser tune these latter words were uttered, and her voice did seem a man's voice, as it was indeed. For to her choice the god of sea had given consent. He granted him, beside, that free from wounding and from hurt he should from thence abide, and that he should not die of steel. Right glad of this same grant, away went Sene, and the fields of Thessaly did haunt, and in the feats of chivalry from that time spent his life. The overbold Ixion's son, translator's note, Pirithous, had taken to his wife Hippodame, And covering boards and bowers of boughs of trees, his club-red brothers one by one he placed in degrees. There were the lords of Thessaly. I also was among the rest. A cheerful noise of feast through all the palace rung. Some made the altar smoke, and some the bridal carols sung. Anon comes in the maiden bride, a goodly wench of face, with wives and maidens following her with comely gait and grace. We said that Sir Pirithous was happy in his wife, which Hansel had deceived us well near through sudden strife. For of the cruel centaurs, thou most cruel, you're right, though, like as thy stomach was with wine far overcharged, so as soon as thou behildst the bride, thy heart began to frain, and doubled with thy drunkenness thy raging lust did reign. The feast was troubled by and by with tables overthrowen. The bride was haled by the head, so far was fury growen. Fierce Urite caught Hippodame, and every of the rest caught such as comed next to hand, or such as liked him best. It was the lively image of a city ta'en by foes. The house did ring of women's shrieks. We all up quickly rose, and first said Theseus thus, What ail'st? Art mad, O Eurytus, that darest, seeing me alive, misuse Pirithous, not knowing that in one thou dost abuse us both? And lest he might have seemed to speak in vain, he thrust away such as pressed about the bride, and took her from them, fretting sore thereat. No answer made him Eurytus, for such a deed as that defended could not be with words, but with his saucy fist he flew at gentle Theseus' face, and bobbed him on the brist. By chance, hard by, an ancient cup of image work did stand, which, being huge himself, more huge Theseus took in hand, and threw at Euryt's head. He spewed as well at mouth as wound, mixed clods of blood and brain and wine, and on the soiled ground lay sprawling bolt upright. The death of him did set the rest his double-limbed brothers so on fire, that all the quest with one voice cried out, Kill! Kill! The wine had given them heart. Their first encounter was with cups and cans thrown overthwart, and brittle tankards, and with bowls, pans, dishes, pots, and trays, things serving late for meat and drink, and then for bloody frays. First Amycus, Ophion's son, without remorse began to reave and rob the bride house of his furniture. He ran and pulled down a lamp beam full of lights, and lifting it aloft, like one that with an axe doth fetch his blow to slit an ox's neck in sacrifice, he on the forehead hit a lapith named Celadon, and crushed so his bones that none could know him by the face. Both eyes flew out at once. His nose was beaten back, and to his palate battered flat. One Pelates, a Macedon, exceeding wroth thereat, pulled out a maple trestle's foot, and napped him in the necks, that bobbing with his chin against his breast to ground he becks. And as he spitted out his teeth with blackish blood, he lent another blow to Amycus, which straight to hell him sent. Grine, standing by and lowering with a fell grim visage at the smoking altar, said, Why use we not these same? With that he caught a mighty altar up with burning fire thereon, and it among the thickest of the lapiths threw anon. And two he overwhelmed therewith, called Drote and Orion. This Orion's mother, Mycale, is known of certainty the moon resisting to have drawn by witchcraft from the sky. Full dearly shalt thou buy it, quoth Exadius. May I get a weapon? And with that, instead of weapon, he did set his hand upon a vowed hart's horn, that on a pine tree high was nailed, and with 2 tines thereof he strake out either eye of Grine, whereof some stack upon the horn, and some did fly upon his beard, and there with blood like jelly mixed did lie. A flaming firebrand from amidst the altar Rhetus snatched, with which upon the left side of his head Caractacus latched a blow that cracked his skull. The blaze among his yellow hair ran singeing up, as if dry corn with lightning blasted were, and in his wound the seared blood did make a grievous sound, as when a piece of steel red hot, ta'en up with tongs, is drowned in water by the smith, it spurts and hisseth in the trough. Caraxus from his curled hair did shake the fire, and though he wounded were, yet caught he up upon his shoulders twain a stone, the jamb of either door, that well would load a wain. The mass thereof was such as that it would not let him hit his foe. It lighted short, and with the falling down of it, a mate of his that comet hight, it all in pieces smit. Then Reet, restraining not his joy, said thus, I would the rout of all my mates might in the selfsame manner prove them stout. And with his half-burnt bronze the wound he searched new again, not ceasing for to lay on load upon his pate amain, until his head was crushed, and of his scalp the bones did swim among his brains. In jolly rough he passed straight from him to Corit, and to Euargus, and to Driant on a row, of whom when Corit, on whose cheeks young mossy down gan grow, was slain. What praise or honour, quoth Euargus, hast thou got by killing of a boy? Mo words him Rhetus suffered not to speak, but in his open mouth did thrust his burning brand, and down his throat bowl to his chest. Then, whisking in his hand his firebrand round about his head, he fiercely did assail the valiant Driant, but with him he could not so prevail. For as he triumphed in his luck, proceeding for to make continual slaughter of his foes, Sir Driant with a stake, whose point was hardened in the fire, did cast at him a foin, and thrust him through the place in which the neck and shoulders join. He groaned, and from his cannel bone could scarcely pull the stake, and being soiled with his blood, to flight he did him take. Arneas also ran away, and Lycidas likewise. And Medon, whose right shoulder plate was also wounded, flies. So did Pisenor, so did Corn, and so did Memoros, who late outrunning every man, now wounded slower goes. And so did Foal and Menelaus, and Abas, who was wont to make a spoil among wild boars as oft as he did hunt. And eke the wizard Astylos, who counselled his mates to leave that fray, but he to them in vain of leaving prates. Eke to Nessus, who for fear of wounding seemed shy, said, Fly not, thou shalt scape this fray, of Hercules' bow to die. But Lycid and Eurynomus and Imbrius and Air escaped not death. Sir Driant's hand did all alike them spare. Caeneus also, though that he in flying were not slack, yet was he wounded on the face, for as he looked back, a weapon's point did hit him full midway between the eyes, whereas the nose and forehead meet. For all this din, yet lies Ephipnus snoring fast asleep, not minding for to wake, wrapped in a cloak of bearskins, which in Ossa mount were take, and in his lither hand he held a pot of wine. Whom when that Phorbus saw, although in vain, not meddling with them, then he set his fingers to the thong, and saying, Thou shalt drink thy wine with water taken from the Stygian fountain's brink, he threw his dart at him. The dart, as he that time by chance lay bolt upright upon his back, did through his throat bowl glance. He died, and felt no pain at all. The black swart blood gushed out, and on the bed and in the pot fell flushing like a spout. I saw Petreius go about to pull out of the ground an oaken tree, but as he had his arms about it round, and shaked it to and fro to make it loose, Pirithous cast a dart, which nailed to the tree his writhing stomach fast. Through prowess of Pirithous, men say, was Lycus slain. Through prowess of Pirithous died Chrome. But they both twain less honour to their conqueror were than Dictys was, or than was Helops. Helops with a dart was stricken, which through ran his head, and entering at the right ear to the left ear went, and Dictys from a slippery nap, down sliding, as he meant to shun Pirithous pressing on, fell headlong down, and with his hugeness brake the greatest ash that was in all the frith, and gored his guts upon the stump. To wreak his death comes Fair, and from the mount a mighty rock with both his hands he tare, which as he was about to throw Duke Theseus did prevent, and with an oaken plant upon his mighty elbow lent him such a blow as that he brake the bones, and passed no further. For leisure would not serve him then his maimed course to murther. He leapt on high Bianor's back, who none was wont to bear besides himself. Against his sides his needs fast nipping were, and with his left hand, taking hold upon his foretop hair, he cuffed him with his nubbed plant about the frowning face, and made his wattled brows to break. And with his oaken mace he overthrew Didymnus, and Lycespes with his dart, and Hippasus, whose beard did hide his breast the greater part, and Riphe, taller than the trees, and There, who was wont among the hills of Thessaly for cruel bears to hunt, and bear them angry home, alive. It did Demoleon spite that Theseus had so good success and fortune in his fight. An old long pine-tree rooted fast he strave with all his might to pluck up whole, both trunk and root, which when he could not bring to pass, he brake it off, and at his enemy did it fling. But Theseus, by admonishment of heavenly Pallas, so he would have folk believe it were, start back a great way for the weapon as it came. Yet fell it not without some harm. It cut from Crantor's left side bulk his shoulder, breast, and arm. This Crantor was thy father's squire, Achilles, and was given him by Amyntor, ruler of the Dolops, who was driven by battle for to give him as an hostage, for the peace to be observed faithfully. When Peleus in the press a great way off beheld him thus fallen dead of the same wound, "O Crantor, dearest man to me of all above the ground, hold here an obit gift," he said, and both with force of heart and hand at stout Demoleon's head he threw an ashen dart, which brake the watling of his ribs, and sticking in the bone did shake. He pulleth out the steel with much ado alone, the head thereof stack still behind, among his lungs and lights, and forced to courage with his pain, he riseth straight uprights, and pawing at his enemy with his horsish feet, he smites upon him. Peleus bare his strokes upon his burgonet, and fenced his shoulders with his shield, and evermore did set his weapon upward with the point, which by his shoulders pierced through both his breasts at one full blow. Howbeit, your father erst had killed Hyle and Phlegry, and Hiphinous aloof, and Danes, who boldly durst at hand his manhood put in proof. To these was added Dorlus, who ware upon his head a calf of wolf's skin, and the horns of oxen dyed red with blood were then his weapon. I, for then my courage gave me strength, said, "See how much thy horns less force than iron have," and therewithal with manly might a dart at him I drave, which when he could not shun, he clapped his right hand flat upon his forehead, where the wound should be, for why his hand anon was nailed to his forehead fast. He roared out amain, and as he stood amazed and began to faint for pain, your father Peleus, for he stood hard by him, strake him under the middle belly with his sword, and ripped his womb asunder. Out girds me Dorl straight, and trails his guts upon the ground, and trampling underneath his feet did break them, and they wound about his legs so snarling that he could no further go, but fell down dead with empty womb. Naught booted Scylla, though, his beauty in that frantic fray, at leastwise, if we grant that any might in that strange shape of nature's beauty avaunt. His beard began but then to bud, his beard was like the gold, so also were his yellow locks, which goodly to behold midway beneath his shoulders hung. There rested in his face a sharp and lively cheerfulness, with sweet and pleasant grace. His neck, breast, shoulders, arms, and hands, as far as he was man, were such as never carver's work yet stain them could or can. His nether part likewise, which was a horse, was every whit full equal with his upper part, or little worse than it. For had ye given him horse's neck and head, he was a beast for Castor to have ridden on. So burly was his breast, so handsome was his back to bear a saddle, and his hair was black as jet, but that his tail and feet milk whitish were. Full many females of his race did wish him to their make, but only Dame Hylonome for lover he did take. Of all the half-brutes in the woods, there did not any dwell more comely than Hylonome. She used herself so well in dalliance, and in loving, and in uttering of her love, that she alone hilled Sillerus. As much as did behoove in suchly limbs, she trimmed them as most the eye might move. With combing smooth she made her hair. She wallowed her full oft in roses and in rosemary, or violets sweet and soft. Sometime she carried lilies white, and twice a day she washed her visage in the spring that from the top of Pegasus passed. And in the stream she twice a day did bathe her limbs, and on her left side or her shoulders came the comeliest things, and none but finest skins of choicest beasts. Alike each loved other. Together they among the lilies roamed up and down. Together they went to covert, and that time together they did enter the lapith's house, and there the fray together did adventure. A dart on Siller's left side came, I know not who it sent, which somewhat underneath his neck his breast asunder splint. As lightly as his heart was raised, no sooner was the dart plucked out, but all his body waxed stark cold and died swart. Immediately Hylonome his dying limbs upstayed, and put her hand upon the wound to stop the blood, and laid her mouth to his, and laboured sore to stay his passing sprite. But when she saw him throughly dead, then speaking words which might not to my hearing come for noise, she striked herself upon the weapon that had gored him, and died with him anon, embracing him between her arms. There also stood afore mine eyes the grim Theochromes, both man and horse, who wore a lion's skin upon his back, fast knit with knots afore. He, snatching up a timber log, which scarcely 2 good team of oxen could have stirred, did throw the same with force extreme on Phonolini's son. The log him all in fitters strake, and of his head the brain-pan in 1,000 pieces brake, that at his mouth, his ears, and eyes, and at his nose-thrills too, his crushed brain came roping out as cream is wont to do from sieves or riddles made of wood, or as a cullis out from strainer or from colander. But as he went about to strip him from his harness as he lay upon the ground, your father knoweth this full well, my sword his guts did wound. Telebous and Thonius both were also slain by me. Sir Thonius for his weapon had a forked bough of tree, the t'other had a dart. His dart did wound me, you may see the scar thereof remaining yet. Then was the time that I should sent have been to conquer Troy. Then was the time that I might through my force and prowess, if not vanquish Hector stout, yet at the least have held him wag. I put you out of doubt. But then was Hector nobody, or but a babe, and now I am forspent and worn with years. What should I tell you how Peritus died by Periphas? Or wherefore should I make long process for to tell you of Sir Ambicus that strake the 4-foot Oichle on the face with dart of cornel tree, the which had neither head nor point? Or how that Macquarie of mountain Pelithrone with a lever lent a blow to Eric Dupus on the breast, which did him overthrow? Full well I do remember that Caemelius threw a dart which lighted full in Nesse's flank about his privy part. And think not you that Mops, the son of Ampicus, could do no good but only prophesy? This stout Odites, who had both the shapes of man and horse, by Mopsus' dart was slain, and labouring for to speak his last, he did but strive in vain. For Mopsus' dart together nailed his tongue and nether chap, and piercing through his throat did make a wide and deadly gap. 5 men had seen already slain. Their wounds I cannot say, the names and number of them all right well I bear away. The names of them were Stipholus, and Drome, and Helymus, Arachmon with his forest bill, and stout Antimachus. Out steps the biggest centaur there, huge Latreus, armoured in Alessus of Mathias' spoil, slain late before by him. His years were mid-tween youth and age, his courage still was young, and on his auburn head hoar hairs peered here and there among. His furniture was then a sword, a target, and a lance, Emathian-like. To both the parts he did his face advance, and brandishing his weapon brave, in circle-wise did prance about, and stoutly spake these words: "And must I bear with you, Dame Scene? For none other than a mother I avow, no better than a mother I will count thee while I live. Rememberest not what shape by birth Dame Nature did thee give? Forgett'st thou how thou purchased this counterfeited shape of man? Considerest what thou art by birth, and how for rape thou art become the thing thou art? Go, take thy distaff and thy spindle, and in spinning yarn go exercise thy hand. Let men alone with feats of arms." As Latrus made this stout and scornful taunting, in a ring still turning him about, this Scene with a dart did hit him full upon the side, whereas the horse and man would join together in a hide. The stripe made Latrus mad, and with his lance in rage he struck upon Sir Scene's naked ribs. The lance rebounded back like hailstones from a tiled house, or as a man should pat small stones upon a drumslet's head. He came more near with that, and in his brawny side did strive to thrust his sword. There was no way for sword to enter in. "Yet shalt thou not so pass my hand," said he. "Well, sith the point is blunted, thou shalt die upon the edge." And with that word he fetched his blow awry, and sidling with a sweeping stroke along his belly smit. The stripe did give a clink, as if it had on marble hit, and therewithal the sword did break, and on his neck did light. When Scene had sufficiently given Latrus leave to smite his flesh, which was unmaimable, "Well now," quoth he, "let's see if my sword able be or no to bite the flesh of thee." In saying so, his dreadful sword, as far as it would go, he underneath his shoulder thrust, and wrenching to and fro among his guts, made wound in wound. Behold, with hideous cry, the double-membered centaurs sore abashed upon him fly, and throw their weapons all at him. Their weapons down did fall as if they had rebated been, and Scene for them all abides unstricken through. Yea, none was able blood to draw. The strangeness of the case made all amazed that it saw. "Fie, fie, for shame," quoth Monachus, "that such a rabble can not overcome one wight alone, who scarcely is a man. Although, to say the very truth, he is the man, and we, through faintness, that he was born by nature for to be. What profits these huge limbs of ours? What helps our double force? Or what avails our double shape of man as well as horse, by puissant nature joined in one? I cannot think that we of sovereign goddess Juno were begot, or that we be Ixion's sons, who was so stout of courage, and so halt, as that he durst on Juno's love attempt to give assault. The enemy that doth vanquish us is scarcely half a man. Whelm blocks and stones, and mountains whole upon his hard brain pan, and press ye out his lively ghost with trees. Let timber choke his chaps, let weight enforce his death instead of wounding stroke. This said, by chance he gets a tree blown down by blustering blasts of southern winds, and on his foe with all his might it casts, and gave example to the rest to do the like. Within the while the shadows which did hide Mount Pelion waxed thin, and not a tree was left upon Mount Othrys ere they went. Sir Scene, underneath this great huge pile of timber bent, did chafe, and on his shoulders hard the heavy logs did bear. But when above his face and head the trees upstacked were, so that he had no venting place to draw his breath, one while he fainted, and another while he heaved at the pile, to tumble down the logs that lay so heavy on his back, and for to win the open air again above the stack. As if the mountain Ida, lo, which yonder we do see so high, by earthquake at a time should chance to shaken be. Men doubt what did become of him, Some hold opinion that the burden of the woods had driven his soul to limbo flat. But Mopsus said it was not so, for he did see a brown bird flying from amid the stack and towering up and down. It was the first time and the last that ever I beheld that fowl. When Mopsus softly saw him soaring in the field, he looked wistly after him, and cried out on high, "Hail, peerless pearl of Lapith race! Hail, Sene, late ago a valiant knight, and now a bird of whom there is no mo." The author caused men believe the matter to be so. Our sorrow set us in a rage. It was to us a grief that by so many foes one knight was killed without relief. Then ceased we not to wreak our teen, till most was slain in fight, and that the rest, discomfited, were fled away by night. As Nestor all the process of this battle did rehearse, between the valiant Lapiths and misshapen Centaurs fierce, Tlepolemus, displeased sore that Hercules was passed with silence, could not hold his peace, but out these words did cast: "My lord, I mused you should forget my father's praise so quite, for often unto me himself was wonted to recite how that the cloud-bred folk by him were chiefly put to flight." Right sadly Nestor answered thus: "Why should you me constrain to call to mind forgotten griefs, and for to rear again the sorrows now outworn by time, or force me to declare the hatred and displeasure which I to your father bear? In sooth, his doings greater were than might be well believed. He filled the world with high renown, which nobly he achieved, which thing I would I could deny. For neither set we out Deiphobus, Polydamas, nor Hector, that most stout and valiant knight, the strength of Troy. For who will praise his foe? Your father overthrew the walls of Messene long ago, and razed Pyle and Ely towns unworthy serving so, and fierce against my father's house he used both sword and fire. And not to speak of others whom he killed in his ire, twice 6 we were the sons of Neil, all lusty gentlemen. Twice 6 of us, excepting me, by him were murthered then. The death of all the rest might seem a matter not so strange, but strange was Pyroclymen's death, who had the power to change and leave and take what shape he list, by Neptune to him given, the founder of the house of Neil. For when he had been driven to try all shapes, and none could help, he last of all became the fowl that in his hooked feet doth bear the flashing flame sent down from heaven by Jupiter. He, practising those birds with flapping wings and bowing beak and hooked talons, girds at Hercules, and bescratched his face. Too certain, I may say, thy father aimed his shaft at him, for as he towering lay among the clouds, he hit him underneath the wing. The stroke was small, howbeit, because therewith the sinews being broke, he wanted strength to maintain flight. He fell me to the ground through weakness of his wing. The shaft that sticked in the wound, by reason of the burthen of his body, pierced his side, and at the left side of his neck all bloody forth did glide. Now tell me, O thou beautiful Lord Admiral of the fleet of Rhodes, if me to speak the praise of Hercules it be meet. But lest that of my brother's deaths, and think I do desire a further venge than silence of the prowess of thy sire, I love thee even with all my heart, and take thee for my friend." When Nestor of his pleasant tales had made this friendly end, they called for a bowl of wine, and from the table went, and all the residue of the night in sleeping soundly spent. But Neptune, like a father, took the matter sore to heart, that Cygnet to a swan he was constrained to convert, And hating fierce Achilles, he did wreak his cruel teen upon him more uncourteously than had beseeming been. For when the wars well near full twice 5 years had lasted, he unshorn Apollo thus bespake: "O nephew under me, most dear of all my brother's imps, who helpedst me to lay foundation of the walls of Troy, for which we had no pay, and canst thou sighs forbear to see the Asian empire fall? And doth it not lament thy heart, when thou to mind dost call so many thousand people slain in keeping Ilion wall? Or, to th' intent particularly, I do not speak of all, rememberest thou not Hector's ghost, who harried was about his town of Troy? Where ne'theless Achilles, that same stout and far in fight more butcherly, who strives with all his might to destroy the work of me and thee, lives still in healthful plight. If ever he do come within my danger, he shall feel what forces in my triple mace. But since with sword of steel I may not meet him as my foe, I pray thee, and beware, go kill him with a sudden shaft, and rid me of my care." Apollo did consent, as well his uncle for to please, as also for a private grudge himself had for to ease. And in a cloud he down among the host of Troy did slide, where Paris, dribbling out his shafts among the Greeks, he spied. And telling him what god he was, said, "Wherefore dost thou waste thine arrows on the simple sort? If any care thou hast of those that are thy friends, go turn against Achilles' head, and like a man revenge on him thy brothers that are dead." In saying this, he brought him where Achilles with his brand was beating down the Trojan folk, and levelled so his hand as that Achilles tumbled down stark dead upon the lawn. This was the only thing whereof the old King Priam might take comfort after Hector's death. That stout and valiant knight Achilles, who had overthrown so many men in fight, was by that coward carpet knight bereaved of his life, who like a caitiff stale away the Spartan prince's wife. But if of weapon womanish he had foreknown it had his destiny been to lose his life, he would have been more glad that Queen Penthesileia's bill had slain him out of hand. Now was the fear of Phrygian folk, the only glory and defence of Greeks, that peerless prince in arms, Achilles, turned to ashes. That same god that had him armed, him also burned. Now is he dust, and of that great Achilles bideth still a thing of naught, that scarcely can a little coffin fill. Howbeit his worthy fame doth live, and spreadeth over all the world, a measure meet for such a person to befall. This matcheth thee, Achilles, full, and this can never die. His target also, to th' intent that men might plainly spy what wights it was, did move debate, and for his armour burst out deadly food. Not Diomed nor Ajax oily durst make claim or challenge to the same, nor Atreus' younger son, nor yet his elder, though in arms much honour they had won. Alone the sons of Telamon and Laert did assay which of them two of that great prize should bear the bell away. But Agamemnon from himself the burthen puts, and clears his hands of envy, causing all the captains and the peers of Greece to meet amid the camp together in a place, to whom he put the hearing and the judgment of the case. Finis 12 Libri. End of Book 12. End of Section 15. Read by Thomas Copeland.